He literally goes in detail with like how I know this works. I've tested it out in many ways in my lab, but it's not working with this assumed diameter and this assumed model of the Earth. He then talks about how it looks like the sun's much more local. So he talks about all kinds of things that are not what the current model is.
Okay.
And who knows what he thought of
You win.
when he was later in his life. They took
Okay.
80% of his work. So that's my response
Okay,
to the
let me
talking
respond,
point
please.
regurgitated script from the ballers that he thought the Earth was a globe. But you
Listen,
should read
please,
things
can I
before saying
respond?
things.
Okay, Whitsett, I know you were near the end there, so that's why I came in and said, can I respond specifically? Because I have my own thoughts, and I feel you're disrespecting me somewhat. When a much more elaborate conversation could and should be had about all of this, because I have my own past and my own history approaching my reverence of Tesla. So yes, I accept absolutely what you have said, and yeah, this is the point that well, if we're in a sort of a revelation time, remember the flat Earth was encouraged to everyone. It's like all of the different errors in the visuals presented by NASA, where it's always been encouraged to sort of come out of some sort of pod, and break into a greater truth. If we do that, though, we'll understand that there's many different layers, and the layers that I'm talking about, Tesla is one of those layers. Have no heroes with it, you know that. Have no heroes. You have no idea whether whatever to do with this guy who lived at this time and said this thing within a certain context, it might be true or not. You trust yourself, but I'm
Okay.
saying I'm speaking within the context of seeing these different layers. I could be wrong. And don't hold it against me. I'm just delivering my true point of view, which requires expansion upon. But yes, Tesla is just a layer of all of these greater revelations, which is the
Of
purpose
course.
of our life here. I think it's definitely written in stone.
Just to clarify, I don't like revere Tesla. Like I think that he was actually wrong about a lot of things, and I disagree with him morally about a lot of things. Like he said that dishonest, immoral, and drastically incompetent people should be slowly weeded out of society. So that is a form of eugenics thinking, right? Like effectively a eugenicist for dishonest, immoral, and incompetent people. I don't agree with that. I'm not a eugenicist. You know what I'm saying?
Why not?
I don't
Why wouldn't you agree
revere.
with
Well,
that, though?
did he say that
What are
they
the
should be
odds?
No, why
killed?
wouldn't you agree with that? He was a ball
What's
earther,
what are
so
the
society
odds?
developed from his ball earth evolutionary acceptance
Holy.
and mindset. Why wouldn't you agree with
What do you-
that? I agree
Yeah,
with
I
that.
agree with that they should be spiritually weeded out, like over time.
No, he's talking
with
about
religion.
literally having them no longer live on the earth, bro. So I
Yeah, but
didn't
he
know
doesn't mean
this,
killing them,
but
right? It just means with subsequent generations, you're instilling good values. There's going to be less
So-
immorality, right?
no, he means they literally shouldn't. They should forcibly be rounded up.
Oh, that's fucked.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, hang on, please. Hang on, Whitsett. So, if you had the choice to kill a baby Hitler, according to the official story,
No,
would you do it?
no.
Why not?
Why would I kill Hitler? He was. Oh
A baby Hitler. You have a time
no, I would
traveling
never kill a
device.
baby,
I wish Hitler was my dad.
dude.
No,
Have
I'm
you
not
ever
tra-
seen that
hey,
dude
hey,
feeding
Travis, that's why I
strawberries to
said-
to
Excuse me,
deer, bro?
please. Can we have patience amongst flat earthers here?
I wouldn't kill
That's
him.
why I said Travis, according to the official story. But
Yeah, well, I wouldn't kill a baby ever.
so then you'd know in your own mind if you didn't do this, then such horrors was to follow.
Well,
You mean like making lots of German babies?
No,
Why-
no, I'm not talking about
how about
the
this, Pete?
unofficial story.
I mean,
How
these
about
people
this?
need healing. I mean, people that have evil
Right.
within them, they need help.
Yes,
They
but
don't-
hang on,
they don't need
please.
to be
Hang on,
corrected.
please.
Pete, here it is. Pete, here's the solution, man. Why wouldn't you just kidnap him and then raise him as a loving child?
Right.
Yes, well, there'll be some other Hitler hit. Is the past certain? Did you get up today and have a shit at the time you had a shit, Travis? Yes or no?
Oh my gosh,
Can't
bro!
change
Like
that.
this is.
Can you change that though, Whitsett? Can you
I don't
change
think that
certain
anyone
things?
should. There's not a man alive that is in any type of position to spiritually or eternally judge anyone, and there's certainly not a position in which it's justifiable to murder a baby or anyone. Because
Okay.
killing is not murder, right? So self-defense is obviously. Pete, you don't have to do that. You don't have to say something in the middle of everyone's sentence, dude. Okay? Like I'm obviously for moral reasons in opposition to any form of eugenics. Okay? I think that what he's talking about, what Percent's talking about is cool. Yeah, we should lead our society in such a way that eventually you would get to a place where those type of people weren't frequent, but that's totally different than what Tesla said. And that's just what it is. I'm explaining. First of all, Tesla didn't discover the ether. Okay, it was known about for thousands of years ago. It was known as the fifth element for a very long time. So he just started to like find this stuff. He talks about how he read all kinds of stuff from all around the world, and then he started to work on it. I brought him up just because Gio asked if I thought matter had something to do with ether, and I said I think it makes sense what Tesla was saying, which he said this. Okay, so that I don't have to revere someone to respect them intellectually.
Okay, and it's fair enough, man. And of course, you disagree with him fundamentally on the last point you just raised, and it's fair enough. I'm not holding you to any fucking standard or anything, but you did say that the ether was recognized for thousands of years. How do you vouch for thousands of years ago? What's it? Or just Austin? I'm going to call you Austin. Peter, call me Peter or Dodo if you want. But Austin, how do you vouch for thousands of years ago? Well, we've come to find out that recent history is so strewn with fucking difficulty.
Yeah. So all we can do is look at what we have access to and try to figure out what's true and what's not true. I obviously can make no definitive claims about history, but when you have geographical diversity, right? So you have texts, ancient texts from all over the world. It's hard to just dismiss them. Like Enoch was found in the Ethiopian canon, right after the Catholic Church tried to remove it from the face of the earth. Like I think that there is some value in historical documents in it. So anyway, based on that disclaimer, which should be unspoken and understood by any truther, really any intellectual, then yeah, I'm just saying that there are tons of ancient texts that talk about the fifth element of the ether. The Greeks called it like the air of the gods, as if you go higher and higher, that's all that's there, because air we know is no longer there. Ether isn't a new idea. I mean, like there are ancient Eastern hemisphere plane civilizations that called it the milk of the heavens, and there's all kinds of references to this like substantive quality of a background medium that sustains energy in all matter in life. So yeah, it's not a new idea. Tesla didn't discover the ether.
And remember I mentioned about to Geo, and he said I was derailing. I wasn't really. I was saying our blood is a vital part of us. And if there was some severing going on, imagine you held your arm up, Austin, and you cut it off, the blood would shoot upwards like a fountain almost. Like so, when you mentioned the heavens milk, that's what I think of, God's semen, the ejaculation, what's going on at the north. But I don't mean that in a rude sense. The one thing I would pick you up on, and thanks for reminding me. David Weiss interviewed, and I know you have associations with Globebusters. And I'm not being picky and anything. It's my pleasure to talk to you about. I'm saying though, he put forward videos years ago where he was talking to an old person in an old person's home. I'm not sure his relationship, but yeah, it seems like that if we only go back into recent 100 years, 120, 150 years, flat earth teaching was predominant. The Gleason's map. I'm going to post a video in chat actually, which talks about when the Gleason's map was revealed to the public. A statement went along with it, hoping that it would be in every schoolroom throughout the earth over the course of a few years, and ultimately, it was erased completely, only for revival when we came to flat Earth about 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Anyway, my point is, when it comes to Tesla, then, and this differing history in the mind of the truther, he must have heard about that. How does that gel that he wasn't aware that this was the prevailing truth, that we were on a stationary and flat Earth, according to revised history of flat Earth leaders?
Yeah. So actually, the globe was being pushed, it looks like, for a few hundred years. So like as early back as 500, and it wasn't like accepted across the board or anything, but like I said, the story of Copernicus was already being circulated in higher level education at the time of Tesla. He wrote about that's where he learned. Of course, he dropped out of college and let the baller tell it. You're not allowed to have an opinion then, and they're smarter than Tesla with their debt degree. But anyway, like yeah, that story was already being told. That's my point. Not everyone thought the Earth was flat in the early 1900s. That isn't true. The story was already being propagated.
I'm your Copernicus.
We have reached the
there is it hit the let me finish please. It hit the main like if you were rich, it was to hit the
I didn't even know you started, Dana. Off you go now.
Well, they're talking about how the globe got introduced. I can only find in the 1800s it being taught in high-end universities in the beginning. And those high-end universities had clergymen. So it was founded through the church, passed through the church to the higher universities. And the people that took it on were Christians that, believe it or not, they backslide. They call it back. Some of them abandoned the religion, wrote all these formulas, participated in school, did all this stuff, and then went back to Christianity after it all, apparently. So that's what happened in the 1800s. And in the 1900s, it started to push more schools. And then after, of course, right after 1945, when the World War II ended, you had United Nations formed, and then you had a major push. All in the schools were starting to push the space stuff because of all the propaganda from Tomorrowland and after World War II. Then in the 80s, like you can see the progression of how they did it all, right? The subversion of Christianity through the process of destroying the Bible. By landing on the moon, the Earth is a sphere, like going everything they could to go against what the Bible described reality. That's what I see.
We have reached the Pete Shea, Flat Earth Data, and Witsit segment of the show today. If anybody else wants to talk, you can wait an hour.
Like that's a dick comment.
Yeah,
it is a little bit. By the way, the one thing I do want to, did you say that the landing on the moon? Did goes against the Bible? Did you say that?
Yeah, so the idea is that they apparently claimed to have read Genesis on the moon, and then they backtracked on that stuff. The idea is that you had all of these Christian scientists in the beginning from clergy, because they were mentored by the clergy, create a model, the heliocentric spinning model, because that was the new science, that was the modern times, right? Bernard stated it clearly. In the around 1870 or whatever, he said, look, we terrestrially, everything is a plane Earth, but we need mathematics, we need these abstractions, we need theoretical formulas, we need all this stuff to predict, outside of our terrestrial realm. Like, I mean, we had people that were intellectually honest, and why they had to create abstract mathematics or they had to create new theories is because terrestrially they couldn't escape the fact that it's Euclidean, it's a plane Earth. And this is out of Bernard Riemann's mouth, who helped Einstein create general relativity, because Einstein himself had a hard time understanding spherical geometry. This is what's written. Einstein had to study spherical geometry to help with general relativity. And Bernard Riemann is responsible for writing the Riemannian geometry, which is the manifold equations, which helped Einstein develop his general relativity. So you see the succession. So the succession is the admission of limitation is what I get out of it.
I'm going to tell you what.
I've come to a roadblock. I can't assess any more of the information I'm capable of. What am I allowed to do next? I'm allowed to create theories, and I'm allowed to create abstract mathematics to explain those theories.
I'm going to tell you what. I am looking forward to your book, man.
Well, here's the thing. I'm still struggling with a title, but I appreciate that a lot. But here's the thing. It's nothing I'm writing about is new. What it is a catalog of what I've been exposed to. So what I mean by exposed to is I didn't ask for Flat Earth. I didn't ask for any of these feeds on my phone. I didn't ask for any of this information. I was provided it. Now, of course, when you're naive to propaganda, psyops, or whatever, you don't know much about it. You don't know that it's being directed to you personally. And that's the thing. People think, oh, this is like an act of God. I feel awakened, right? That's the essential feeling that you get coming across this information to some degree. At least that's what the impression was on me. This is showing God's creation. It's showing the argument, da-da-da-da. So all it is observe and report. Hopefully I tell a true story about it all. And then, it's there so people can see what people like me were exposed to. People like you, people like Witsit, right? We were exposed to Flat Earth for a reason. Now, whether we can prove it or not, it's going to come down to philosophy, and that's the whole point.
Data, since you can surely talk, are you going to do a talking version of the book, of an audio version?
He's doing it right now. This is it.
Yeah.
This is the preview. Chapter 1.
It was funny as well.
You guys agree, though, right? You were subjected to all this stuff, right?
This might be the forward, actually. This is not even chapter 1. This is the forward.
Yeah, but by BOB. So you're gonna have to. You say Eric Dubé is the CIA then?
Yes, of course
So
he
I'm
is.
saying Eric Dubay was tied to Hitler. So within the first week of researching Eric Dubay, dude, within the first week of Flat Earth came out. So I stayed away from Mark Sargent, all those fuckers, because I just thought it was weird. They first of all, they were so Magoo to me. I was like, why do I feel Magoo watching these
Mr.
guys? Like
Magoo.
I already knew from flying a plane that there was no curvature at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. I just knew that already from flying planes. So I didn't have to watch fucking Eric Dubay or Mark Sargent. But when I did investigate Eric Dubay, why the fuck is he talking about Jews and Hitler? What does Flat Earth have to do with Jews and Hitler?
I don't really get it. Hold on, let me jump in on that. Hold on. You gotta stop at some point, Data.
Why are you doing this?
Yeah, Data, you gotta stop at some point. You can't just say 400 points.
Oh, no. He can.
It's a total monologue. I don't know.
Is that a challenge?
I don't know the YouTube rules.
Challenge accepted.
Hold on. I don't know about the YouTube rules about talking about, Hitler and all this stuff, but I will just say, maybe we should say the word H or something. I don't know what their rules are. But everyone always links that with Eric Dubay with that. My understanding of his general thing on it is it's just his opinion of how this conspiracy has played out and the players and so on. And I think in general, he just thinks that the people that quote unquote won the war, the people that are in power now, made a false narrative about who H was and what he was all about and what he did and what actually happened. And so I think all Eric, I've heard him saying about it is that he doesn't think that Hitler was as evil as a person as they made it out, as they made it out to be in the story that they've told us. I don't think he says he was a good guy or some kind of great guy necessarily, but I think he just says that he doesn't think they were as evil. And he thinks the Jays, as it were, are the ones that actually were the ones doing a lot of the concentration camps and a lot of the crazy shit. And that H and the Hitler was actually just trying to basically fend those guys off. So, I mean, that's not,
So
yeah.
I get the gist. I understand of it. You can go back, look at the documentation.
I have.
Israel was already at war with Hitler before even World War II started. So the way I see that stuff is that Hitler was put in place purposely.
Israel didn't exist.
Dude.
Israel didn't exist. What are you talking about?
Fucking hell.
Okay, let's just move on. Move on. Dude, if no one's watched the 10-hour documentary Europa, I don't think they should be talking about it. That's what I think.
Yeah. Again, so I've done research. I've got my own spin on it. Again, the Nazis didn't lose World War II. They just transferred. They hid in plain sight. You hear all the rhetoric going on now. They're in power. They never lost power, dude. They just separated. They just went to Russia and went to the United States. So what happens is you have a subversion of Christianity going on. Number one, who's going to benefit from the subversion of Christianity? Iran, Israel, Russia. All the BRICS nations, all of the 7 nations of the AUE, they all benefit from the breakup of the United States. Well, United States is 70% white. Let me finish. United States.
Data, at this point, we're just going to mute you when you monologue. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, like personally, I happen to know that I did, like my 6th stream on YouTube was calling out wars. And I showed like a reoccurring theme of Zionist influence on most of the modern wars, and it was censored. It was deleted. My 6th stream I've ever did. So I just know everyone needs a tiptoe here. I don't, it is what it is. I mean, if a truther knows that if I have to say that, then maybe, just maybe, you don't know everything about it like you think you do from school. But that's, that's for the person that's, open enough to look into it. Like I said, you can go watch a 10-minute documentary, Europa, or not, but I'm just saying I like this place, and I know that that's the number one thing. I said war is bad, and then I pointed out Zionism control of certain wars, and literally got censored for quote unquote inciting violence. So I mean, figure that one out.
Can I just respond?
Hold on, let me just say real quick. Just, I mean, every moderator in here, just use your best judgment. We don't know exactly what the YouTube restrictions are. Anyone can deafen the live stream by just right-clicking it and doing server deafen. Any of the mods can. So if any mod ever feels like, because I mean, we don't really know what.
It might be a good time to do that now, Gio. To be honest, we're going to carry on this conversation.
Well, I mean, what's done is done. Let's just move off this. I mean, we were talking about other stuff before, though.
Yeah, this all started because he said that it looked like flat Earth might have been put up in front of us. Let's talk about that and not.
Hey, wait, just real quick.
Let's
Hey, Gio, wait. Just in case something happens to this stream, can we in any way edit it so that everything else from the rest of this day doesn't get deleted? Because I really want to go back. Seriously, I want to go back. So maybe
you can't do that.
No,
you can't do that, man. That's not how they work. Live streams can't be deleted like that unless you're now.
No, stop the live stream now. and then go and edit this part out and then put it back up. That's what I'm
What's
saying.
been said is fine. Okay,
No,
Gio didn't say anything
everything's
too
okay. There's
bad.
no
Everything's
malady
fine,
count.
but it's
All
gonna
right.
get to where it's not fine though. So
No,
I'm just trying to stop
If it
it.
was bad, Gio would have already stopped it.
Hey,
We can just move. I think we were agreeing to move on.
Okay,
No?
can I bring it back to something, please, Austin?
What
it all
the
depends on our
fuck, dude? This is
particular
fucking,
perspective.
Smooth. We're not talking about that subject, man.
Listen,
why?
I'm not talking about
let
that
me
subject
understand
myself.
this. Let me understand this one. So
No.
you guys, you guys
Hold on, guys.
control who can fucking talk about what and what people talk about.
YouTube says you can't talk about this or it will be deleted. Okay, Gio's
Guys,
worked
you're
a
gonna
long
know
time to
talking
build
about
this up. We're
YouTube and
not
just-
going to talk about the subject that gets things
Everybody-
deleted. You understand?
Yeah, Smooth.
No,
thought-
I don't understand how I can't finish a point or a sentence. And Witzy, you come in saying that we need to show everyone respect, and then you interrupt me every time.
I'm just trying to make sure people don't talk about the subject that gets the channel deleted, Smith. What part of that is not being comprehended?
History is not deleted off of YouTube.
Dude, my 6th stream I ever did was deleted just because I said the word Zionist a few times. So I know that this is the #1 subject that gets censorship. So if you want to, all you're going to do is tell us what Google says. We get your opinion. We can Google it. We don't need to talk about this subject. If you want to talk about something else, go for it.
So isn't that a sophistry, as you say? Aren't you just like, how are you going to know what I'm going to say, man?
Because I heard you just interrupting. Oh my God, is this serious? So you're just going to tell us that we're going to call us names, call us anti-Semitic, and then tell us the official story. But we don't need to talk about it, man.
What? So that's your opinion, though. Like I'm
Okay.
very interested in this topic.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, go look at a documentary called Europa.
Okay. One moment, please.
And
as far as I know,
And I don't
Hold
understand
on for
why
a second.
you have why hold on. Why, Gio? I'm trying to be as
So the idea was flat Earth kind of propped up? Like I think that's at least a decent, interesting. Like okay, for example, have you guys heard of this guy named Mindshock? I guess he covers debates and he covers a lot of flat Earth debates and he counts the number of fallacies and like his whole shtick is I'm just neutral, I'm objective. without bias. I just, stick with objective, logical, fallacies and stuff like that. And he was talking about how like like in my debates, I'm like running logical circles around people. He said people think that I was propped up, and Flat Earth's actually a psyop, and they put me in place to be able to argue and debate it so well, and then they prop people up like Professor Dave and stuff to make the ballers and the globe look so dumb, and it's a psyop. So they propped up a really good debater and then really dumb debaters against each other. So that kind of fits into the same idea that the government was behind the actual idea. Now even some flat earthers think that flat Earth was propped up, even though it's true. For whatever reason. So I guess that is an interesting topic. I don't know that we'll ever actually find the answer, but if anyone wants to take it from there, maybe we can shift over.
I don't know, man. I got muted a second ago for talking about how a life sentence in prison isn't a form of peace.
All right. Yeah, you got muted for interrupting.
Like, I personally think that if you was given a life sentence in prison, and so you got nothing to live for, then I think that is something that would actually allow you to find peace within yourself. Because what else can you do?
Okay. Well, I know people that have been in prison, and it's terrible. So
I mean, it's different when you've got a date that you can get out of prison, or even some chance of parole.
All right. Well, this is way off topic at this point.
Once you've got nothing to look forward to, the only thing you can do within your life is find peace.
Okay. You can find peace in the free world. We can move back to the topic.
Yeah, I mean,
it just depends on
hold on. Yeah, that's an entire.
What do you mean by peace, right? Like,
all right.
I've actually thought about this a lot, and I think that I'm envious of people with no parole, life sentences, because they got nothing to lose. They can only find peace.
I got you, Branch. With all due respect, that is a topic that could have a discussion some other point, but we were on a topic of ether. And I did just, so I'm sorry to kind of just bring it back to that.
It's weird, bro, but I'm a weird motherfucker too. So
yeah, I mean, we can talk about that some other time, but it's just way off topic. We were talking a bit about ether, and since Austin's here, I wanted to ask another question about ether. Austin, do you think that it's possible to access information through the ether that you don't priorly have? Meaning, like, if you have information that you get from a book or something someone told you or an experiment you did, those would all be things that you got through your like physical body. You know what I mean? Like it
kind of makes me wonder. Like,
Branch, if you interrupt again, I'm gonna have to mute you, man.
I mean, nobody was talking, bro.
Gio's talking.
Yeah, I don't know if he has me muted. All right. So what I'm saying is that, do you think it's possible to access information through the ether that you priorly did not have? You know, through any, like I was saying, if you get information through like your five senses, either through experiments or through someone told you or reading or whatever it may, history, whatever it may be, do you think it's possible to access information that's completely outside of that? And if so, how is that done? Like how in your mind, how, like, some thoughts on how that could be done, who can do it? And at that point, like, could you access any information through the ether at that point? Like, could you tap into that? That's kind of my question.
So I would say like 100% yes to the fact that you can get information from the ether. As to who all can do it, I think every person that's alive could do it. I think it's in our intrinsic design. As to like, could you go get specific information? I mean, maybe, yeah, I don't know. Like the only way I've ever done that is I prayed and fasted, so it's kind of like anecdotal and worldviewish, right? But yeah, I got specific answers that I had no idea what the answer was fasting. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe if you trained yourself, there are people that claim that they can find specific information. But long story short, I think it's like a foregone conclusion, like not even debatable in my mind, that you can receive information from the ether.
Because then that gets into like, you know,
did you ever hallucinate when you fasted?
Yes, sort of. I mean, it wasn't crazy hallucinations. It was like tripping, though. It was just really clean.
I have to ask the question.
I fasted up to almost 3 months. Like, I would eat nuts. Like, I went on a massive, I was wrong with my body, so I had to fast for a very long time to heal it. And through the process of it, I had one major hallucination that to this day, nothing is ever compared to it. And all it was is that I just reached, I think, the point of fasting, to the point where your body starts to release all these hormones and chemicals to regenerate like your proteins and shit. Like, there's something magical about it, man.
Yeah, I mean, fasting, I mean, there's an entire realm of what could be called, like, let's say, non-ordinary experiences, but not like an experience of just being drunk or just being something like that. I'm talking about a unique like state where you're like a spiritual access state, like a mystical experience state that you can access, which can be done with certain plants. Like, people often refer to them as psychedelics. I prefer the word entheogen, but it also can be done with breath work, meditation, fasting, sensory deprivation. There's several ways, so you don't have to use a substance to even do it. It can be done naturally, and it seems to open one's psyche to a larger field. Perhaps the ether, it opens one's mind to a much larger field, and that's where people can access, past life memories, tapping into the Akashic records, tapping into their own past, like memories from their own past, memories from their ancestors. And so that definitely is interesting when kind of relating that to ether. And is there a way to actually adjust our consciousness so that we can actually tap into that field, whereas normally perhaps we're not as it's not as accessible to us in our ordinary state?
I think so, yeah. Like, when I fast, I saw like geometric patterns and my body felt lighter, and I had like prayed and asked for like a few specific answers, and during the fasting, like, it was only like a couple days in too, like, it was like this huge shift when I went to that moment where like I started feeling lighter, and like it felt like, because I have taken like shrooms and I've taken LSD back in the day, and it felt similar to that, but like a million times better, because it was like really clean. I don't know how to explain it. You could tell it was natural, but and then I like had those epiphany moments where the questions I asked like made perfect sense, like seemed like stupid questions, and yeah. So I would say that was hands down the best experience regarding that I've ever had, is just fasting. I think it just, your body gets so clogged down with all the stuff that if you get out of its way, then it kind of like steps up in the higher gear.
Yeah, and there's the idea that that we have our conscious, subconscious, and unconscious. So like, our conscious mind is obviously like the mindset that we're all in right now. Your subconscious is sort of that which is kind of bubbling up between, and then the unconscious is like the reservoir of everything else, basically, like the rest of consciousness. That's why I was saying, like, the idea of like people have past life memories, or tapping into other dimensions, all of that. And so it seems like there's a way to like I was saying, like using the word adjust our body state so that we can access that unconscious realm. And in that state, it's like pretty amazing to think about that, like what's actually accessible, and to what degree, and how to be able to tap into that, like not only for healing but for accessing information. It just kind of blows the whole roof off, like how we get knowledge, like this idea that we have to like just get knowledge only through our five senses. And if we can access knowledge beyond that, then that's pretty profound.
Well, Tesla said that's how he got a bunch of his invention and ideas. It was like literally when he was sleeping through the ether.
Yeah, and Francis Crick said that he essentially envisioned, he saw the double helix structure of DNA while he was on LSD.
That's trip. And think about how many inventions all like happened at the same time, where there's like no way that they communicate with each other, like across the world. They came up with the same invention at the same time. Yeah, I think there's definitely something to it. You've heard of, I'm sure, like remote viewing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I don't think that's all like a scam or anything. Like, I've seen a bunch of people that seem very genuine, that like if you were to say you put a picture in an envelope, and set it aside, and then they focused on it and they came back to you and they were like, okay, like they ask you a couple questions, you can kind of lead them with some more answers. They'll be able to describe the picture that's in the envelope without ever being able to see it. They'll tell you what's on it and stuff. So I think it can be guided for sure. I think it can be like honed in, and you could perfect the craft.
Can you give an example of it actually working?
Remote viewing?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember their names. I saw them do it. You could just claim, I guess, that they're lying though. So that's why I don't like to talk about really deep things with people that don't actually want to hear them. It just seems futile to me.
No, I think
I don't need all the details. Just one example, please.
I don't remember their names.
Ed's actually into some of this stuff. He's talked about LSD and stuff. I think Ed is actually a bit interested in some of this.
That question, I'm very intuitive. His tone is not. He's not wanting to know for real. So I'll try to find the people. I'll send it. Maybe I'm wrong.
He's definitely being.
And
the thing about remote viewing, I was just going to say, it's almost like what we were talking about, like remote knowledge access is like a different. It's like remote viewing is like remote accessing something outside of your physical body in terms of a location on Earth. Whereas the other thing we were talking about, like it's almost like remote information access. Like being able to get into the network psychic or whatever, being able to actually access information or knowledge outside of your senses. It's almost like remote viewing, but like remote knowledge viewing.
Right, but you're right. But so like the CIA had a program doing this, and that according to their documents that were once classified, they would actually use this to find out where like spies were, and they would be able to describe the building they were in, what floor they were on, and all this crazy stuff. So like, I mean, the CIA was doing that in like the 60s and 70s, and then I've just seen. Now, of course, I can't verify that the CIA's not lying in their classified documents, but they did spend millions of dollars investing in it and claimed that it had some success, and then they shut it down, claiming it wasn't that successful. Which that's exactly what they would do once they mastered it, and then just fully classified it. And I'll find the people. This guy has like a whole notebook of different remote viewing things he did. And then he shows you what it was that he was actually focusing on. They normally like attribute a certain like number to it or whatever. And he said what's really hard, it's hard to see numbers and stuff. He's like, people couldn't really use this for, I know that this crypto is going to pop off or I can win the lottery. He said like numbers and stuff are really difficult. And I think that would be, I think it's actually more about intention. So if you don't have pure intention, it's some greedy motive like that or something, you won't get it. Like when I was fasting and I got all these epiphanies, I had like the purest intention. I actually just wanted to know the truth. Like one of them was kind of like, what exactly is the purpose of life? Like the biggest question ever, right? And like, how do you basically, like, based on the purpose, how do you succeed? Like what is the purpose? And then like, how do you succeed the test here, if there is one? And when I had the epiphany, it was like abundantly clear, and it's actually really simple. It's like it all comes down to how pure your intention is. Like actually doing what you wholeheartedly believe is right, and like being pure in your intention is actually like the whole thing. And it's easy to say that, but it's harder for people to really do that top to bottom, I think. But the answer, at least the one I got, wasn't complicated. It resonated and made so much sense to me that it was like laughable. I didn't already know it. It's actually, I think that is the answer. Personally, that's just an example.
Hey, Whitsit, it's true about the CIA used to also do like experiments on goats, right? You could try to use,
Men who stare at goats.
Yeah, the men who stare at goats, right?
Scott Beach's uncle, the guy who's on the moon, he's the one who started that program.
So is that the similar program you're talking to? Like, is that the same program or something different?
That's the same program. It's part of the they said it's part of PSYOPs, but they really didn't actually do that much. They did a couple of missions that were successful, some of that were not. I think they supposedly found like a kidnapped girl and maybe a bomb, but they shut it down because it wasn't consistent enough to be useful. And they thought that it had merit, so that's what they had for 25 years, but they didn't think that it had any useful. It wasn't useful in practice.
Yeah, but if it was proven to be, they wouldn't publicly ever admit that. They wouldn't ever tell like all their geopolitical adversaries and military enemies that they can like use remote viewing to find out what they're up to and stuff. I mean, if it was successful, they wouldn't have said it.
If you remember back in the 80s, I think 84, that movie Dreamscape came about where they had those two. What is it when you can move things with your mind and whatnot? Anyway, it was like a psychological think tank, and they made one of them an assassin because you could enter the guy's dream and kill him in his dream, and then he'd be dead in real life. That's kind of like
I normally don't believe in stuff like
general
question
for everybody.
because you know,
The other guy was talking, man.
I don't know who
I
started
was-
first, but I just mute you, Good White, because you guys didn't figure out you were talking at once. Go ahead, Smooth, and then Good White, you're next.
Thanks, man. I'm just kind of curious. Who here has actually done any type of psychedelic, mushroom, DMT, LSD?
Probably most of us.
I had
all that.
I've only done mushrooms, right? But I asked this because in your experimentation with hallucinogens, don't you think that we would start to see, especially with how recreational these drugs are, if there was any truth behind being able to predict the future? You know, like what's it? You said that they wouldn't tell you, but with the large sample size of the general public using this recreationally, don't you think that we would kind of catch on to something?
You could have millions of people that claim that they do. Like when I was fasting, I thought about someone that I hadn't talked to in like 4 years, and like I like knew that I was going to talk to him soon, randomly, and they messaged me like a few hours later after not talking to him for 4 years. I'm sure there could be lots of people that would tell you that they've had some. I personally don't like to promote any hallucinogenics. I'm not like judging anyone. It's just not my thing. Once I fasted and saw how much better it was, like that's just where I'm at. But yeah, I mean, I would say there's lots of people that would say that very thing, bro.
So you have done it, right? I'm a little confused. You
I have. Back in the day, I was wilding, man. I was doing all kinds of. I mean, I never did hard drugs, but I've taken LSD a couple times. I've taken mushrooms probably 10 times. Yeah, but like I was literally just trying to like kind of get messed up and like have fun and go see lights and stuff like that. So it wasn't. Sometimes they ended up turning into very profound things because they're such long. Like one time, I hate to tell the stories because personally I don't promote them. I think that fasting is the best way, like praying and fasting, but teach their own. But one time I took LSD and I looked up at the light and I started thinking about like what is light, and I had this visualization of it like in slow motion manifesting into what electricity is, like from nothing basically, which I now would interpret as ether, and it's like this geometric expression that then takes a material form. Anyway, as soon as I started thinking about that in my mind, every light in my house flickered, which had never happened. So, yeah, I think there's something crazy to it. I think our minds are insanely powerful, and we don't even know the half of it.
Yeah, Smooth. Have you ever heard of
something here, real quick?
Yeah, I just want to ask Smooth a question. Smooth, have you ever heard of a phenomenon called deja vu?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
Well, good light. You're 100% right. I respect it. Go, and then I'll answer your question. I think your name's Crypto, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, thanks. No, this was in response to when he first talked about the CIA experiments. I'm wondering which like how do you actually validate them that they're true, right? Because they're only report. So
I already said you could never do that.
You're talking about the remote viewing stuff, you mean?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's going to be difficult to verify, but there are a lot of interesting, some things declassified. Even the claimed of it is that Edgar Mitchell, who I guess Kosho was saying that was Scott Veach's father, or it's like Scott Veach's uncle, or it's like his actual uncle, I guess, like Edgar Mitchell. I don't know. Anyways, but that Edgar Mitchell was involved in that program in the CIA. And Edgar Mitchell actually created an institute. Actually, I've been to it here. It's in Northern California, called the Institute of Noetic Sciences. And the word noetic, Noetic, that word generally means like accessing information outside of your five senses is one way to define that word. Sort of to noetic, which comes from gnosis and so on. But anyways, he created this Noetic Institute, which is connected to that, basically studying, psychic abilities and things. And apparently he was involved in the CIA program that was involved in the remote viewing and a lot of that stuff. Edgar Mitchell. And he also was the one who claimed that he's been to space and all that kind of stuff as well, astronaut, all that.
He did a psychic.
Really interesting because hold on, Kosho. Let me just respond to Geo real quick. I had posted a video like maybe a week ago. It's called the Silva method, and this guy's supposedly a popular remote viewer. Have you guys heard about him?
What's
His
his name?
name's like
Yuri
Jim.
Geller?
No, not Yuri Geller. His name's like Jim or John Silva. I'll post
Jim.
it in a second. Anyway, his method is basically like I do the same thing daily, like meditate, and it's some like other like menial like memory exercises, and there's a couple other things where it's like, okay, you're just talking to yourself, but supposedly a lot of people say it works. I'll go ahead and post it, and it's actually like it's like old. It's like from the 80s.
I just want to say real quick. I'm sorry. I know we're on a topic, and not to go into any dramas, but Austin, the guy that well, M Stone is in the chat. I just voice verified him, but he's the one that I don't know what city you were in Texas. I forget. Was it Dallas or where he was like wanting to fight you and the whole deal?
Yeah.
Guys, you know what? Real quick,
Hold
just
on.
on behalf of M Stone,
Yeah, he's in the VC. Is all I'm telling you.
I'm just saying, hey, Witsit and everyone, M Stone, me and M Stone used to hate each other, but he's not a bad guy.
Yeah, I know. I'm not trying to go into drama. I was just mentioning.
Okay, so I think that
Can we
Rakia
get
wanted to
back
say
to
something. So I think
Crypto's
New Leaf
question?
was going to respond to Crypto's question, and then we got Rakia.
One sec. Brian, can you put me son on mute, dude? Because you're causing an echo.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, so it's Smooth, and then
It's Crypto. Crypto, can you rephrase your question?
Yeah, that's what you thought about Deja Vu.
Oh, right. Dude, so I've heard a lot of conflicting stories because personally, I feel like I have really bad deja vu. And I've heard a lot of conflicting stories of why the brain perceives things to be deja vu. One of the claims is that the brain likes to develop organization and patterns and likes to connect things. So if you have a similar feeling in a similar place, it could create the sensation of deja vu because it's the brain trying to understand where you currently are and create a pattern.
That doesn't make sense because you would get deja vu every morning when you wake up in bed because you're in the same place.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I have deja vu, it's a very it's almost like time reverses, and I have this very strong sense that I have already experienced this. Like this has already happened.
Yeah, no shit. Your hair stand up on end, and it's fucking balmy.
Yeah, I don't think it's as simple as pattern recognition. Like I've heard the argument before, and it just to me it's very unconvincing. Like pattern recognition is something we do every day. Like you remember how chicken tastes, and you don't get deja vu the second time you eat chicken, right? So this argument I find very unsatisfying. But with regards to so the reason I brought this up was because you said, oh, if people were kind of seeing the future in their millions, then it would be well known. Well, everyone knows what deja vu is, and most people have experienced it. So I feel like it's almost like if something is so well known, it becomes normalized that you then forget that it's actually a strange phenomenon.
Yeah, well, like one of the main things that should be pointed out about this conversation is it's always going to be limited to anecdotal information. Like that's kind of like with the remote viewing. You have this guy, he's got a notebook of like 30 things and before and after of videos people picked out and stuff like that. And someone can watch it and say, "Oh, he's lying. He already knew about the videos and blah blah blah." Someone tells you, like I told you, I hadn't talked to this person in 4 years. Randomly knew I was about to talk to him, and then they messaged me a few hours later. You could be like, "Cool story, bro. I don't believe that," or whatever. Or you could just call it a coincidence. And you can never tell if someone actually knew about the future or did anything like this without listening to their experience. And therefore, it's always going to be anecdotal, and you could never definitively prove it effectively. So, I mean, you could test it in many ways. Like you could make sure the guy doesn't see what he's looking for, and then he was able to draw it or something. I don't know, but I just think that's kind of the point here. Like Jaren tried to test it and had the remote viewers on there, and they got pretty close. It was like a picture, but he messed up. He cut it out of the magazine and all this stuff, and you're not supposed to do that. And it has writing on the back, and you're not supposed to use magazine because of that, because they'll pick up stuff from the back. But I think there is something to it. He was a well popping out of water. And they were like talking about like it's like there's water, there's something that looks kind of like a torpedo coming out. He drew like the area of something breaking through the water, and that's pretty crazy that they were able to do that.
Black and white tuxedo color.
Yeah, tuxedo colors, which is what the well was. So, Rakia's back. What's up, bro? You want to say something?
I want to make a statement. There's no response needed. It'll be quick. I was going down the highway the other day at night. I closed one eye or covered one eye and looked at the oncoming traffic, and the headlights looked like independent pencil lights, like a laser show in the sky. I challenge y'all to do that and then come back with any explanations. Thanks.
Okay.
I love what you're saying, because you're making a great argument that everyday things can sometimes be devalued just because of how often we see it. So I guess the best way I can respond to your point of deja vu is we all know what it is. Right? We may not know its method of action, but we all know what it is. And whether that's in the United States or in other countries, it doesn't seem to be geo-based. But with, I guess, remote access, as you guys are saying it, don't you think that there would be something similar? We may not know how it worked, but I don't really see in our society any common future-telling abilities. Like, I don't know of a word where it's like, oh, yeah, I foresaw that. Like, I mean, I guess you could use foresaw. That's really the correct word, but you know what I mean? Like, we don't have this colloquial statement to say, oh yeah, I knew that this was going to happen.
You mean we don't have some sort of industrial system to be able to classify it so everybody can understand what it actually is? And it's more colloquial. It's more like for the regular people, right? They would never have a scientific they will never have a scientific explanation because this is like supernatural. Even though it happens on a regular basis to a lot of people, it's still supernatural. Scientists cannot explain this. They cannot put this in a category that everybody can understand. This is why it most likely won't be accepted.
Well,
Wait, here, can I jump in?
Yeah, please.
I've actually got firsthand experience with dreams coming true. My wife has them. She's had dreams that come true. And we've actually got
a... True. Sorry, man. It was shut.
Hold
it
on
was shitty.
Hold on a second. And I've had dreams that come true. And I've often wondered if the deja vu is you having a dream of something that's occurred and you're having the memory of the dream, and that makes you feel like you have deja vu. I can get more specific on what my wife experienced, but that's just the thought I've had.
So that's a cool way to interpret it. That's pretty interesting. Well, I like the idea of this. Let me pose a question to you and then a group question. So to you, I would ask, how probable is it that the event that was going to happen was always going to be the event that was going to happen? What I mean by this, so you had a dream that a situation was going to unfold. Do you believe that because of the dream, you acted differently and caused that situation to unfold? Or do you believe that situation was destined to unfold and you were just, your mind was connecting in the most logical way it would unfold?
To be clear,
well, hold on a second. That was actually directed at me, so let me respond. Well, let me give you a specific, very real, specific circumstance. You're going to probably blow it off a little bit because last time I brought this up, it was blown off, but I'll tell you the sequence of events. I'd met my wife. We'd probably been dating probably not very long. I can't remember the time frame. I've known her probably 15 years now. And we've been dating, and her father works at the Gatlinburg Titanic exhibit. And so she'd been working there. I think several months or a month or so beforehand, my wife had a dream of my dad in kind of like the Titanic environment, and it mainly the aspect of it was like searching the halls of the Titanic, like at the end of the movie Titanic when they're when Leonardo and Kate Winslet meet up after they're both dead, and they meet down in that place. So there was like a death scene there, death feeling, and it was the Titanic. So, and I think she had told me about the dream, and just told me what she had experienced, because she always shares them with me all the time. And then probably not too long later, and we just got her father offered us to go get tickets to go see the Titanic exhibit in Gatlinburg for free. So I think as we were leaving the Titanic exhibit, I got the phone call that my father had died. Now, if you can say that I orchestrated all of that, I would believe you. But I had no control of when my father was going to die. I didn't orchestrate any of that. I obviously had no influence on my wife at that point. She didn't know my father barely at all. I think she'd only met him maybe once since we'd been dating. So there's something more to it than just simply me orchestrating something. So I can't say that was orchestrated by me in any way. So what are the odds of her having a dream about the Titanic and the death kind of scene seemed like the last part of the Titanic movie, and then us at the same time we're going to the exhibit to see Titanic. Then after we're leaving, I get the news my father died.
That's a great point. First of all, I think on behalf of everyone, sorry for the passing, and thank you so much for being willing to, express such a difficult time in your life with us. I have no way to reconcile that information. We can analyze it 100 different ways, but it is odd that situation unfolded. It's a very, very difficult case to respond to.
Yeah, and I've had dreams that come true. Usually I remember them in the event. I'll remember, like, I'll be experiencing the thing that happened in the dream in real life, and then I remember, oh crap, I had a dream about this, and I'll just remember it. And the bad thing I don't do enough to validate is I don't write it down. My wife usually writes her. My wife doesn't. My wife usually writes hers down a lot of times. Sometimes she doesn't, but a lot of times she used to write them down.
Well, I'll say this real quick, which I don't know if this will take. I mean, I'm not trying to take it into a whole conversation of the creator and all of that. Although, I mean, obviously that it's a deep topic, but like from the perspective of a creator who, omnipotent, omnipresent, all of that, that has just, if that creator would, in my mind, be outside of time, meaning it's not like it's sitting in some time, it's not like it's sitting there like, oh, it's 3:00. So if it's outside of time entirely, if it's like an infinite time or, in that sense, and then it created time, then it exists outside of time eternally, which then would mean that all of the time that we're experiencing is all happening in an infinite now moment, and that it's all already happened. And so in that sense, deja vu would make a lot of sense. Sort of like a movie, like a DVD, you put it in, the movie's already been filmed, it's already been created. But when you put it in the DVD player, you're now watching the movie from beginning to end, and you can fast forward, you can rewind. It's like deja vu, or some of these, like you guys are talking about, like having dreams that come true and things like that, or even psychic abilities, seeing the future, all of that kind of stuff. Could that just be, in a sense, like fast forwarding the movie a little bit, or basically just seeing ahead or having some access to that larger field, even though ordinarily we're in time. So in that sense, in that kind of ontological sense, it could make sense that it's all already happened, it's all already there, and it's just a matter of what we're accessing.
Well, I'm sorry. I was going to say the only thing I would say about rewinding, though, I think that the fact that my wife's dream is more kind of an abstract telling or abstract revealing, however you want to term that, that would give true indicator of a creator. Because if it was just a rewinding of the experience, it would be like a DVD player. You know what I mean? But only a conscious entity can put meaning and symbols and events, you know what I mean? Then you can something that's just a rewinding of something that's occurring. Does that make sense? I don't understand what I'm driving at by that.
Right. Yeah. It's not just a kind of a, I was going to say simplistic, even though it's not simple, but yeah, right. It's not just a rewinding, but it actually has, meaning and the symbolic representation. And yeah, I see what you're saying. Like there's even more to it than just a a simple idea of rewinding. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
there's more depth. There's more depth to it. Go ahead. Sorry, I'll let you guys
Yeah,
talk.
no,
I'm trying to work.
No,
No,
no
you're all
problem.
good, man.
I've got a
This is
question.
exactly,
Sorry.
this is exactly where I wanted to kind of bring the topic. So let's say, like, how would deja vu work, right? So, like, this is going to get, and this is for everybody. This is super out there, but we have time, right? There's no way for us to physically go into the present or the past where we can only exist in the present, right? I think I said present twice. Well, we can only exist now. There's no way for me to exist in another time that you guys are not existing with me. Like everything I do, everything else exists as I go along. So the question is, right, how would deja vu work if it was an actual thing? Is that you advanced in time and now you're coming back?
It is
Like,
an actual thing. That's why we're discussing it right now.
I apologize. I think you misunderstood my question. I'm saying with the constraints of time, right? How would deja vu work?
Yeah, it's almost like you in a sense you'd be co-experiencing two moments simultaneously. It's like you're experiencing the moment that you normally feel as the now, you know, it's whatever your time is, the date, whatever. But then in the deja vu kind of experience, it's almost like a co-experience perhaps, where you're actually like rewinding, fast forwarding, kind of having a slightly different time shift, like simultaneously, perhaps.
Yeah, you completely are getting what I'm trying to say, because it's like if you can only exist at one moment, right? Deja vu makes you feel like you've been there in that one moment before, right? But if you can never move from the moment in time that you are, how could you ever really be anywhere else before? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, but
Like deja
we don't know
vu.
we can't move. What you're saying could be true, but we don't know that much. We don't know that we haven't existed in another time. We don't
There's
know.
pretty. Oh shoot, my push to talk didn't work. I was going to say this is somewhat anecdotal, and it's hard to, you know, it's obviously someone's own experience, but there are people that have had experiences on like high doses of DMT, high doses of peyote, ayahuasca, some of these very potent compounds where they've had experiences of like experiencing like the entire life of one of their ancestors. So like they're literally experiencing every moment from their life within their experience. So like in clock time, they're sitting there, you know, they got eye shades on, they're lying down, you know, they're listening to music. They're just going through an experience. So, and you can sit there and say, oh yeah, you know, your experience lasted 8 hours. And they come out of that and they were like, yeah, I just, you know, they experienced the entire lifetime of one of their ancestors, let's say. So, I mean, that's pretty incredible, like a life review, but it's not just, it's like literally experiencing every moment of their life within like a compressed experience. So it's pretty profound to even comprehend how that could even be happening.
Experience the whole past lives things, and if you take that idea into consideration, there are a lot of people that talk about that, right? So maybe maybe whatever this reality is, it does allow for us to live it maybe in another time, you know, quote unquote, whatever that is, because there are people that talk about this, there are people that write about this, there are people investigating.
Yeah, and the past life thing is fascinating because people that work with these either the plant medicines or even like breath work, meditation, different states where they're really accessing it. Like people have had certain past life memories where like pretty profound stuff. Like let's say they have like severe back pain. They've had severe back pain their whole life. They've been to many doctors. Doctors can't figure out what it is. It's just chronic back pain and it never resolves. And then they end up doing one of these experiential therapies. Like I said, it doesn't always involve a substance like mushrooms. It could be doing, there's certain forms of breath work and so on that you can access these states. And once they really do a lot of these sessions and work through it all, they access like a past life memory where they experience or they re-experience in detail of being, you know, stabbed in the back, let's say. And that's how they died in that lifetime. And by going through it experientially, you know, they process that. And then after that, the back pain is gone. And often people resolve, you know, lifelong depressions, phobias, anxiety, panic attacks, all kinds of different psychological issues. And often they find that the resolution of it was accessing one of these past life memories, specifically how they died in that lifetime or some trauma that happened in that lifetime. And what's even more interesting is that sometimes it overlays with this lifetime. Like somebody might have an experience of dying from drowning in a past life. And then they also experienced that in the birth canal, they had like the umbilical cord wrapped around their neck and, you know, where they were suffocating. And then also in childhood, they had like a near drowning experience. So it's like multi-layers that were all connected to the feeling of suffocation. And the final resolution of it was tapping into that previous lifetime and how they died in that lifetime. And then, you know, their lifelong depression, you know, is resolved, things like that. So there's pretty profound ways in which the human psyche seems to organize these different layers.
I'm so happy you just said that, Gio, because I basically said that. In fact, you said it much better than I did, though, much more eloquently. I said that thing to someone on 24/7 the other day. She was suffering from narcolepsy, and she basically said she'd never slept properly her entire life. And I felt for her because she'd even, like, you know, fall asleep behind the wheel, and it happened a few times to her, and she'd had to stop driving. And I basically said, "Oh, what you've just said," I said to her, but she had a few other ailments as well, and you're a bit reluctant to recommend things. You know, I liken it to the pregnant lady on the bottle. You know, where it says consult your doctor before you da. So I was a bit reluctant to recommend anything. But yeah, it's funny how people come out of these states and then they know exactly what to do. Pain isn't just bad. I know it seems bad, but pain's often a pointer to something, you know, the remedy, you know, beyond what we think.
Right. Like the symptom is actually an expression of the potential healing.
Right.
Rather than just a problem, rather than just some problem that should be suppressed with some drug or something. Right. It's something that's actually a symptom of something. It's like if you have a splinter in your skin or whatever, it's like, you know, you don't want to just keep taking painkillers. Like you need to get the splinter out. You need to get to the root of what's causing it.
But isn't that wonderful? How amazing is that? Something that we're universally, pretty much, if you ask everybody, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's just bad. It's all bad." But even that's there's a deeper ramification there, isn't there? That's I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it's just amazing.
Yeah, even going to a deeper level of the soul and like an evolution of the soul, perhaps like with karma and all of those layers as well. Because some people, like the one I mentioned, like let's say being hung in a past life, and then the umbilical cord wrapped around the neck in the birth canal, and then experiences of suffocating in their childhood. So there's like these multiple layers. And once somebody might go work through all that, they also may have an insight that they hung someone in a past life, you know, that they were involved in a hanging as well. So it's sort of like the action, reaction, and like all of those layers that they had to work through to actually evolve their own karmic process and their own soul. And it's like pretty profound to think that, you know, those healings can be profoundly life-changing. And especially if you see it a reincarnation, meaning that this is not our only lifetime, but sort of like a train that has many cars. If one lifetime is just one car on the train track, then on that level, to have some kind of healing like that, it's actually resolving something for your entire soul, like for all, you know, whatever future lives, whatever future experiences you'll have. Like it's actually pulling out a splinter, resolving something that has very deep, you know, ramifications for your own kind of personal soul evolution, you know, and so on. Of course, if you see it that way. I mean, I'm not trying to say this is the way it is for everyone, but I'm, you know, but many people do seem to have like very profound kind of permanent resolutions of things that, you know, perhaps even transcend, like that the healing transcends even after we pass away, or that it's actually like resolving something that is a much larger cycle than just this one lifetime.
Yeah, I can tell you that if you suffered from something as a child, whatever it was, and then you ran away, and rightfully so, you know, because you didn't have the emotional maturity to deal with it. But as you're now older, hopefully, it might not always be the case, But yeah, life usually makes you suffer in such a way because that emotional turmoil hangs around, and it sort of feeds. It feeds on negativity quite clearly. Eckhart Tolle calls it the emotional pain body, and it needs to be, as Gio rightly said, it needs to be addressed. Most people want to sweep it under the carpet, but at some point it needs to be dealt with, or you're just carrying it around like a sack of bricks. And I can speak from my own experience. I actually did this, and it works. And you just need to go. I mean, the thing is, there's a couple of categories. One category might not know what it is. It might just be free floating anxiety that just appears. And you might have put it in a box in your head. Do you know what I mean? But the other person's easier, who knows exactly what it is. That they're much easier. A hypnotist might be able to bring it out the first person. The second person who doesn't know, who knows exactly what it is, you need to relive it, and you need to relive it over and over and over and over again until you process it. I know that sounds counterintuitive. I know it sounds horrific, and it is horrific. And depending on how bad that old emotion is, it will hurt. I mean, like, you'll feel like shit for me, it lasted for like a week or more. It were awful. But once it was done, it was done with.
Yeah, and a lot of people like, in terms of like the idea of re-experiencing it, there's actually, I mean, the way I see it is you're actually experiencing it for the first time, because usually in trauma, the psyche shuts down and there's often like a fracture that occurs. So like, let's say you're a child and you're being like physically abused or something, you're not able to process all that pain. So there's like a part of you that breaks off in order to protect yourself. And then that part that's broken off is the traumatized part. So if somebody's like, quote unquote, reliving that, like let's say they're doing a mushroom session or something like that, and it's actually not really reliving it, it's actually living it for the first time, because the emotions were suppressed at the time. And the fact that it was suppressed at the time, that's what's causing the depression, anxiety, whatever it is that they're dealing with in their life. And so by going into that experience again, you're actually experiencing what wasn't experienced at the time, and actually fully experiencing it, and therefore having that kind of cathartic release from the emotions and the trauma that was actually in there. So it's actually experiencing it for the first time in order to kind of move it through, rather than just it's not like you're just re-experiencing some kind of torture. It's actually moving it through, and it actually feels very releasing in that sense. And
yeah, I had no idea you knew about this stuff, Gio. I'm very, very impressed. Very, very impressed. Couldn't be impressed. But there's a moment in Aldous Huxley's last book. It's called Island, and there's a moment where he comes upon a snake on a mountain or something, and the snake goes to bite him, and he falls down the mountain, and then he talks to this girl. It's all sort of allegory, and he talks to this girl, and he says, "Oh no, I've had a terrible time," and this girl says, "What happened? What happened?" And he goes, "I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it." And then she says, "No, you must talk about it. You must talk about it." And she keeps emphasizing it all the time. And that is exactly what we're talking about now. It's I don't know. If you go listen to the book, it makes more sense. I'm not doing it much justice, but yeah, that whole book is like an allegory,
Yeah. Well, I know I've been talking a lot, so I'll step back for a bit, but yeah, absolutely. But I was just going to say one last thing as well on this, which what's really fascinating to me, which gets really actually exciting in terms of like the larger humanity, as it were. It's like the people in power seem to suppress these experiences. Like they've made a lot of these plants and medicines that our ancestors have used for thousands of years. They've made them illegal. They've suppressed all of this, to the point to where you're supposed to just go to your psychiatrist. You're supposed to be given a pharmaceutical drug to suppress the symptom, and it's all just a brain imbalance. So they've really gone through great extent to suppress the potentials of our actual who we are and the potentials for healing. And what I think is really exciting about it is when people, it's like the idea of the ether as well. Like it's like the idea that there's like collective trauma, so it's like everybody who's had sexual abuse, let's say, there's like an ethereal part of all of the sexual abuse that's like a cluster of energy. And so if one person is doing a peyote session or doing a breath work or meditation, whatever it is, and they process their own sexual abuse trauma, it actually is not only healing themselves, but is actually healing that larger kind of collective field as well. So that's what gets really fascinating, to the point to where if we could have a lot of these tools and medicines and things that we could actually use and not, and people have more understanding. And if more and more people were actually able to heal their own complexes, would that then cause a healing for the larger state of humanity? And that gets really exciting at that point, because there's so much kind of collective trauma and aggression and all these issues. And so that's, to me, what gets even more exciting, is that if this was able to be utilized, more effectively, and people not only could heal themselves, but is it then kind of healing the larger fields of ether that interconnect us? And could we actually get to a point eventually, if more and more people are doing this work, where more and more people are accessing more knowledge and information, having their own healings, and opening up more of the potential of who we are?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You speak so well, dude.
I totally need that.
So it's like a vibration, isn't it? So yeah, of course, it's going to have a ripple effect. This is probably why Gandhi said. What did Gandhi say? Something like, "Be the change you want to see in the world."
That's the purpose of having mass prayer or chanting or mass gatherings where they focus on one outcome.
Yeah, you know what? The thing that I am like working out through, and my mom's got that resistance, because she and I have talked a lot about truth and all that kind of stuff. And man, the stigma of Eastern spirituality and even astronomy with the zodiac and all of that stuff that gets poo-pooed in Christianity, right? Because all of that stuff is like worshiping creation, right? Because that's a no-no.
Well, I never looked into that stuff because I always thought it was nonsense, but I'd love somebody to walk me through astronomy, because I am interested in it, but I always just thought it was just woo-woo for the reasons you just said.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying in terms of what Gio is saying. Like, I'm resonating so much more with looking at the world the way Gio just kind of unpacked that. Like, that's so much more appealing and sensible to me than the Christianity that I grew up in.
Listen, real quick, I can't talk long. I'm just going to make one statement and leave. You guys can get right back to this thing. You're not going to believe this. I just went into Gems. Them guys are denying that we would even see that apparent convergence and divergence.
Why would we not believe that?
It's unbelievable. That's that.
Par for the course, my guy.
Hey, Jeremy, just because you're, the way you presented this argument, I just have a single question for you. In between jumping to the two rooms, did you do any research on this topic yourself?
I know about this. I already know. I've done it, and I know about it. Kosho is trying to set his own. It took us 6 hours to set Xanax straight today. I don't even think he was straight at the end.
Well, this probably is gonna totally take us away from the previous topic.
Yeah, my bad.
No, that's fine. We could go back. It doesn't matter. We can jump around. But I mean, I do have some thoughts on that. I don't think I heard all of what happened earlier, but you're saying, yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know what topic we're gonna go, if we're gonna shift into that, because that there's, like, on a globe, if you're just rotating at the equator, like, I understand why you'd see the clockwise and counterclockwise if you're north of the equator or south of the equator. I get that idea. You're on a globe that's rotating, so you're moving in a circle, and the stars would move in a circle in relation to that, connected to the axis. But if you're at the equator and there's just stars out there, just all out there, millions of trillions of miles away, and you're on the equator and you're rotating, why would you I don't think you would see diverging and stars. You would just see see straight lines of stars going across your sky. The fact that we do see diverging shows that they are actually diverging above the planar Earth.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
Because the Earth can't be spinning in two different directions at the same time.
Right.
You want to know
It's one. It's a straight line. Like, the equator is a straight line. Now, north of the equator, it's not a straight line. If you're north of the equator, let's say you're at 30 degrees north and you try to circumnavigate, you can't just go due east or due west. You have to slightly turn, just like you would on an AE map. You have to slightly turn your boat, to the right or to the left as you're going around. But at the equator, it's a straight line. So the fact that it's a straight line at the equator, all the stars should be straight.
Yep. You know what they want to? Do you want to know what they used against me? They said they're not going clockwise and counterclockwise. They're all going in the same direction. Wow. I'm not joking. Unbelievable.
Have you guys ever heard of the channel called Dutch Sense? And he does like earthquake analysis.
No.
He's got about 500,000 followers. And anyway, there was Cammy, Bob's wife from Globebusters. She wrote to him once in an email and tried to suggest that he should look into flat Earth. And I just posted a clip earlier on. I'll post it again of his latest video, and he's saying, I think it's getting to him because he said that because it doesn't work out with his analysis of earthquakes. He said either the Earth is not a ball, or it's flat, or it's way bigger than they tell us, and there's lots of missing land, something like that. I'll share the clip.
I'd be interested to see that clip, actually.
The other thing that I was thinking about along what Gio said is if you see the reflection of the sun on the ocean at your feet, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And then the person next to you doesn't see your reflection, but they see their own. That's what would happen with the star trails as you move in different positions. You would create a brand new celestial equatorial line above you. If they did do that because the Earth was rotating, it would do that at every latitude with a new celestial equatorial line.
There you go. I just posted it.
Also, Stellarium. Oh, go ahead, yeah.
No, that's interesting. I'd have to think about that. That's interesting. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Just for the record, Stellarium, it's not an accurate representation of reality. Just so everyone knows that. That's not coming from me. That's coming from all them dudes. Fucking amazing. Absolutely amazing how all this shit has turned around like 180. It's like a 180. I'm sitting here arguing for clockwise and counterclockwise rotation, and they're telling me no, they're all going in the same direction. The exact opposite of what was happening like a year ago.
Well, they are kind of. I mean, on a globe, like there's one rotation. So I guess you'd have to define what you're saying they meant by that.
They're not. I don't know. I don't know what they meant by that. When I brought that up, they told me they're not going clockwise and counterclockwise. They're all going in the same direction. That silly shit that we used to say like 3 years ago when people were running around denying the clockwise rotation. I said it before. I've used that argument before. No, they're all moving in the same direction. They would say, no, they're clockwise and counterclockwise. Like it's 180 from what it was. That's all. It's amazing.
Well, they kind of are. It's kind of both. Here, I'm going to post this little GIF.
Yeah, it's both, but you can't deny the clockwise and counterclockwise thing. And if you can see both sides of the equator, they have to be moving on clockwise. That means that a segment of the sky, the stars would appear to get farther apart, depending on which way you're looking at the equator. If you don't move your head, if you do just what a star trail cam does, right? Just sit there and look in one spot. At the beginning of the night, you're going to see these two stars. At the bottom, they're going to be close together. As time progresses, you don't move your head or anything, you'll see them appear to be further apart, just like the star trails. Anyways, you guys could switch up. We went down this for 8 hours yesterday. It's like starting over at square one every time. They went through its perspective. First they said we don't see that. Then they said it's perspective. Then somebody said it was because of the camera lens. Same exact thing, rigmarole we went through today for fucking 8 hours.
I think I got a good analogy for that. You guys see how in cartoons and in pretty much every TV show, no matter how big the drama is, how storyline changing it is, the very next episode things are still exactly the same. Well, it's kind of like the Globers, right? It don't really matter the amount of logic that you use, the reasoning, how much you dismantle their arguments. They come the very next day like absolutely nothing.
Well, Jeremy, I just posted that little GIF. I don't know if you're able to look at it, but I know sometimes you're not. But I mean, it sort of shows like he basically just has like a dowel rod, and then he's got two things stuck to the end of it. He's rotating it in one way. It's only rotating one way, but if you look one way, they're going clockwise, the other way clockwise. So it is just one rotation, and you're spinning your head. You know, so I mean that does
Yes,
fit.
they're all going in the same direction. I do agree with that argument, but in this scenario, they're going clockwise and counterclockwise on either side.
No, it's the perceived. Jeremy, like if you do you wear a watch, Jeremy?
I wear a watch. I wear a watch.
Okay.
Listen.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead. Go ahead.
Does your watch have a seconds hand?
No, it's digital.
Okay. Well, if you have an Apple Watch, turn it to a face that has a seconds hand. What you can do is you can put your back towards a mirror, look at the watch, right? When you look in the mirror, though, you'll see that even though the watch should be spinning in a clockwise fashion, right? It's spinning counterclockwise. Perspective has a lot to do with how you observe clockwise and anti-clockwise.
These are all the flat earthers arguments like 2 years ago. Okay, so your analogy falls apart
Jeremy, I
because
apologize. I'm
we
not.
can be at the equator.
Go
Hold
ahead.
on. Your analogy falls apart because at the equator we can see both of them at once. The clockwise and counterclockwise. We can see this happen at once because we can see on both sides of the equator.
I never knew this. Can you show me any image
Yeah.
where we can watch the stars counter rotate amongst each other?
Yeah, we'll drop you a picture.
Well, here I just posted this GIF which somebody made. These are like close and local stars on a globe, and they do show the diverging at the equator. But keep in mind these are close and local stars. So on a flat planar Earth, if you actually have close and local stars that are actually diverging, then of course that's what you'd see. This GIF tries to kind of be like, yeah, that's what you'd see on a globe too. But these are close and local stars. So put those stars trillions of billions, quadrillions of light years away. I don't think you would get that diverging and converging because they're infinitely far away. They're not close and local. But this animation does kind of show their idea of how it would happen like that. It's hard to say because it's so theoretical. Like there's, if you were on a ball with stars light years away, would the stars diverge or be straight? It's a little tough to pin that down.
You see these pictures I'm dropping you, man?
Saw the first one.
See, I think if those were light years away, there's no way that you'd get that.
I don't
So,
understand.
that's laser vision. Hold on real quick, Smooth. I'm going to post my star trails, and you'll have to watch at least a minute to see the star trails come up in the video, and you'll see it then. So just hold on for a second. But Gio, even though the GIF you shows them moving in the same direction, when you look to the south, it's a clockwise rotation. So,
well, the problem with that GIF is that when it goes to the north, it's as if the dude is standing on Earth looking up. But when it goes to the south, it's like the dude's head's upside down. So that's the problem. Basically,
no, it's the other one I'm talking about, the one that you had with the dowel rod.
Oh, okay. What about that one?
In that one, the dowel rod is moving in the same direction, but when you look north, it's counterclockwise, and when you look south, it's clockwise.
That's what that GIF shows.
Okay.
Doesn't it? It first shows east counterclockwise, and then when it goes to the other one, they're clockwise, right? Oh no, you're right. Wait, no. Yeah, it is clockwise and counter. Yeah, it is.
So there's my video, Smooth.
All right, I'll be back. Does it have sound?
Just music.
Yeah, Travis, there's no way that what you showed right here could happen on a globe with infinite
Geo,
stars.
they literally showed.
This
Geo,
is
they
just
literally showed me.
100% debunk. It's just that's it. That's but it'll take time for everyone to catch up to it. But yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
They literally showed me that same GIF you posted with the green star trails, and you're zooming in and out and going. You're looking at all the different rotations. Then it gets to the equator. You see them diverging and converging. And then they told me we don't see that. Like this right? Yeah, they told me we don't see that.
Yeah, well, they should say that if they want to hold their globe model. The problem is we do. So it's kind of a catch-22. They either admit it and then it's like, okay, it doesn't work, or they just say it's not happening and hope that people don't figure it out. I mean, I'm not speaking for those people you talk to. I'm just saying in general.
Look at these people in the chat are so funny. I'm just gonna stop interacting in the chat though. Like if someone will come to VC, I don't know. But it's like not understanding how cameras work is not evidence of flat Earth. What does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Like they've had this script they say for years where it's like, oh, it's only wide angle. They really what they say is like it's panoramic. It's which doesn't matter. But then not even all of these are panoramic, right? And then instead of acknowledging that it doesn't matter, just like not understanding how cameras work, is not evidence of flat Earth. You couldn't stand on a single location and look out in a single direction on a globe and see the stars moving in opposite directions, because supposedly the stars are in an absolute frame of reference and the Earth is moving. So it makes the stars look like they're moving, which means it's the rotation of the Earth that causes the stars to look like they're moving in said direction. So the Earth's only rotating in one direction. You couldn't see them. The Earth can't be spinning two different ways.
You mean for the north and south, clockwise, counterclockwise?
Well, just like if you're just standing at one place, looking in one direction, how can you see opposite rotations on a globe?
Well, I mean, if you're like in an office chair and you're, that can spin around and you're sitting in a room, if you look up and spin yourself, it's going to look like the ceiling's going, clockwise, let's say. Then if you look down, spinning yourself the same way, it's going to look like counterclockwise.
That's my point. We're not looking up and down though, right? Like we're looking at one direction. We're looking up over, say we're looking at whatever direction we're looking at. That's the direction we're looking. We're just looking that way. We're not looking in different directions. If we turned around, well, that's why I try to say the panoramic thing. But look, these aren't even all panoramic shots. Like the one with the house in it.
I think I see what you're saying. Like, because we were using this analogy. If you're in like a huge planetarium and it's huge and you've got like a circle of stars, a sphere of stars around you, and then you're in an office chair in the middle of that planetarium. If you look up and you spin yourself, it's going to, clockwise, counterclockwise. But if you just look straight, horizontal, you're not going to see diverging stars. It would just look like a field of stars. Is that what you're saying? Like trying to see two rotations at the same time, which is what we're seeing at the equator like this?
Yeah. If it's because the Earth is spinning, the Earth would have to be spinning in two different directions. If you're looking in one direction, standing on one location, looking at the sky, you couldn't see in one singular direction. You couldn't see two different rotations if it's just because the Earth's spinning.
Right.
No, that's not true.
Yes.
That's not true.
Because the reason that the stars look like they're doing that is because you're on a circular path. Like if you're at like 30 degrees north on a globe and you're looking at the globe from the top, you're making a circle and you're curving. So that's why the stars are going to reflect that. But if you're at the equator where the line is straight, that's not going to happen. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. Like how could it happen? You said it could happen. New leaf, smooth. Well, how can it happen?
Well, if we look at the GIF.
Hey, Smooth did you watch my video?
Yeah, I watched the first 2.5 minutes, but I didn't...
Okay, so when you got to the star trail, trails, did you see a southern rotation and a northern rotation? If you weren't paying attention, it's not going to help this conversation.
No, I mean I was watching it, but I don't really understand like the way your video was like strung together. Like At 1 minute 14, I'm not really sure what you're trying to show me. And then I'm not sure at like 1 minute 24 what that elliptical orange line is. And then at 1 minute 32, like I'm just like I said, I respect and value the video you showed me, but it's hard for me.
Okay, so
But to answer the other question real quick, if we look at Geo's thing, and I'll just reply to it, at 55 minutes of the last hour, you could see how if the globe was spinning in one direction, you could see something counterclockwise and clockwise. Like that's the best way to see that.
Wouldn't these 2 points have to be exactly 180 degrees separated, though?
Which 2
They don't appear
points?
to be. With the 2 points of rotation.
Dude, so this is something that I've been playing with all day, right? And I've been trying to think about this. So the way I keep trying to think about this is, if you took a car axle. See, that's the problem. If
How about your ceiling fan in your bedroom?
no,
Put
no.
a picture on it. Stand on one side of the room, and
No,
it'll appear to be spinning clockwise. Stand on the other side of the room, and it'll appear to be spinning counterclockwise.
Will it?
You can do this at home.
Yeah, it's a very simple
No.
experiment you can do yourself.
You have to be over or below it.
Yo, look what this is so funny. Mirage Perspective just tags me. You're simply wrong. Have a disco ball rotate in a room. You'll see clockwise on the ceiling and counterclockwise on the floor. And
Yes, that's
literally,
right. Correct.
And literally, Gio just said that. And I explained that requires you to look up and then down. But we're looking in one direction. So it's not analogous.
Yeah, it is, because you could be having the analogy of standing on a globe and looking left to right. So
just looking straight.
You got bad feedback, Ed.
Yeah, Ed, there's something going on with your mic. It's a real loud static something.
So go back, Smooth. Go back to my video and just go to 49 seconds.
Give me 1 sec. I have a work thing.
We're just looking in one direction. What am I missing? We're looking in one direction.
You're not missing
Yeah.
anything. You're not missing anything, man.
What a joke, man. I guess the part that triggers me, and I shouldn't let it trigger me, it's like how arrogant and like derogatory they are. I'm like, my gosh, bro. The freaking irony.
So if everybody wants to look at a GIF or whatever's in the chat that has the star trails, Orion is a constellation that is going to be on the celestial equator. Let me put my video in the chat just for everybody. I think I already did, but there it is again. Go to 40 seconds, 50 seconds. You'll see Orion come up from behind the landscape. That's the celestial equator. Above Orion is the northern celestial rotation. Below Orion is the southern. If you push play, you will see the north rotate counterclockwise. You will see the south rotate clockwise. It's right there in the video. Looking one direction.
Sorry, I'm just responding to it.
What I've always heard is like their argument is you have to use a panoramic, and then so basically the camera is looking in two different directions. But that's not true, right? You don't have to use panoramic. So then what they're saying is they're actually conceding refutation of the globe if you have anything that catches this without panoramic. That's what they're doing.
I mean, you could look at this and see this with your eyes. You're not going to see a trail. Obviously, you're not going to see a star trail with your eyes. You will be able to see the positions of the stars, though. So you could look at it when the stars are at the bottom. You know, they're in one spot or wherever you're not moving your head from. And at the bottom, it'll converge, and then it'll start to diverge as it goes up. The positions of them. Not that, you won't see the trails, but your eyeballs are still going to see the positions of them, right? Like they're saying this won't happen if you see it with your eyes. Like they're denying this is even an observation.
So here's a good way to do it, right? If those little
Just take my video, Smooth. It's right there in the video. It's right there for you to see it.
no, I'm trying to show you conceptually how this works. Like if
We don't need you to. We understand this. We want you to catch up
let
with
the homie
us,
talk,
man.
Well, I was trying to respond to like why this works on why the globe doesn't have to be rotating in two separate directions amongst the equator. I was trying to show like
Yeah,
how
let's hear it.
perspective. Yeah, so like if you are in a gumball machine, right? And you're looking, and let's say the gumball machine is rotating, right? So as we look up towards where you put the gumballs in, right? And we'll rotate the gumball machine clockwise. As you look up, it's going to be rotating clockwise, right? The orb.
You're gonna
But
say
as-
the same thing. You're gonna say the
Yeah,
same thing that they
you're
just
telling
said.
us what you're.
Maybe it isn't.
Come on, percentage, man.
No, just it's all right. It's all right.
If you look down, it's gonna look different. Is that what you're gonna say?
No, well, what is?
Not down, south.
Yeah. So if you look in two opposite directions, they'll look different. Puts a perspective. That's your argument, right?
Is that what you're saying, Smooth? That's
I don't. I mean, it's just all the stars are moving east to west. All the stars are moving in one direction. Your perception depends on which way you're looking, and that's all there is to it. I don't.
No, that's
really
not
don't
just
understand
all
what
there
it
is to it. I just refuted it 7 times in a row. If I'm looking in a singular direction from a singular location, you couldn't have stars moving in the sky in 2 different directions because
Not only-
you claim that it's the
I
spin of the
didn't say
Earth.
that.
Well, that's
didn't
what we're
say that.
saying. So you're not responding to what's being said.
But that's a straw man then.
It's
No,
a
we're
straw man.
correcting.
What?
No,
What?
we're correct. No, we're correcting your mistake. So,
What is my mistake?
this is
Yeah,
what
can I
my
be- Right.
this is
So one
this
sec.
is what my video demonstrates. I don't have to look in 2 different directions to see the star trails in California at 119 longitude, 34 latitude, or negative 119. I look south and I see both of them at the same time, just like if I was at the equator, except from my position, the celestial equator is at a 45-degree angle. But I don't have to look one direction and see one rotation and look another direction to see another. I look in one direction and see both.
The question is, with the globe measurements, is it a geometrical impossibility to see these diverging star trails from the equator? With your naked eye.
Right, but we're not talking about looking north and south. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking
didn't
about.
say that.
Okay, I'm just trying. Yeah, I've been at it since 6 o'clock this morning. Percentage, that's fine, but I'm trying to clarify because when I challenged Kosho with this, he sat in a chair, pointed his camera up, rotated one direction, pointed his camera down, rotated that same direction to show me that north has one way and south has another. That's not what we're saying. We're
I know.
saying.
And let me clarify, because I didn't say that you're looking in different directions at all. Okay? So the question is whether or not with the globe measurements, it's a geometric impossibility to have diverging star trails while looking at the same area of sky at the equator.
According to everyone
With your naked eye.
Gems, according to everyone in Gems, that doesn't happen, and you can't see it. You can't
It's
observe it. We only
not-
see it.
Sorry.
We only see that because of when we put it in a picture or on paper or something. But we wouldn't see that. We wouldn't see that according to them guys.
Nothing to do with geometry, right? So they claim that the stars are stationary relative to the Earth, okay? And that they look like they move because the Earth is spinning. So what's the cause of the stars moving in the sky? Earth spinning. Okay, I'm going to stand on this Earth that's supposedly a ball that's spinning. I'm going to look straight ahead in one direction. You cannot see the stars going
No,
in
your
two
stuff's
different
done, bud.
directions because the Earth would have
Can
to
you
be
take it
spinning
easy
in
up
two
here at
different.
night too? Maybe keep TV down like one
Hot
notch,
mic.
lower than wherever you had it.
You're hot micing, bro. Jeremy. So, like, I don't see what's. You couldn't stand on the globe and look out in one direction of the sky, right? And see stars going in opposite directions while you look out in that singular direction. Because the
Exactly.
supposed cause of it is the Earth spinning.
Yeah, you have to believe that they go the opposite direction because all of a sudden now you're upside down and it's just a matter of you being upside down that makes them seem to go the opposite direction, but you can't have that if you're looking at both of them, one moving clockwise and one moving counterclockwise at the same time.
Yeah, like if you go north on the ball and south on the ball and look in different directions, it makes sense, sure. But it doesn't make sense looking out in one direction from one location.
Correct.
I don't know. I don't find this a convincing argument because it depends on like the intermixing of two different mechanisms. The mechanisms of their, their distances that they give with their model plus perspective, how perspective works. And
None of that was even relevant. You're going to have to
How's it
offer
not relevant, man?
specificity. Okay, because the distance to the stars don't mean anything. It doesn't
They
have
do,
anything to
actually.
do with the distance to the stars. Like, yeah, they claim the stars are still relative to the Earth. And the only reason they look like they move, that's because they're so far away. Sure, okay. And they claim that since the Earth moves, it makes the stars look like they move. The Earth spins one direction, which means that the optical effect of it looking like the stars move is one direction. If I look out in a single direction, I can't see two different directions of movement because the Earth would have to be moving in two different directions.
You can't automatically say the optical effect that automatically translates to the optical effect being one direction because we know perspective, is kind of like a variable.
Well, you would have to you would have to show us that it's possible in a physical model.
Yeah.
So just like
Well,
I
isn't
said to
that-
Coach, just like I said to Coach,
isn't that go ahead?
just like I said to Kosho, build a physical model that demonstrates this claim. Because if you're claiming that it's a physical reality, it should be able to be physically modeled. It can't.
They just
so
get
you
to
guys
say
deny
no.
the Eric Dubé kind of like explanation of the southern celestial pole that it happens with perspective, the personal sky dome explanation.
Yeah, and that's looking in one direction, seeing one effect. That's our point, though. Like, if you're looking in one direction on a globe, you can't see two different directions of stars.
Right, like
And-
on a globe, the reason that at the end of the day, the reason that the stars look like they're going clockwise or counterclockwise is because you're moving in that way. You're making, like, if you look at the globe from above and you're at like 40-degree latitude, you look at the globe from above, it's because you're making a circle. If you were seeing it from above, you're making a circle. So if you then flip that circle is now copying itself in the sky. But if you're at the equator, I know I've said this like 5 times, sorry for repeating it, but if you're at the equator, you're not making a circle, you're making a straight line. So there's no reason that the stars should be diverging at all. They should all just be moving straight across your field of view.
No, but if you're at the equator and you're looking left towards the south, right, or right towards the north, it's going to have this effect. So the question
we're
is
not doing
whether
that,
when
though.
you're I know, but the question is whether when you're looking at one area of sky, if that effect can still happen from the left side of your field of view to the right side of your field of view. If it's basically like looking a little bit left and look a little bit right from both sides of the field of view. If you see that divergence.
No, because you're standing looking in one direction. You can replicate it and show that if you had stars and you spun whatever's observing the stars and it makes it look like they're moving, it's going to be relative to the moving object, right? So you'd have to be changing your position and angle of view on that object for there to be a change in what you see with the stars moving. The only way to do it.
Okay, so a wide-angle lens lets you see more of the left and right.
It's got
Without
nothing to do with
lens, you still hold up. Without a wide-angle lens, you still have that same effect, but it's just hugely decreased. It's reduced. That doesn't mean that it's now perfectly straight. There's still a little bit of left on the left side and a little bit of right on the right side.
Okay, first of all, I just dropped the picture that's not wide angle. It's not panoramic. Okay.
I know, but I'm saying without
Secondly,
that,
that
you
doesn't
still have
even
the same
treat-
phenomenon, but just hugely reduced.
Do you have some type of evidence for this? Can you give us
Yeah.
some type? Are we now letting Glover skate with just I'm just gonna appeal to ambiguity and what
Hold up.
ifs? I don't get
So
it.
do you think then that with a wide-angle lens that the curvature that you see, the distortion that you see with wide-angle lenses, it just goes from that to 0, from the port, like when you're no longer using a wide-angle lens. That's not gradual towards the
What does
center of
that
the frame.
have to do with what we're talking about, bro?
I mean, if you can't pick up what I'm saying, putting down, then I don't know.
Don't project onto me, man. Like, objectively, no one's offered a specific rebuttal to what we've said.
With a wide-angle lens, with this panoramic view, you see these curved lines, right? This is a distorted effect because you see more. You're basically seeing left and right at the same time, right? But this effect isn't like all or none. As soon as you get rid of the wide-angle lens, it's not gone. It's a gradual effect towards the center of the frame.
No one's saying that it's gone. No one's saying that.
That's my point. So when you get rid of the wide-angle lens, you still have the less divergent, the very slightly diverging lines from the left and the right of the frame, even though it's not wide angle.
Why it's not slightly diverging on the edge of the frame? It's doing it throughout the entire picture, dude.
What else are you gonna?
Yes.
What else are you gonna use but a wide-angle lens?
You don't need a wide-angle lens. That's the whole point.
Just look at the picture, man. It does it in the middle.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. You could argue that it's
Just use a
wide-angle
rectilinear
lens.
lens.
It does it in the middle.
So if it
It's
does it in the
not-
middle, we have no straight stars whatsoever.
We have some right through the middle, and then right from that middle, they start moving in both directions.
Converging and diverging.
Right from the middle.
It doesn't
Yeah,
have
of course,
anything
but
to do with the
it's
lens.
Slighter, the curving, the curve is slighter towards the center, right? It gets
Okay, so
more
if I look
pronounced
over
as
to
it
the
goes
left
out.
and well, I got a question for you. If the center straight line's not directly in the middle of the image, then how's that work?
The center straight line's not directly in the middle. It should be. If there's a star in the center that you're looking at, then there should be a straight star.
Hey, Whitson, did you put your picture in the right
off-center,
place?
then.
Because I don't see the picture. you're
Yeah,
talking
I don't
about.
see it either, Witsit.
Yeah, I dropped a bunch of them. I'll drop them again.
In Livestream 1.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, 56 past the hour.
Oh, well, that's... Yeah, but he made it sound like he was doing it right now.
Well, I didn't realize that many people had posted since.
Okay. Yeah, it's also important that to know that the celestial equator is not the same as the equator that they attribute to the splitting of the globe. They're two different lines, which fucks it all up.
But the celestial equator is above the equator, is it not?
No, it's not in line. It's not in line with the equator, according to some people that I respect. It's two different things. The line that they call the equator is not the celestial equator. It needs to be for the globe, but it's not.
How offset is it?
Well, like I said, I'll give you E1's talk again if you want to look through his whole presentation. He talks about this, and a lot of it is that the Orion seems to line up with ancient monuments from Easter Island all the way over across the plain. And if Orion still lines up with those ancient monuments, that's how we know where to put the continents, and that's where the real celestial equator is. Not the same as what they're calling the equator, because Orion's belt runs right through the middle of the celestial equator.
Yes,
that's how we know where that is.
They're claiming it's lensing effect. This is wild, bro. Like, they just have a script, so they just keep saying it. No matter what you say, they're just going to keep saying the script.
I was listening earlier. I was a little bit behind. I heard something Jeremy said, and I jumped in because I don't know if there was some confusion, but the ballers used to say is that there's a clockwise and counterclockwise, but they never said that was actually happening. They always said that it's because the globe puts you upside down, so it seems as though they're going counterclockwise. They never argued that was literally happening, even though that's what we literally observed.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jeremy thought that's what they were arguing, that they actually went two different directions, but no, they never argued that. They always said, this is what we observed, but it's only because we're on a globe that this happens.
Like, Percent, look at that last picture I posted. You see the straight lines are not in the center at all. The straight lines are on the edge of the picture to the right.
Yeah.
So how's that work?
Well, I'm imagining this is happening more at the northern hemisphere. or heaven's plane, or what have you. And so those stars have, like, on the right side are getting towards the equator, the celestial equator.
Yeah, Witzy, do you know the latitude where that
I
was taken?
don't. I don't.
Okay. Because I mean, I was thinking I do go to Dubai every year, and Dubai is 25 degrees north. I don't know how far or close, like maybe Florida is. If we've got any Floridians in here, maybe they could make an observation.
Hmm.
I think Dubai's going to be too far north to do something like this.
I'm also going to repost that video I just posted where the guy demonstrates you put the two electrodes in the water and they funnel in, one going clockwise, one going counterclockwise. They all move the same direction through the celestial equator, but literally they're going in the opposite direction. So it's a physical representation of what could be happening.
Lensing.
I'm at 28 degrees north. I don't know if that's far enough south.
Probably not, honestly.
Listen, if you have 2 points of rotation, okay, one of them's going clockwise, the other one's going counterclockwise. I mean, can you look at it at a different direction and have it not be clockwise and one and counterclockwise at the other point?
Well, if you're looking at it through the celestial equator, they all seem to be going just the same. They're funneling through the middle, right? Then they're going off in their opposite directions, separating like two adjacent star sets above a stationary Earth, separating 360 degrees. Milky Way gets split apart according to the presentation I'm about to post again. Milky Way gets split apart, it reconvenes, but if you were standing at the equator, you would just see them all going the same direction because they're all funneling in through the celestial equator and then separating and then funneling in, just like in and out, in and out, in and out, just like thermodynamics works. That's what we observe.
But your eyes would never see that. Really?
No.
Wait, that's your argument, bro? You can't see the
Standing
stars
on Earth.
moving in the sky. Yeah, you're right. Our eyes don't see time lapse of star trails. That's right.
But what you can do is you can just stand there and look in the same direction and you would still see the position of the stars. You're not going to see the trail. See, this is a weak argument that they made about not seeing the trails.
Is Smooth here?
You can also use an equatorial mount.
Smooth not here?
No, he's gone, bro.
You guys want to hear another argument that no Glover's been able to rebut at all?
Lay it on.
The only way that you can have equipotential increase in electricity, so like an equal distribution of electricity from top to bottom, is to have two Gaussian surfaces, and it'll give you like equipotential lines of electricity, like an increase. If you move the plates, it'll change, right? But it'll keep on being equipotential. That's the only way to get equipotential increase of electricity, is to have two Gaussian surfaces. And on the Earth, we have an equipotential increase of electricity, 100 volts per meter. And of course, the surface is a surface, but what's the surface above? That allows us to have it. And can anyone demonstrate any way to have it without two surfaces? So that's actually like one of the best arguments for a container.
Yeah, that is a good point. It reminds me too of like you can't. A globe floating in a vacuum cannot be grounded. Like there's some like the actual ground field. You can't just have a ground that's floating in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Like because the ground is part of the, like you said, the two surfaces. Like the ground and the sky are actually a dynamic. Whereas on a globe, you don't have a sky, and then you don't even have a ground. You just have a sphere. There's nothing about a sphere that floating like that would actually be able to function as a ground. It's like an open circuit.
Yeah. Well, and also just speculating a little bit, but just looking at those star trails, it almost just feels like it's some kind of ceiling or roof. Just looking at them, rather than they don't feel like they're millions of miles away, and it seems ridiculous anyway. But there's something where it literally looks like you're looking at the top of a marquee or something. You know, like if you've ever been to a festival or something and you have these huge marquees, you look at the ceiling. It looks like those stars are like dots on that ceiling. Obviously, I'm not saying that's true, but
Dude, there literally has to be a surface above us, bro. Sorry, that's just like my most recent favorite argument. I've been asking Globers for about 2 weeks now, and most of them like leave the room.
Do you have a demonstration of it anywhere?
Yeah, I could find one. I do plan on doing it though.
Isn't that what Zach did with his
Yeah.
pizza trays?
Yeah, Zach did it. Yep.
Either way, I just joined the room. Could you restate the question?
Yeah. In order to have equipotential increase of electricity, you have to have two Gaussian surfaces. We have a 100 volt per meter increase on the Earth, equipotential. So we have the Earth as the surface. What's acting as the surface above to give you equipotential increase of electricity?
Hold on, what's it real quick? That was so much to digest. What's a Gaussian surface? I'm thinking of a shape. When you say that.
Could you just restate your question as if you're like explaining it to like a fifth grader?
A surface that can conduct like a charge on its surface, on the surface of a plate or something like that. If you have two surfaces, right, with an electric field between it, if you have two, they're called Gaussian surfaces, then you will have an increase. So like say you draw a line 1 meter, draw another line 1 meter up, you keep drawing a line every meter up. On the Earth, every meter up that you go to the next line, it increases exactly 100 volts each meter. That's called equipotential. The potential electricity increases 100 volts every meter. In order to have that like equilibrium state where you have that perfect distribution that has an equal increase the whole way up, you have to have a surface on the bottom and a surface on the top to give you a like definitive volume where the electricity, there's distribution from the bottom to the top. And that's the only way it can be replicated at all on the Earth is to have two surfaces, and you can replicate it very easily. I've never heard of anyone answer as to how else you could do it. If someone could show me some other way to have equipotential increase.
You said equipotential, but it increases.
Yeah, equipotential means equal potential all the way through the field. Yeah, not oh my God. That's what it means.
It seems like you don't understand.
I don't. I don't
talking about a voltage.
Real quick.
You're talking about a voltage increase as you go higher. That's not equal. I mean, I don't understand why you're using equipotential.
It's an equipotential increase, meaning each meter has an equal increase. It's 100 volts per meter. Every meter.
Potential is equal.
Yeah, exactly. The potential, the increase in potential is exactly 100 volts per meter.
I would call that a gradient.
Okay, well, I'd call it what it's actually called. It's called equipotential because it's the exact same amount of increase in potential per distance.
Equipotential means non-changing.
Yeah, it doesn't change. It's 100 volts per meter.
Okay, real quick.
100 volts increase. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jim.
Oh my God! Anything you can do except for actually address the argument, I guess.
Yeah,
it's a uniform potential.
Well, the actual like technical way that we describe atmospheric electricity is it's equipotential. So I mean, whatever. I guess I could drop Richard Feynman for the globe.
What I was gonna say was then that would seem to correlate also with the pressure gradient, right?
Yeah, it seems to have a correlation for sure. We have an electric gradient on the Earth, and there has to be a surface above us to have that electric gradient.
There you go. But again, what I said was just real quick that if you could find a demonstration of this, so that in the demonstration, the scientist who's performing the demonstration, if he would use equipotential, that would really help us out as well, so that it's not an issue.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick, when you say Gaussian surface, Gaussian was known for two things that I know of. One of them was the curvature thing, and another one is the magnetic thing. Right, so you're talking about the magnetic part?
No, you can use Gaussian surface with electricity.
Surface. Sorry, say it again.
It also refers to electricity.
Okay, so there's something. Okay, so this Gaussian thing, you have to have an electrically charged surface.
That's right.
That's interesting.
By the way, just for a
Trying
citation,
to answer.
just for a citation for the equipotential, I just posted this Feynman, and he uses the word equipotential multiple times. He says, if you are in contact with the ground, you and the ground will tend to make one equipotential surface. Ordinarily, the equipotentials are parallel to the surface as shown in figure 9-1. So yeah, he refers to it directly as equipotential.
Yep.
Any
Parallel
questions?
lines.
Anybody? Any questions? Howard? No.
No,
Other
no,
guy?
I have no questions.
No.
But you retract your critique.
No, I stand by the gradient rather than equipotential.
Oh, so Richard Feynman's stupid.
Yeah, I just think that you may be misunderstanding it or something like that. But to me, equipotential does not mean a gradient.
No, you actually, yeah, you're right and you're wrong. You're correct. Those are different words, and it's a gradient doesn't necessarily mean it's equipotential. A gradient could have like a gradient could be like 100 volts at a meter, and then the second meter is 800 volts, and the third meter is 1400 volts. Like it could be different. Equipotential, maybe you use both of them. An equipotential gradient, you could use them together.
Yeah. That's why we have to use the word equipotential.
Makes complete sense.
Yeah. It has equal amount of potential increased per distance.
Yeah, that's pretty simple, guys. Come on, man.
Because in the word equipotential, the word uniform. So yeah, it's a uniform gradient.
Yeah. But I mean, as opposed to like the semantical diversion, I mean, do any ballers want to tell me how we have that on the Earth when the only way that we can ever attain that in any demonstration ever is to have two surfaces?
Crickets.
Yeah.
Well, but there's a lot of things that they claim. Like, for example, you can't get water to stick to a ball. It's, but they're going to say, well, the size of the ball and the gravity and the space and all this stuff. So, I mean, if they're going to do that, if they're doing that anyways, sort of pseudo physics assertions, couldn't they also just say that too? Like, well, you don't really need a surface because it's the globe and there's the magnetic field and it just dissipates 100 volts per meter out into space or something.
Nah, because they'd have to be able to. They could show any force doing that, right? Like if you could show any force, that would do it, but it doesn't exist.
Plus, they would be doing that ad hoc. Unless they could cite a paper, they would just be pulling that out their ass. Well, if it could. You're just thinking out loud, man. Show me the
That's
paper.
kind of his point, right? Like they, I guess, yeah, they resort to just like basically the globe Earth is so magic it creates all kinds of anomalous physics.
That's dust.
You just don't understand the magic.
Damn it! Doggone it! Magic's just too hard. It's too hard.
Yo, this is a death blow, bro, because I thought about it a lot. Like there is no answer. I'm open to hear one. Like I was sincerely asking. Like I was trying to talk to Jason, get one. He said that Gaussian surface is just mathematical. I'm like, what? So
You said that because it hasn't been demonstrated outside of it, it can't exist outside of it?
What?
Were you saying that it hasn't been demonstrated?
I was saying the only way that you can have it is to have two surfaces. So if you want to show some other way, go for it. But until then, just vaguely appealing to magic doesn't really cut it in any type of intellectual forum.
You're just holding on to that blanket, man. That security blanket.
The rebuttal was just says, are you saying that since that's the only way it ever happens and that's the only way it happens? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, the argument would flow like, since it's been demonstrated in this way, then it can't exist outside the way that it's been demonstrated.
Can you demonstrate it another way?
I mean, just the idea of that argument.
How is this demonstrated? What you're talking about? What is the demonstration that represents what you're talking about?
You can just have two Gaussian plates and create electric field in between them, and you can get equipotential increase from the bottom plate to the top plate. And then you can do all kinds of things. You can reverse polarity. You can change the distance between the plates, and then the equipotential lines will change relative to the new distance between the plates. So you can replicate what we have on the Earth, which is equipotential lines of increase in electricity from the bottom to the top using two plates. You can't use a force, like if you claim gravity well, it's effectively a force, but it's not a force, but it acts like a force. So then you should be able to use a much stronger force on the Earth in some type of demonstration to show that you can use a force above you to act as, to take place of the second plate or surface. You could do anything. You could do. You guys can make up whatever you want to, right? So that's what you guys do. Just like for super rotation, you say, "Oh, I think it's the sun's coming and dapping up the Earth with a little bit of magic, and then sprinkle some Tinkerbell fairy dust, and then all of a sudden the top of the atmos starts moving faster." So,
I mean, you're saying all this. Show me what you're talking about. I need to see what you're talking about. Like, the description is not doing me any justice. I need to see what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do it myself in a few days.
Yeah, I mean, or scientifically accepted paper. It would just be a written demonstration of what Howard's asking.
Well, yeah, I mean, he just dropped what I would drop, which is the Feynman lectures. Because that's like Globe Hero, so I'll drop it again. It's literally explaining what's on the Earth, has visualizations and everything. If you stand on the Earth, right, what happens is these electric lines. Now there aren't like literal lines you can grab or something, right? It's how we it's a convention we use to describe like magnetic field lines, electrical field lines, etc. And the point is that it's a consistent increase up. And if you stand, basically, it's like this field kind of like loops over your head. You take the place of it by being there. But yeah, there's a visualization right there at the top. It tells you equipotential increase parallel to the Earth. You can measure it. You can use a corona motor to actually, run the electrostatic generator utilizing it. The higher the string goes in the air, the faster the motor goes because it has more and more potential. So anyway.
So then how do you think Feynman rationalizes this when he thinks the Earth's a globe and he doesn't?
I think he didn't even, I don't even know, man, because look, even in his little thing here, if you look at his electrometer, it's got two surfaces, two Gaussian surfaces. So like, I don't know if I guess he just didn't even address it or think about it. I don't know.
Yeah. It's just you don't even think about it.
Because NASA pictures. We have pictures of the Earth.
Like Leflane, so if I go do the demonstration and I tape it for you and I show you exactly what's up, you're gonna accept it then?
Well, I'd take it into consideration. I can't say what determinations I'd make about it, but I would look at it.
Is it actually possible at all that we could present information to you where you would actually reconsider your globe belief?
Yeah, sure. It just depends on what you showed me and what it meant and all like that. I mean, we base all of our opinions and ideas based on what we experience and observe.
Oh, I thought it was more so like what everyone was taught and what most people believe.
Well, I mean, as far as the teaching part and the science that I was taught was accompanied by lab where we actually did the things that we discussed in class. It was demonstrated.
You didn't demonstrate anything to do with the globe, man.
No, I didn't take any. Ecology was about the only closest thing I took to an earth science.
Like chemistry works perfectly fine on a flat earth, right?
Yeah, I guess it would. I don't guess it matters. It's all atomic chemistry.
Yo, does anyone in here have a theodolite? Anyone with it?
Did you know that those theodolites have a setting on them? Many of them have a setting called Earth curve correction.
Yeah, George Netchuk told us about it.
Wow, that is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
They have a fake fucking function for their fake fucking Earth.
Yep.
Well, a glober would tell you that proves the globe.
Yeah. I need someone with a
Wow.
theodolite though.
You got to talk to Jesse Gordon. He
I'd rather have
apparently
Rocky do it or DP or something.
yeah. But I'm just saying he allegedly repairs them and then sells them back to people.
Yeah,
No,
he could do it
Michael.
too. Whoever.
Meme. 24/7.
You know what's really funny right now is I'm looking at clouds that are shaded from below and lit from below at the same time. That's really interesting. Just in case anybody was wondering.
Dude,
Clouds are
what is going on
clouds.
with Nate and oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just in case anybody was wondering, clouds are shaded from below the same way they're lit from below.
Well, we can jump to that if you want, but I'm just wondering what's going on in chat. Nate just posted a picture that shows two Gaussian surfaces, and then is saying it's not a Gaussian surface and calling everybody dumb. This is saying the argument's dumb. And then Ed is posting the word equipotential and trying to say that it's only equipotential lines and it's not an equipotential gradient. What is even going on? These guys are reaching.
Wow, yeah, I'm telling you, it's short circuit them, man.
It's weird.
Well, isn't the equipotential demonstrated in the layer?
How is
Each
that a
layer
Gauss?
has equipotential, but it's not like an equipotential gradient. It would just be an electric potential gradient. Each layer would have
Okay,
equipotential.
Okay, so what
Each
would you mean by that?
has equal potential, and when you put that together, the drop off, between all of them is the same. So they all drop off by, I don't know, 100 volts.
volts per meter.
Yeah, so it's
Hold
a
on, just
gradient
real
that
quick.
drops off. And the difference between each layer is the same. That's what is meant by equipotential. But Gio, I want to know, how is that picture Gaussian surface?
Wait. Hold on. I asked the guy who came in and said something about this. I asked him a question and Nate jumped in and started talking. So can we go back to the guy who made a comment before? Because I asked him to explain what he understood by that, right? Could you do that for us? I don't know what your name is.
It literally says that they're plates that are charged right there underneath the picture.
Hello.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're Gaussian surfaces.
It literally does mean that.
Okay, never mind.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, how does it not mean that?
Because that isn't what Gaussian surfaces are. Gaussian surfaces are clearly defined. So to sit here and say that, an electrometer or just having two metal conductive plates equals a Gaussian surface is just not true.
Oh, why not? How about you
That's
pretend
why
you
this
actually
is
know
a
what you're talking
dumb
about? Offer some specificity.
Wait,
Because
hold on.
me personally,
Wait,
I
hold
don't
on,
know
please.
Can I just get in there quickly?
the Gaussian surface is a closed surface in three
Yeah, I
dimensional
personally
space.
don't know what a Gaussian
Plates
surface
are not
is, so
a
maybe
closed
we
surface.
can define our
I guess.
terms. Well, yeah, it's
All
just
right,
that
so-
I asked to get in a couple of times, then people talked over me, so I thought I'm just going to talk until everyone else shuts up. Can anyone define a Gaussian surface?
A Gaussian surface is a closed surface in three-dimensional space, which is used to calculate the flux of vector fields. That's all. It's a mathematical construct,
What
a
does a
mathematical tool.
closed?
Two conductive plates are
What does
not a
a
closed surface in 3D space. That's just two conductive plates. They're not even touching. So how is that a
Hey,
closed
Travis,
surface?
you're roboting, by the way. Travis, you're
It's a
roboting. That's
stupid
why we
argument.
didn't get what you
It's
were saying.
just stupid.
Okay. Yeah. So
But
first of all,
I got to go back on mute. Sorry.
Yeah, well, you can say your point without throwing shade on it all. So I think, what was your point though? Because I think someone talked at the same time.
okay, closed means so that plate is closed, right? Because it's closed off on all sides. It's a plate, like has four sides. It's closed. I guess they think it's something that continues all the way around or something. I don't know what they think, but objectively, a Gaussian surface that conducts electricity and has charge on its surface is a Gaussian surface. I can drop pictures for you if that's what you need. So, and it's used to measure what exactly? Electric fields or magnetic field. So, Yeah, it's just subjective, man. If you have a plate that's conductive, you have two plates, and then you have a gradient in between them that's equipotential. You have a equipotential increase from the bottom of the Gaussian surface to the top of another Gaussian surface. Yikes. Just read a
Yeah, that
Google
was gonna be
definition
my
and came in and
question.
called people stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean they post articles and say, "Here's your answer," and they
Well,
didn't
who did
read
I
the
call
article,
stupid?
and then when you
Like this straw manning and lying needs to
did you not
stop. Who
hear
did I
me?
call?
Wait,
You've
could
been
you hear
you've been
me,
doing
Nate?
that
I'm sorry,
multiple
Travis.
times.
I'm sorry, Travis.
Yeah, you've been doing that in the chat, saying. I guess you didn't call a
But
person stupid. You keep saying this argument
uh
stupid, which is pretty obvious. You're calling everybody who's talking about it stupid by saying it that way.
no, I'm not. Not at all. Smart people can have stupid arguments, Joe. Smart people can say and do stupid things. It doesn't mean I'm calling any of you stupid.
Yeah, you
Like,
pretty.
don't straw man and lie about me.
Yeah, you
If
are.
I wanted to call you stupid, I would
Nobody's
call
lying
you
about you.
stupid.
You typed it in the
You
chat.
are. You are lying. You guys are saying I'm.
All right, carry on. We're not doing the personal attack trash. Take it somewhere else.
If there's any 3D volume at all to the plate and it's closed, it's pretty simple, man. So, Gaussian
Well,
surface.
I just find it funny that they want to attack the terminology and not the overarching idea that you're putting forth, right?
Yeah, like let's just
they
drop the word
find
Gaussian.
any way out of it.
That's the sophistry part of it. Just attack the small little details to blow everything out of proportion.
Yeah.
And somehow, since he doesn't agree with the word Gaussian as it's applied, that makes the whole argument stupid. Then you should be able to rebut the actual argument. There has to be a surface. There has to be two surfaces to have equipotential increase of electricity from one to the other.
Like how crazy it is that they think saying, "Oh, you used this word wrong." Like they think that completely undoes the logic of your argument. Oh, you used this phrase wrong. Oh, you didn't mean it. Like what the kind of shit is that?
Yeah, but I didn't use it wrong, though. That's the ironic part.
Here, well, real quick, and this is kind of a silly question. I'm just not maybe seeing the whole picture here. I'm just sort of not understanding it all. But how can this relate then to like the flat Earth? Right? How does this like prove? Or are you just putting something together that it doesn't have anything to do with the flat Earth? Or how does it
very,
one to one?
very clearly denotes that there has to be a surface above us. So like a container.
For sure. That's what I was thinking. I was just making sure. Yeah, for sure. Okay, thanks for coming.
Can I ask? I am a complete noob when it comes to Gaussian surfaces. Can they be curving or must they be sort of planar in nature?
Oh yeah, that can be curving.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you can have like cylinders and things like there can be different shapes.
Yeah, as I say, I'm
Well,
a
I
total
guess-
Gaussian surface noob. So
Well, I guess the question that I would have piggybacking on that is does the plate surface have to be flat? Because I guess we would be saying that the Earth, even though it's uneven, is a plate, but then the sky would have to be either. Like, I guess my question is, does the sky have to be flat or does it have to be curved?
It can be either. There just has to be a surface. So I mean, and I guess I've found, because I didn't really know much about the Gaussian surface a while back either. I guess so. Like, you could just say conductive surfaces. I guess, but then they're gonna, it's just like people forget about that too. Like, oh, the Earth's not conductive. Blah, blah, blah.
Well,
Which,
you know
mean,
what I'm saying. Like some function wouldn't work if the material was shaped a certain way. You know what I mean? Like what happens with magnets, right? Magnets are strong when there's just one or two, but you put them all together, like hundreds of them together, then they lose a certain amount of oomph, right? So that's my point. Is like, if it's curved, can it not work? That's all I was asking.
It would work, especially like, so if it's curved, it would have to touch down. Right. Which, I mean, if it's like curved, like what people think about like a dome, I mean, logically it would touch down. But in order to maintain the equipotential field, then it would have to touch down. Seemingly, right? Because it can be closed. That's the whole idea. But like actually, enclosed with any 3D volume is sufficiently described as a Gaussian surface. So like a plate, having two plates, that means you have two Gaussian surfaces. I don't know what they think. I guess they looked up pictures and saw like a ball or something. They're like, no, I don't know. Like any 3D volume enclosed. See, like he's saying it again. Watch. I'm just going to drop a link that talks about Gaussian plates. Okay.
Yeah, you don't, he's not saying two plates are a Gaussian surface. Each one is.
Literally, Gauss's law is about 2 charged parallel plates. How funny is that?
I was just thinking, Gio. Remember the other week you were talking about the tether on the balloon that NASA uses. What was that tether called again?
Yeah, electrostatic tethering. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is. Like they basically hang like a cable from underneath the balloon, and then they change the charge of it, which then changes the altitude, makes it rise up or fall. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also a new crypto as well to this. It's kind of why I joined the server actually.
Yeah, learning stuff is nice. Saying no isn't as nice.
Yeah, I can't help feel that Austin's hovering over the target because he seems to be getting attacked quite a lot from all sides. It seems.
Yep. It's weird, to be honest.
I know what happens when you put yourself out there. You kind of make yourself a target.
Yeah.
You know what I find weird though is like I've said this a lot. I'm not necessarily going along with the ether stuff. I find it interesting. I don't necessarily know that it's true or false. But I'm in the position a lot of other people are in who are attacking with it. But I don't understand their need to attack. Like what he's saying is either right or wrong. If you can refute it, then refute it. If you can't, then don't. I think it's that simple.
That'd be crazy out here, bro.
How far up have they measured this electrical field
That's
or
a good.
charge?
That's a good question because they make claims about hundreds of miles. You know. I can't answer that question.
Probably the same way they measured the pressure all the way up.
Is there a definite line that's like kind of hazy as far as the altitude that they have claimed to have gone past, like an area where we know we've gone, but like at an altitude where it's like, well, we don't really know if we've gone past that altitude?
Yeah, anything past 60, 70 miles is super suspect. I mean, I can't even say we can prove up to 40.
Why 60 or 70? Do you say?
Well, that's where they claim that space. That's where they claim the edge of space is, and I've seen some like older documentation about them shooting stuff up about 45, 50 miles. So I don't really know how high it goes, but yeah, any claims past 60 miles get super suspect when they claim that's where outer space starts. So, and then they claim that something called the ionosphere is like 50 miles up. So I think that would actually just be the charged surface. I don't know exactly how high up it is, but I think that it would be like, that's what it is. Like when they use HARP, they say they shoot frequencies to the ionosphere and they do all this. I think it's just it's a charged surface that's there. And then they had to make up the ionosphere to save the globe. Oh.
The reason I asked, I was just doing some brief Googling like you do, and it said like 400 and some odd miles they measured, or they took electrical measurements, and it was something having to do with like between 250 and 400.
Yeah, I think they said the ionosphere is like 50 to 400 miles.
Hey, does anyone know how to find, like, if you create a new thread, does anyone know where the new threads go? Like, I made one and I don't see it anywhere. I don't know how to find it.
Not sure what you're talking about. But hey,
Like if you, I'm sorry, just real quick. If you went to someone who posted a video that you liked, you highlighted it, and you could reply to it, or one of those choices is make a new thread. So I made one thinking that it was like going to be over here in the menu where all of the other channels and things are listed, but I don't see it anywhere, so I didn't know if
At the
anybody's...
top, Travis, on a browser, at the top is like a hashtag symbol next to a bell.
yeah, so Austin, you might find this interesting. So I found out last night at my local brewery that one of my friends, his brother is a PhD astrophysicist who works within governmental agencies. And I told him to ask him what the one-way speed of light is. So he did. So we sent him a text message asking him what the one-way speed of light is, and he came back with a number. And I responded back to that. I said, "Are you just having the two-way speed of light, or do you have anybody who's measured this as opposed to just calculated it?" And you'll find his response pretty funny, is he said that Foucault measured it as well as Michelson Morley.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's too funny.
I mean, we had a fairly extensive text conversation, but that was kind of the gist of it.
I'm assuming
And
you
even-
went in. You talked about that at all?
Oh yeah, so I went into Michelson Morley. I was like, so you're going to use an interferometer which utilizes bouncing light off of mirrors to somehow measure the one-way speed of light? I said that test was to test for the Earth's movement around the sun through a stationary ether. And his response back to that was, no, it was to disprove or prove whether the ether existed. This is a PhD astrophysicist who literally has just the Wikipedia response to Michelson Morley, which is, oh, it's just there to prove or disprove whether the ether existed.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's wild.
So
That's funny.
But he's a pretty good friend of mine, so I'm gonna keep pestering him to see if maybe his brother's willing to stay anonymous and maybe come on your show at some point if you're interested.
Yeah, that would be dope.
Ask him if he'd be interested in any atmospheric refraction research.
Possibly. I mean, I would tell you what his thesis was written on, but I don't want to dox the guy. I know this stuff goes out to YouTube, but
there was a guy who came into 24/7's live stream yesterday, and he claimed to be a astrophysicist with a degree. So Matthew Learns was even grilling him. We were just asking him what his dissertation was, and he was like, "Oh, I have to go now."
That's funny.
So, yeah.
I mean, the only reason that I'm confident that the person I was texting with actually has a PhD in physics and deals with astrophysics is, it's a good friend of mine's brother. So he has no reason to lie to me at all. So
yeah, fair enough. So I wasn't trying to link the two in any way. It's just something that happened yesterday that was similar.
Yeah, no, I get you. 24/7. Yeah, you have people come in there all the time trying to claim that they're something that they're obviously not once you start to push them, and they can't answer simple things related to their alleged field.
If you heard the discussion all day long about the star trails and understand the arguments that we were making, I think that would be an interesting question for an astrophysicist.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of tuned out a little bit today with the conversation because it literally went on for 12 hours straight. of almost the same conversation.
Yeah. Have you guys proved that the Earth is flat yet?
Wait,
You
hold
proved it's a
on,
ball yet?
Smooth. Wait, no. Listen, Smooth is back. He watched my video. We got to go back to that, Smooth. Did you see it?
Dude, Travis, I don't want to be rude, but I didn't like the way your video was presented. It was hard for me to find like what was going on. Like I watched the video and I see what you're saying, right? But I don't know. Like I'm not trying to be mean. Like I said, I watched it. I'm thankful you sent it to me, but I don't agree with the conclusion that you want me to pull from that video. I wouldn't use that. I wouldn't say that video would be something I would use for knowledge. Like
It's not. Okay, so the question is, did you see the southern rotation clockwise? That's just an observational question. I'm not trying to get you to agree with anything. I'm asking you, what did you see? Like, it's not that hard, bro. It was right there.
yeah, so at 2 minutes and 22 seconds, you have two side by side pictures, right?
No, don't go there, sir. I told you to go to the 49-minute or 49-second mark because it was a single frame of the rotation.
Oh, okay. Hold on. 49 seconds. Okay.
So,
49
okay,
seconds.
yeah. So if you're there, okay, you've
Yeah.
got three parallel lines in the middle. That's Orion's belt. Orion is the buffer between the northern rotation and the southern rotation. If you push play at that point, you will see the stars move. You will see, and I want you to tell me which direction you see the north rotating and which direction you see the south rotating.
Okay, so right now I'm watching all the lines extend from the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen.
Right, but above Orion there's a rotation direction, and below Orion there's a rotation direction.
Oh, I don't see that.
Right. So if you're in one position on a sphere, how are you seeing two diverging star trails if you're on one position spinning?
I don't see the diverging star trails. So I'm watching from 40 to 50.
Okay, are you?
One's making a smile face, one's straight, and one's making a frown.
Let me share my screen. How do I do this, Gio? How do I share my? Oh, I'm not allowed to.
I'll give you the roll for it.
So, are you looking at a computer screen or your phone?
Computer.
Okay, it should be big enough for you, bro. You should be able to clearly see that the stars below Orion have an arc, and the stars above have an arc. It's clear as day. It's right there, and they move.
All right. So, let's see. Is my screen coming across okay? Test. Hello?
Yeah, I can see it fine.
All right. Okay, so here we are at 43 seconds, right? And you're saying this area right here is Orion's belt, correct?
I'm not looking at it, so if anybody else, I'm putting fuel in my truck right now, so anybody else can see it, just walk them through it.
Discord screen.
Yeah, you might want to put some headphones on, Newly.
Why?
Because everything everyone says is echoing.
I have headphones on.
I don't hear an echo.
Oh, I see what's going on. Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, I think you might just have to mute the if you're watching the stream, volume on the lower right.
This one?
No, I'm talking to Crypto. I think you might just have to mute it there.
Oh, okay. The stream is broadcasting.
Hey, Gio, quick question for you. How many How many kilometers do you run a day?
What's that? You asking me a question?
Yeah, how many kilometers do you run a day?
That implies that I run kilometers a day.
Or miles?
Is that what you're asking?
What miles do you run? Yeah, how many miles do you run?
What does that have to do with anything?
Just asking you a question, bro.
He's just filling time.
I run 0. That's my answer.
Travis, how much kilometers do you run a day?
I don't.
Or miles? Sorry.
No,
Do you,
I
you
don't
walk
run.
at all?
I'm driving most of my day.
As many miles as needed to run from the bear that's running after you.
How many revolutions are you doing today?
That's the laugh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna explain this. Celestial.
I don't think Smooth knows how to share a screen.
It is shared. What are you talking about?
No, it's not coming up. All we're seeing is your Discord page.
Sharing the wrong screen, maybe.
Yep.
Echo went away too.
All right. Better?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, that's it.
All right. So this is Orion's belt right here.
No,
Right?
no, the 3 lines. Go lower.
This?
Right there, right there.
Okay.
That's Orion's belt.
What's this right here? This red.
What's what?
What's these red lines right here?
Those are that's the air traffic channel for the flights to LAX.
Okay. So you're saying that above these 3 lines right here, which direction should these lines be going? From the top?
Not should. First of all, do you see that there is an arc to those trails as you go farther away from Orion? Yeah. Yes. You see an arc?
They're making a smile face on that side, and the bottom they're making a frown. They're diverging.
Okay, look.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying.
So what? Right. So how could that occur if you're on a globe?
Well, don't go that far yet. Don't go that far yet. So right now, he sees that there's an arc below Orion and an arc above Orion. And now, which direction? How would you describe the rotation of the northern stars, and how would you describe the rotation of the southern stars if it was a face of a clock?
Right. So I would say here that these stars are going from the bottom of the screen to the top, and these stars are going from the bottom of the screen to the top, right?
Yeah.
So I mean that's what I would say from this video right here, and because I'm legitimately trying here. So like the reason why I never saw the frowny face here and the smiley face here is because as I watch this and I'm watching them all come from the bottom of the screen and go up, it kind of this image makes sense to me.
Okay, so again, if you're looking to the north, which way do the northern stars rotate?
This is the north right here.
Yes.
And I'm putting an axis down this way, like from corner to corner.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so the stars would rotate counterclockwise around this axis.
Okay. And then in the south?
Well, if I have an axle or an axis right here, these are also going to be rotating around the axis. Well, these are going this way. That's counterclockwise. And these are going this way. That would be clockwise.
Are you comfortable with that description?
Let's see. Put an axis right here. This would
I'm
go
trying. I'm
around
trying
like
not to
that.
put words in your mouth. I'm trying to let you express it the way you're going to say it.
This would be yeah.
Are
So this would
those
be
your geometric pronouns?
yeah. This would be counterclockwise, and I guess this would be clockwise if I put an axis right here, and if my view of orientation was looking up this way, if I were right here on Orion's belt and I looked up.
No, you don't have to do that. You are the observer looking out. You're going to see it the same way.
Well,
You
that's the thing. That's the thing. As the observer, as an overways, standing right here, and if I were to watch, I don't see a difference in rotation from right here. But if I were to put
no, just stop. I'm not. Yeah.
well, that's what I'm saying. I don't get it because if I'm standing right here, right, and I'm watching this video, like let's say I'm laying down here in the grass and I'm watching this video, I'm not watching these stars rotate in different directions.
Yeah, you are.
Because like what I'm looking at, hold on, I'm gonna pause my thing because I don't.
They're just moving up the screen and appear to be diverging. Yeah, diverging as they move up.
Let me just open up the link real quick, guys. All right, yeah, we're good. Let me make sure. I don't want to dox any HIPAA information. Right. So like, all right, we have these stars, right? So if we go to the middle, you see how these stars are all rotating in the same direction? All these stars are following the same circular path. See what I'm saying? And as you rotate your perspective, right, the stars at the poles will rotate in different positions. But from a side view, right, all the stars are following the same rotation. So when I look here, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that all these stars are following the same rotation. Does that
Earlier on, when you looked at the northern rotation from the perspective of the camera, you clearly described the northern path as counterclockwise. You clearly described the southern path as clockwise. And now you're denying what you said before.
No, I'm qualifying what I said before. I'm not denying that I
Why
said
are you? But there's no reason for you to make a qualification at all, unless you're trying to deny what you're seeing.
I'm.
I would just say if I in that image that we're looking at, if I were to look north at the point of rotation, I would see counterclockwise, and if I was to look south, I would see clockwise. But that frame there, I wouldn't describe it as any clockwise.
Exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Fine. Okay, fine. They are converging and diverging. I don't know why this is like a sophist's move. You are looking in one direction. You have two separate orientations. One rotation to the left, one rotation to the right. They are moving along a circular path that brings them together and moves them apart.
But see that what you're at. So first of all, Travis, I'm gonna respectfully ask you to respect me because I'm not trying to do anything. Right? I'm trying to be as honest as I can. And as the other man said it perfectly, I think that was Sky Laney. From this perspective, I don't see rotation. But if I were to insert an imaginary axis here and place myself on the axis and look north, I would see counter rotation. And if I were to put myself on the axis and look south, I would see clockwise. And that's that's demonstrated here. But what you're essentially showing me is this image on the side. So you're this person and you're having these stars pass above, right? What are you at? You said you're at 45 degrees of latitude?
No, 34. Let me ask you a question. If I'm going to step into your world right now, and you are looking, you're looking north, looking due north,
Yeah.
and you see the sky rotating counterclockwise.
Yeah.
And then you incrementally turn your head to the right, and you find
to the east.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and this is all star trail still. So the concentric circles are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Is each concentric circle away from the North Pole still rotating in a counterclockwise fashion?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, great. As you continue to look right, you're going to bump into Orion. So, at what point would you stop describing that collection of rotating stars as rotating counterclockwise?
At what section would I where would it transition?
You're telling me now I have to take you back into my world. You're telling me that you don't feel comfortable describing the stars above Orion as rotating in a counterclockwise fashion.
From this perspective.
Okay?
From this one right here.
Right. So at what time, if you start looking at the North Pole, at what time from your perspective are those concentric circles going to stop rotating counterclockwise?
Well, from this perspective, nothing's moving clockwise, but from an imaginary axis here, I would say that Orion's belt seems to be...
Oh, this is insane.
No, Orion's belt seems to be a pretty good place, because look, if I followed this one...
Stop. You don't need to talk about Orion, brother. Listen, man. You are starting at the axis. Start at the axis. You're looking at the North Pole.
Okay.
Then you go to
here's the axis right here, right? Like this. So, hold on, let me pause something. I'm gonna pull up my little drawing.
Yeah, let me ask you a question.
Is anyone else like internally frustrated right now with this, or am I the only one?
Not me. I'm not frustrated at all.
I'm a
It's
little
not like we've been going over this for 10
I
hours.
would say 10% frustrated.
I'm getting warmed up.
I feel like you're being trolled.
Like,
yeah, it's crazy.
I'm really not trying to
being lied to. You know what I mean? That's like I don't mind being trolled, but don't lie to me.
Rakia, do you have a theodolite by any chance?
Yes.
What's up?
Yes. And several auto levels, several laser levels.
Do you have anything with crosshairs? Do you have
Yes.
anything with crosshairs that
Yes.
go left to right, and up to down?
Yes.
So
Can you measure how far things are apart? Like, let's say you were to take this. Just hear me out. You get your theodolite or whatever has the crosshairs up and down and left to right. You look at the celestial equator, right? And just mark, like, will you be able to see how far apart the angles are from stars left to right at one point? Like, is that a measurement you can make?
I'm not sure. Like with
So
static, I'm not sure.
Like you got your theodolite. You got your theodolite. It's in this fixed position. You got it horizontal or whatever. You can move the theodolite left to right and get an angle on something, right?
Degree.
Yeah, how many degrees are in that angle from 2 points in distance, right?
Right.
And then so the thing you were lining up, that was at your horizontal. But then can you wait, and if that thing moves up in your scope, can you still make an angle on it without having to have the things at your horizontal?
To be honest, dude, I'm on like 0 sleep and I'm not understanding. But I've never attempted that. If that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what you're saying.
He's asking to survey stars.
Yeah, he's wanting you to measure the divergence of star trails, right?
Yeah, if you could have an actual measurement through a theodolite or something with it, yeah.
Oh,
But you can't tilt the thing. You have to keep it at one axis. Like you have to keep it horizontal the whole time or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not your guy for that.
I mean, what are we talking about still?
all right, so
No, this
Travis
is standard
trying to
operating
show me
procedure for surveyors.
where
Theodoliting the stars. Come on, Rakia.
I've never heard of that, and I'm not pointing. I'm not pointing anything up at a star like that across here.
I'm sorry, Jeremy. You can't just fucking giggle in the middle of saying shit to make it all better.
So can someone
I wanna
explain
take
to
the
me
measurement.
where I'm wrong here? Because I don't get it.
No, I think we're all right.
Okay.
Because if we're watching this video, right, Travis, and
Yes.
you have it going up from the bottom to the top. Your question is, at what point do I see that the stars start rotating in different directions, right?
Do you see the stars? Do you see the star trails in the south diverging away?
Yes.
Yes. These are going this way.
Okay, great.
So what's the issue?
The issue is you're not comfortable with describing the view that you're seeing as counterclockwise and clockwise.
Yeah, this
Absolutely
view.
not.
Okay. So if you turn to the left and look to the north, you see the North Pole.
Yeah.
And then you find the first concentric circle that you would like to look at. Which way is it rotating? No. You're looking. No. You're looking at the North Pole. You have to imagine this right now because in the screen, it's not there. You're turning yourself now to look over your left shoulder back at Polaris. And then you see all of these concentric stars trail circles. You with me?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Travis, just from my perspective, I would want to see the point of rotation in order to describe clockwise or counterclockwise.
You already know what it is, though. You're turning to Polaris.
Yeah, we do. Yes.
We
know what's going on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're turning to Polaris. You're then finding the first star trail that you want to look at, and you're going to say that's rotating counterclockwise.
What the fuck? So you've already
don't interrupt. Don't interrupt, please. I'm trying to make this as clear as possible.
I was trying to point out how retarded your
So I'm retarded?
No, it's not that you're retarded. Just what you're saying is retarded.
Yeah, I think we already went over that. That's a slur. We just put someone on mute because he was calling someone's argument stupid, which is basically calling him stupid. So don't do that. Don't call my argument retarded. It's not retarded.
Hey, we'll be right back.
Arguments are allowed to be retarded. Arguments are allowed to be stupid.
Geo already went over this with Nate.
Travis, give me 5 minutes.
All right, but
just give me 5 minutes.
Is that
Travis,
actually
give me 5
a
minutes.
new rule now? Is that a new rule now? We can't call arguments stupid. I just want clarity.
You're gonna have to talk to Geo about that.
Travis,
Oh,
give me 5
Jeremy?
minutes, please.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay. When you look north from anywhere, you're seeing the stars go. You're seeing the stars go.
Bring up the Jeremy. You want me to bring up the drawing?
No, we don't need a drawing. I never need a drawing. I can see 3D shit in my head very well. You look north anywhere, okay? You're looking at it. Is it clockwise or counterclockwise? Which one's the north, guys? Come on.
Counterclockwise.
No one knows. What is it?
Counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise, you sure?
Not after you said you sure, but from the video that I'm watching now, the stars seem to be rotating counterclockwise while looking north from what Travis said to me.
Okay, if you look at one hemisphere, they're going to go clockwise or counterclockwise. Then you look in the opposite hemisphere, they're going to be going the opposite way. Now, when you're at the equator, you can see this both. You can see both sides. So you can literally look north and south at the same time. If you're facing east or west, you'll be seeing a little piece of north and a little piece of south. Right, guys?
That must be weird. Yeah.
Right?
So
Is that weird?
I don't know why it's so hard to like if you're looking north at Polaris, the stars and everything in the sky are going from you're looking north, so they're going from your right to your left. Yes. So that's counterclockwise. Exactly. You turn around looking to the south, the stars are coming from your left to the right. They're still coming from east to west. I don't know why people still having difficulty with that.
Yeah,
No?
Smooth. Do you understand that we can see both hemispheres? If we stand in this at the equator, we can see north and south at the same time. Do you understand this fact, right?
Yeah, but all those stars are still
Okay.
going east to west.
Yeah, no doubt. We can see both hemispheres from this one spot in your model.
Yeah. But they have that split.
So you now realize that in one of the hemispheres, because we're looking north, and we know that when we look north, they're going counterclockwise or whatever you said, right? And when we look south, they're going clockwise.
Was I right? Do they move counterclockwise in the north?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just do you understand the premise? You look in you look north, they're going one direction. You look south, they're curving towards another direction.
Yeah, Jeremy, I understand that.
So so if you were to trace the path out of it, one would be a curving line. If you're on one side of looking at one side of the celestial equator, one of the circles is going to be essentially doing a smiley face. Another one's going to be doing a frown face, or a smiley face in the opposite direction. So they're going to be bowed out towards each other, right? And it's going to be converging and then diverging as it goes, right? That's what you're going to see in the sky, because we know when we look at the sky, we see it going one way and another way.
I'm trying here. I really, really am. What are you trying to express? Because I watch the stars rotate east to west, but if I change my perspective, I can watch them counter rotate. What is your point?
We don't need to change our perspective. We're always looking in the same direction. We're actually never changing our perspective throughout this whole thing. Remember, we can look in one direction and see north and south. We can see the north part that's going clockwise or counterclockwise, and then we can see the south part that's going the opposite direction. Remember?
One more time, bud.
We're looking at the sky. We're not changing our perspective.
Okay.
We're not moving our head. We're not moving our eyes the way our eyes are looking. We're just looking straight dead ahead the whole time.
Okay.
Right? Throughout the course of the night, the stars on the north side are going to go in one direction, either clockwise or counterclockwise, and the stars on the southern side of the celestial equator are going to go the opposite direction as the north, right?
Well, kind of. I mean,
What do you mean, kind of? Is that not what's happening?
no, because
No?
No, because what you're saying is if we're here, let me share my video again from Travis.
Bro, I don't need to see no videos of this.
I'm
I can grasp this concept.
Jeremy, and that's excellent. But I'm using it as a tool for me to express something.
All right.
So,
Go ahead.
All right. Are you looking at the video?
No, I'm not looking at the video. I don't need help with this. I got this all sorted out in my mind. You need help with it.
Well, I'm watching the video and I'm not watching stars go in different directions, Jer boy. That's what I'm saying. That if you look at what I'm looking at, you're watching all the stars go east to west. It's your perspective that says whether they go clockwise or counterclockwise.
Are you standing at the equator? Are you standing at the equator on the ground?
We're standing at 150 southeast, 34 degrees, 22 hours and 13 seconds, or sorry, 22 minutes.
Okay, why don't you do me a favor if you're having trouble grasping this? Do you have this? Do you have the program Stellarium?
I have the video presented by this. I have the star paths. I have a bunch of stuff up, but apparently you're so good at this that you should be able to express these ideas to me without anything. I'm at the equator on my star program, and I'm watching all the stars rotate east to west. I'm not watching stars counter rotate, but if I change my perspective, they counter rotate.
Okay, are you in Stellarium?
No.
Okay, you should. Stellarium is a very accurate depiction and an accurate representation of what we see in the sky, right? You should probably get that program.
But what Travis videotaped and what I'm watching on this program align with each other.
Yeah, are you seeing are they star trails you're looking at?
Yes, you dumb fuck.
Okay, and you're seeing them are you seeing them diverge and converge?
Why don't you fucking look at the goddamn video and we can
Hey,
talk
buddy,
about
buddy.
it?
It's gonna be okay, man.
Right,
You don't
right.
Are you seeing the star trails diverge and converge? Yes or no?
I'm not watching them convert. Like diverge and converge in reference to what?
The trails to each other. There should be a point where some of the trails are getting farther away than the other trails on the other side of the celestial equator.
No, I'm not seeing that in the stuff I'm showing. No.
All right, I don't know what to tell you. Is Travis's camera out of focus by any chance?
I don't know, man.
I'm clicking on
Shut
your
up,
video.
Jeremy.
I'm
Shut up,
clicking on your
Jeremy.
video.
Alright, so this is by Travi, right?
Okay, do you see the stars?
Okay,
on
wait,
the,
stop.
Do stop right here.
Do not call me Travi.
Stop right here. Stop, Travis. Do you see the stars on the upper left-hand corner? How they're curving a little bit towards the. You see how did you see how the trails are curving a little bit?
Yeah.
In one direction.
Yeah.
Okay, and do you see the stars in the bottom? Do you see how they're curving in the opposite direction?
Yeah.
Okay, that means they're diverging. They're converging and diverging.
But Jeremy, what I'm saying to you is hold on,
We're clear on that. Are we clear on that?
Yes, because see this
Okay.
drawing? Right? You see how I drew an imaginary point of axis? I can say that these stars are counter rotating and rotating clockwise along this axis, right? But what
I don't care about your drawing. Wait, what is it? What am I looking at?
This is a screen grab from Travis's video with an
Okay.
imaginary axis, right? And I'm following these star paths and saying that, well, the ones up here are going they're counter rotating, and the ones down here are rotating, you know?
Okay.
And what
So
I'm saying
wait, hold on. Before we go any farther, you see the convergence and divergence in these star trails. Do you see it?
yeah, with a center point here, right? If we were to say that the center point is Orion's belt, then yes, the stars here diverge and the stars here diverge, but they do not converge towards Orion's belt. No stars are converging to a singular point.
This isn't really the best shot. This isn't really the best example. I don't know why we're using this one because Travis wants to be famous or something. All right, you should open Stellarium
I don't
and
have
go to the
Stellarium.
equator. Well, there's tons of other pictures you can see that show this way more clearly than this. I don't know why we're looking at this one. Look what Witsit posted. Witsit posted one at 5. I mean, the chat is littered with them. Text chat? Oh, that was a long time ago. Never mind.
Am I
The
really
chat
just
was
not
littered with.
getting this, guys?
No,
Yeah, you're not getting.
No,
Okay, here we go. Look
you're
at the
not.
one
You're not
Witsit.
getting.
Hold on, Witsit just posted it.
It's
Witsit
like
just posted it.
crepuscular and anti-crepuscular. It's the same thing, man.
Look, Witsit just posted it. See Witsit's bottom picture? The bottom picture, Witsit posted 2 pictures. Look at the bottom one. There's a tree branch in the top right-hand corner.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you see how the stars are converging?
Yeah. Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah,
They're diverging, not converging, but that's fine.
you now see the convergence and divergence, right?
Sure.
Are you sure, or you say yes, sir, or yeah, sure?
yeah. Yes. Sure.
Both of those would be yeah anyway, huh?
So if we go here, so looking at what's its picture, we're saying that the stars are converging on this center bit right here, and then diverging, right? Okay, so I can agree with
So
that.
we can now. Ooh. Okay, we now see the convergence, divergence. Somebody's got an echo going.
It's because I'm running the screen sharing. You're gonna have to mute.
Shut that down.
I'm using it as a tool.
Well, I mean, we can't have an echo going. I don't know what to tell you. That's a beat echo too.
Yeah, the echo is not for everyone. It's only for you because you're watching the stream. You stream. You can mute his stream, and then.
Oh, all right. I don't know why I'm even watching this stream. Okay, ready? So we now know that there's convergence and divergence there.
Right.
Right. Okay. Ooh, that was tough. Okay, now what?
Well, I don't know. What does this show? What does I don't know what you're trying to say. Like, yes, I see that the stars converge. I don't like using convergent, you know.
Is that what we see, or?
I don't it doesn't really look like these. Like, if you look at the distance between these two star lines right here, it doesn't look like that distance really shrinking right here. It doesn't look like any of the star paths are starting to really like overlap.
Yeah, they're not overlapping. They're just getting closer. Sometimes they're getting closer together. Sometimes they're getting farther away.
Right, and I mean, I could be wrong, but they don't really look like they're getting closer.
I just said that, and you said right, and then you said it doesn't look like they're getting
Well, that's
closer.
why
Was I right?
I'm using this tool, Jeremy, to fucking try. Sorry. I'm using this picture so that way I can really understand it, and you're not, you're just saying converge and diverge. I'm like showing where my cursor is and why I think these things, and I don't really understand the whole point here.
Serenity now. You need serenity now.
Serenity now. Yes.
The point is, how does that work on the globe with the 3 or 4 different vectors? It doesn't at all.
Well, if we go to my other stream, I can show you why it works. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, in our model, there's no reason why it doesn't work. Like,
Really? Because them guys in gems were telling me that we shouldn't see that on the globe, and that's just.
You guys tell me in here that the Earth is flat doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. Just because of what someone says in a Discord server, it doesn't have to be what I use for information.
Yeah, you can only believe Google and what it tells you right now.
And additionally, I'm not going to defend or speak about a conversation that I wasn't there to witness. So I don't know.
No doubt.
Yeah.
So
Jeremy, those pictures Witsit's posting, do you think you could see that with your own eyes?
Wow.
I obviously we wouldn't be able to see the trails, right? Because we're not on acid.
Well, yeah, but let's say you could see things that fast, like you could speed it up.
Yeah, you'd
would
probably
you be able
see
to
something.
see all of that?
Yeah, you see the stars
Probably-
move. That's
probably.
right. You can watch the stars move over time. Yeah, with your eyes. Yeah.
How does that,
Yes.
how does that prove that the Earth is not a globe? Like, I don't
Tim, look at the answers there, man.
When
Yes,
properly
exactly what
demonstrated,
Whitson
right?
said.
It's one of those things that
Exactly what
works
Whitson
well
said.
on
You would.
globe model.
Is that
It
a
doesn't
yes,
work on
Exactly what
those
Jeremy?
Whitson
models.
said. You would see.
Well, the globe
You
model
would
is a little
see.
bit more.
Just type to me. You guys will
Almost
good
not.
luck.
No, I
Almost.
can't type it right now. I can't type.
Almost
Okay,
nothing.
never mind.
I'm sorry. Almost nothing you see in reality fits the globe.
Well, the stars fit the
That's
globe.
not true.
No, no. The stars don't fit the globe though, because we
Yes,
just
they do,
explained you
though.
can't be looking in a singular direction on a globe that spins and see two different directions of movement
don't.
in the star, because they claim that it's because the Earth is spinning in one direction, causing the stars to look like they're moving. So if we look in a singular direction of the sky and we see the stars move in both directions, that is
We don't see
impossible.
that.
We do see that though.
So,
Don't see
Austin,
do.
here's the
Now
issue,
we don't
right?
see it. Look how
On,
desperate they're
on.
getting, Jeremy. Now we
Austin,
don't
I
see it.
know. I
here's the
know.
issue, right?
Left
They're not,
lane.
they're
I
not,
know, man.
they're not being, they're not going in different directions. They're both going east to west, right?
That's what you're claiming, yeah. But if the Earth is
On.
just spinning one
Yeah,
direction, why do you see two different directions of movement from the stars on one
Well,
location?
Divergent,
hold on, let's
diverging
just talk.
lines.
So we agree that east to west is a direction, right? So saying that we would watch them go in two different directions, we're not watching them go west to east, right? Now, secondly, is
Oh my God.
counterclockwise and clockwise a direction?
Those are directions relative to perception. But this is
There
the
you go.
point. This is the
There
point,
you
my
go.
guy. This is my point, my guy. If the reason the stars look like they move is just because the Earth is spinning and the stars are actually still relative to the Earth, which is
Yeah.
what you claim, then if I'm standing on a single location on the globe and I'm looking in a single direction, the stars cannot be looking like they move in two different directions. My perspective hasn't changed.
Why not? Why can't
I,
your
I
perspective?
don't see that.
Yeah,
We
like
just
that,
dropped the pictures of it.
but see, that's the thing. What's it
I
or
disagree.
Austin or whatever? When I was
Oh, he
looking at
disagrees.
Skylink's video, all the stars were coming from the bottom of the screen to the top. So I'm watching from one position. I'm not watching stars go in different. I'm not watching stars go in different.
Where was that
directions.
at? Where was it at?
Ask Travis. He put the.
Oh, you said left lane.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
he said it's
Travis.
going.
Sorry.
So, man, I don't know why this is so complicated for Globers, but if I'm looking in a single direction of the sky and I take a time lapse, right?
Yeah.
The optical effect of it looking like the stars move should all be in one direction relative to the direction that the Earth is moving at your location.
Yeah,
That's
they
what
are.
I
They're all
see.
going.
I just
east
now
to
dropped like
west.
3 pictures that don't show that though, left lane. Why do you keep saying that?
Because they're all going east to west.
No. If I'm standing on one position on a globe and I'm looking in one direction, the stars cannot look like they're going in opposite directions, because allegedly the only reason they look like they're moving is because the Earth is spinning in one direction. Now, if I look in one direction then look in the opposite direction, sure, it works on a globe. If I'm on the bottom of a ball and on the top of a ball, sure, it works on a globe. If I'm looking in one direction, you can't see two different directions of star movement because the Earth cannot be spinning in two different directions.
But
I don't see that.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
that's what I'm saying. Like the
It's,
reason.
yeah, it's hard for them to get it.
You don't see the starlight
No,
trails
it's not.
converging and converging. You don't see they come in from wider and go narrower, that they're converging and then diverging again. You don't see that?
Yeah, but they're not going in two different directions.
Yeah.
By saying
Wow.
that.
Okay, we'll just clear that out of your mind.
And you say that I don't get it. I do get it. I do understand what
No,
I'm
you don't.
looking at. 100%. Yes, I do.
Okay, so you're
Okay,
telling
we're
me
going-
these don't look like they're going in two different directions?
No,
You're going all look like
they're all going in the same direction. Yeah.
Do they look like they're going in the same direction?
I can't view that with my eyesight. That has to be a telephoto or a
But
panoramic view. I can't
my
see that
God.
with my eyesight.
Hey, do these look like they're going in the same direction? Yes or no?
Yes,
No,
they're all going in the
they
same
do not
direction.
look like they're going the same
Wow.
direction.
They're arcing in different directions.
Yeah, that's
Well, I
fine.
mean, yeah,
Did you hear both of them disagree at the same time?
they're all moving together. They're all moving together. Yeah.
We know your belief is that the stars are actually still relative to the Earth, and they just look like they're moving because the Earth moves and it spins in one direction. So all the stars move east to west.
Exactly.
We understand your belief. If I'm standing on this globe
Have you
and
ever
I'm
seen a
looking
star
out
go
straight
west
ahead
to
of
east?
me, okay? I'm not looking to my left and to my right. I'm not turning around. I'm not going to the bottom of the ball. I'm looking in one direction, standing in one place. And I see the stars move in two different directions. That's impossible if the cause of it looking like the stars are moving is it actually is the Earth spinning.
Austin, you got some issues here because first of all, let's define direction, right?
These are just diversions, dude.
No, but I'm saying let's define direction. You and
Yeah. North, south, east, west are cardinal directions that are relative to north, and then counterclockwise and clockwise are relative to perception. They're not absolute; they're perceptive directions. I've been saying that for years, but that's not the point. Is if we stand in one location and look out, and it looks like the stars are going in two different directions. If it only looks like the stars are moving because the Earth is spinning, then that cannot happen from a singular direction.
They're not. They don't look like they're going in two separate
Oh
directions.
my God!
Here, let me share my screen, and you and I
Look,
will go over Travis's.
I think what they're confused with is just that the convergence of the lines of travel and the star trails. They're confused by you saying those are different directions, but I get what you mean. They don't understand that it's coming from a convergence. They're converging in from a more divergent path, and they're converging in, then they're diverging again. Those are different directions, even though you could see they're still going from east to west. But that doesn't make sense that they would split like that at all, and then down at the bottom, eventually you'd be going a different direction. That's what Witsit is trying to say, I think.
I mean, we're looking at them look like they're going the opposite way, and if we're looking in one direction, that is not possible.
Okay.
If the reason that the stars
Austin.
look like they're moving is the Earth spins.
Well, look at my stream and tell me
This is
where
not
the
possible.
stars are going in a different direction.
Thanks for making my point. You're making my point with your stream. So
I don't care whose point I'm making. All I care about is that I get to the bottom of it. These
Yes, the
stars.
definitions of the words. Yes, they're all moving in the same general direction. Like if those were all cars, they're all moving from the bottom of your screen. They're driving their little cars up to the top of the screen. We agree with that. However, they are diverging, meaning that the arc of the pathways of the stars vary.
Yeah, of course.
Right, and they're going in two different directions. So
yes, of course.
Right. So the discussion is being on a sphere that's rotating within this huge field of stars. The effect you're seeing here is a close and local star effect of the actual stars moving in different directions. The question is, on a sphere, especially if you're at the equator, although I don't know this one's not at the equator. This one's even north of the equator, so it's even more. Someone's got a hot mic. It's even more impossible that you'd be able to see two rotations when you're on the north part of a sphere. How are you seeing the southern? Okay, I'll say it like this. If you're at the equator on a globe Earth with stars way out there, the equator is a straight line of axial rotation, essentially. So if you're, well, I mean, it's curving. It's a curved line in terms of the sphere, but it's straight. It's not diverting, left and right, as it were. So in that case, the stars would be going directly over you. Once you start going north,
so like
you're now you're making a circle as you're going north. Yeah, that little GIF kind of shows it. Yeah, pretty much. So when you go into the northern latitudes, now you will see the stars arcing like that on a sphere. That's understandable. But the only reason that's happening is because you're on the globe at the north. The footage that Travis has is that he's in a north latitude and you're seeing two diverging trails. That's not possible on a globe that's spinning in a field of stars. That's only possible if the stars are close and local and they're actually making those pathways above you.
Okay, so perfect. So I think Gio, you did a great job there. So you're saying that Travis' video is trying to say that because of his position, he shouldn't see the stars converge and diverge, right? Is that correct? That he's showing us evidence of seeing something he shouldn't see?
Not if the Earth's a globe, correct. I mean, I'm not going to speak for him or what his claims are, but if you're on a globe in a huge field of stars, you're not going to be able to ever see two diverging star trails. You would see clockwise in the northern, counterclockwise in the south, and you'd see straight stars at the center, but you're not going to simultaneously see both. It's not possible, because the reason the stars are divergent is because you're north of the equator or because you're south of the equator. That's why they're happening. They're reflecting the position you are on the ball. But to see both of them diverging from one position on the ball is just geometrically impossible.
So there's part of this that, you know, so in my belief system, right? The path of the stars are not being manipulated. Though for all intents and purposes, those stars are static, even if they belong in other galaxies or whatever, right? And as we sit there, we watch the stars come east to west, right? All these converging and diverging things are only things I'm seeing with, you know, camera and computer processing, right? So I've never seen star paths go there. Now I know, like you said, like sometimes we need video evidence. Are we accounting, right? The Travis, well, I guess we have to wait for Travis to come back and ask him how he what his considerations were for his camera and video programming software to make sure that he properly represented, you know, the paths without any manipulation. Optical error.
All right, that's fair, but you could do it without a camera. I mean, they move very slowly. You'd have to have a way to track them yourself. Like you could build a little system, like you could create like a cardboard box and poke holes in it and then look from underneath the box and see where the stars line up with the box. I mean, there's ways to do it. I understand with the naked eye, they move very slowly. So yeah, it's going to be a little hard to just pick it with the naked eye. And I hear what you're saying, that a camera is going to bring additional factors into it. So, I mean, that's a fair, you know, contention to consider.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying, because like in my model, right, like the one that I understand, the stars are not getting closer or farther. So any illusion that they are would have to be, you know, optic. And that's why I'm asking, like, how was this? How were the optics of the camera and the sky and all that stuff, you know, accounted for?
Right. So it sounds like you're agreeing that it wouldn't do this on a globe, but now you're just contesting whether they actually diverge or you know, diverge, right?
Yeah, I'm contesting whether or not we're actually like on a globe. Like what we're saying is that the stars are far and away, right, and that they're not moving. And the I mean, I guess I see how you guys reach your point, because we're saying that, you know, any observed um, convergence or divergence in the video shown would have to be some type of optical interference um, of some sort.
Okay. Well, if that's where you've gotten with it, that sounds logical. I mean, you're agreeing that it wouldn't work on a sphere, and now you're maybe questioning whether it's the camera doing it. So the next step would be to, I mean, many cameras have picked this up. Like I
just
said,
don't,
you
I
could
don't
even
understand the
do it
whole
without a
like.
camera.
I don't understand what would cause the convergence and divergence. Like for something to converge and diverge, if the stars are static in both flat Earth and in globe, that means that it would be optics in both scenarios, right? Like
No,
if
because over a planar stationary Earth with the stars above, they can actually be doing that. They actually
how,
they actually can be moved. Well, just imagine like
how can static stars on the enclosed dome converge and
they're
diverge if
not
they're on
static.
set paths?
They're not static, first of all.
They're moving like a clock.
Yeah, and kind of like I was saying, like cars in a racetrack. If you imagine each star is like a car in a racetrack, they're moving in slightly different arcs.
They only converge due to human perspective. They don't actually converge where they happen to be. Right?
It's a seasonal thing too, no?
I mean, as far as which stars you can see at any given point, yeah, I think so. But
No,
like
I mean the divergence or convergence of it.
no, it depends how far south you are to see it. Right, like on the equator, you could technically see both sides of the convergence. Right, that's what those pictures were showing that Witsit put in. Technically, and then
It seems well, there's a mythology to the the myth of Osiris about him being like torn apart and having to be recollected. Do you know about that?
I don't know.
Osiris, Orion, it's the same constellation, was torn into 13 pieces and then had to be reassembled during the year.
Well,
like it's only visible. It's not visible all year round, like for most places. Yeah.
So before we get off the topic too much, could
No,
anyone?
I'm on the topic right now, but right, you can understand like convergence and divergence would happen with this at seasonal times, right? You understand that, right?
Well,
But I mean-
yeah, but
Okay.
there's a lot of reason why we could see converging and diverging stars like over a set
Well,
period.
right. Okay. Well, we're getting ready to like lose that constellation out of like sight in the United States, right? Like,
Yeah, that is
it's good.
seasonal. Which constellation?
Okay.
Yeah. I now see
So,
what you're saying.
right. So in that way, it's diverging out. Like other descent stars tend to fall off the,
Right.
like we don't see them, right? And so they're like the fallen stars. They like fall out of the sky, I guess. You know what I mean? In that way, like the whole like Chinese and Indian astronomy is based on like 36 stars that are equatorial, like guardian stars, the guardians of the galaxy, if you will, which is what that's based on. And then the 36 that fall away, 72 total stars that they really like were able to figure out the seasons by. Back to you, Jim. So there's motion happening. No, you get that right? You're just denying that Travis has a good video.
I'm back in case anybody missed me. Did you guys sort it out with Smooth or what?
Yeah, it's all figured out.
Well, actually, it was interesting, Travis. While you were gone, he actually more or less agreed that on a globe, they should not be converging and diverging. And now he was sort of saying, well, maybe it's the camera or something like that, which I thought was a fair, I mean, it's fair for him to contest. Maybe it's the camera or something like that. It's not really a dig against you in that way, but I'm just saying if he's looking at it logically. And so I was saying like there's ways to do it technically without a camera. I mean, not maybe just looking with a naked eye, but I was saying you could create like a cardboard box and then poke holes in the box. There are ways to be able to track it without a camera. But it seems like he pretty much agreed that that's not possible on a globe.
Well, wouldn't that mean that every camera has a problem?
That's what I was saying too, because yeah, exactly. It's been taken so many times. Yeah.
So here's my point too, is that this. If you're standing on the equator and the rotation of the Earth is the cause for that effect, then if I'm in Southern California and I look up to the sky and see that same effect, but at the angle that we saw it at, that would mean that the Earth would have to be rotating in that direction. You can't.
That's right, man.
You can't get a side-on view and have that same effect happen. It wouldn't work.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, exactly right.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. I mean, if you measured that angle and then you saw that it was, let's say you were at 30 degrees.
But
Let's
I'm
say
not rotating in that direction.
Well, if that's where the star trails are going, then you are.
No, you're misunderstanding. I'm facing southeast. Am I rotating southeast?
No, but if you're facing, it doesn't matter which way you're facing. To be honest, it matters which way those lines are angled from and where the poles are. If you see that there's a pole, and if you're at 30 degrees north, and you see those lines are angled at 30 degrees, and you see that
what is it? The star in the north is at 30 degrees, then that tells you that that's the direction.
No, you're
that
not following the argument. It's like this, Kosho. If you're standing at the beach with your lady, and she's right in front of you, and you got your arms around her, and you're whispering sweet nothings as the sun goes down, and you see the reflection of the sun on the water to your feet, to the both of you, and you're like, "Wow, look at that! Isn't that amazing?" She's like, "Yeah, honey, it is." And then she walks away from you, and she sees the sun following her with her own trail, and then she looks back at you, and she can't see your trail. That would happen. The same thing would happen with the observation from the equator. It wouldn't stay there. It would follow you. You would have your own equatorial celestial equator above you every time you moved away from that spot.
Yeah, but how does that make sense? The thing with the glare, that's a thing with sight and light and stuff like that. But those
So
lights,
is this. So is this sight and light.
No, those lines are a product of your motion, and they're moving because of your motion, and so those lines
No,
are
but
at angle at the
no,
angle
it's
that you're rotating.
no, it's not the rotation thing. It's your movement. Okay, look.
You cut out, Travis. I wanted to say something real quick. Are you going?
Yeah,
or-
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Kosho, I just want you to know all your people said we don't see the stars appearing to converge and diverge. Even when I detailed it specifically about how we're not going to change our angle or direction we're looking in at all.
Yeah.
So
this is the problem, dude. Is this is why I was trying to talk to you guys when you were talking to Zanik earlier, is because there's a conversation going on, and it's valid. I mean, Zanik's points are valid. Moyak's, there's a couple of y'all who aren't valid, but your points are valid, Jeremy, as well. But if there's people who don't, they're arguing two different things. You know what I mean? Like when he says, when people are saying don't see the stars converge and diverge, they're talking about when you're standing there looking at the stars, you don't see them converge and diverge. That's true. You're talking about
hold on, stop, please.
Yeah.
You're standing there staring at the stars. You see them in one position. You don't move. You don't change your angle. You don't move your eyeball. You keep looking straight ahead. But you can see the same stars as they're moving up in your vision. You can see that. You can see their positions. Their positions would have gotten farther away or closer, depending on which way they're moving.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Is if you let's use a camera instead of a person, so we can take still shots. Because if you take any still shot of you standing there as the camera, that you see it's a still shot, and you imagine instead of you viewing a 3D scene, and you turn it to a 2D image, it's going to be true that when you look at the angular distance between those two stars, let's say you're on the horizon looking at the equator, looking at the stars come in front of you to move behind you, it's true that you're going to see them diverge as they're doing that. If you're comparing it, I mean, if you're using this 2D still image to describe what's happening, but I think different people are using different things to describe what's happening. This is the problem.
Does the 2D image give us an accurate representation of the position of the stars throughout the course of the night or the time?
Yeah, and this is why I said what I said earlier to people.
So it does. It does.
Neither-
Kosho, I got
neither
to
of them
follow
are-
up real quick. Does it give us an accurate position of the stars as time traverses throughout the night?
For the sake of the way I know you're using it, I'll say no. But there's
It doesn't. So it doesn't. So when we just see these stars and we don't move the camera, that's not giving us an accurate position. Stellarium's not accurate. All this shit's not accurate. The positions of the stars.
You gotta let me say the nuance, because I'll say what I said earlier that people thought was worthless, even though they said later somebody should have said that, is that there's no neither of those incorrect or invalid or inaccurate. They're both accurate descriptions of what's happening. The only difference is one of them describes it in a way that's useless because it's only makes sense from that subjective point of view. To explain what the stars are doing from your position as you're looking at them is is useless to anybody else. So it makes more sense to describe them in a frame, in a global frame, a frame that everybody
So
can.
celestial navigation is useless.
No, celestial navigation doesn't do what I just said. So there's something called
One person's
azimuthal.
perspective on the view of the stars, useless. You just said.
No, there's two ways to view.
No, what? Okay, my bad. What did you say?
I'm saying that there's two different ways to describe these views, right? One would be the azimuthal elevation. When you're using this, you're using it from what it looks like from your position. It's subjective, your position, and the other one
Yeah,
would
when we
be
do celestial navigation from our position.
celestial navigation. Some methods use that, but the methods that the ones we talk about, they don't use that. They use the actual. That's why the GPs are fixed position. You can't find the GP unless you know where the where
We're
that
going off
star
our
is.
personal view of where we see the star, just like you're saying I'm doing, but mine's worthless, and this isn't. Celestial navigation isn't worthless when you use it for that for somehow.
This is why you have the almanac. The almanac has the fixed. It has the ephemeris, right, of where the stars are and actually on the celestial sphere. That's why they.
And then we go off by where we see them.
Yeah, I know, but you then use that to reference the celestial sphere. And the reason you use the celestial sphere is because that's a universal.
All right, so my observation, from my subjective personal observation of the stars, my point of view is worthless when I want it. But when you want to use your personal position of the stars, and it's fine, and it's of great worth. Okay, let's move on.
No, it's first of all, these are going to be appropriate to whatever it is, to the context. So azimuthal elevation, like earlier when Brian was talking about measuring the shadows of that the stars are making these different positions, I was trying to think like a good way to to calculate what those would be, and in that case, you would use the azimuthal elevation because that will give you what he's requiring in that. In celestial navigation, you need to use the universal frame, the celestial sphere, and then see what the stars look like to you, and then compare that to where they are in the celestial sphere, and that gives you an idea of where you are.
Okay, Kosha, we're at the equator. We're looking out at the stars. We're not going to move our head or eyes or any. We're just going to keep looking in the same direction. Right? The stars over the course of time are going to appear to converge and diverge, right?
You started this conversation this way, and I gave you the explicit answer.
Yes or no?
But I told you it depends on how you answer that question. Different people are saying different things. If you said what you just said, if you are talking about viewing 2D still images of
Nope,
your
not
views,
2D still images of what I'm
well,
talking
then no.
about. What we see.
I mean, you can define what you see that way, but the answer would be no. Then, if you're not going to talk about what it looks like in a 2D still image and the angular separation of the stars.
Yeah, I'm just talking about what we see. Like it's basically like seeing a star trail, just over time, except you don't have the trails there, but you still have the positions of the stars, so you would be able to see if they were convergent. You'd be able to see the convergence and divergence in them.
Okay. Well, star trails are a collection of 2D images, so it's a long exposure.
Okay, but we're not doing a long exposure. We're just going to look in the same direction with our eyeballs. No long exposure. Okay, no camera, no nothing. Just our eyeballs, what we see.
The answer is yes. If you're using your image, your vision as a 2D representation of what you're viewing, and you compare the distances by the angular separation in your view, the answer is yes. If you're viewing it
Yes,
in a normal way,
we could. Okay, so yes, we will view the convergence and divergence of stars if we are at the equator and look in one fixed position for a long period of time. Yes, our eyeballs will see the convergence and divergence. Is that what you're saying? Yes.
you have to add the other stuff I said to make it a yes.
Yeah. What other stuff did you? So was the thing I said incorrect?
This is the most important part. This is the most important part. If you're using the angular distance between them in your vision as to make this
yeah, the angular distance in our vision. Yes.
Okay, if you're doing that, then the answer is yes.
Yes, we would see the convergence and divergence of stars in the scenario I stated. Yes, in our vision.
Yes, if you're comparing them using that judgment, yes.
Yeah, the judgment of our vision. Yes.
Yeah, but that's not what people are saying to you whenever they tell you you can't do that. What they're
No,
telling you
there's
is that they're talking about comparing it in a different way, in a more accurate way. So
yeah, and we're talking about this way. We're
yeah,
talking
I
about
know.
this
That's
way.
what
I know everyone
that's
wants
what.
to derail it and obfuscate and red herring it and do all kinds of non sequiturs for the way I'm talking about. I understand that. I've heard it for the past 10 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you true. As long as you uh, include that caveat, then there should be
What
no
caveat?
disagreement.
What caveat?
That you're talking strictly in reference to viewing it, um, and using the judgment of the fucking angular separation from your point of view.
Yes, I'm talking strictly about what we see. Yes, strictly what we see, the one person sees. Yes. That's all I've been talking about the whole time. That caveat has been added about 100 times today.
Okay, just include the part about the angular separation.
The angular separation from what we see, yes, they appear to deviate.
There you
I
go.
was very clear about this all day.
Sometimes that's what I'm saying. I was listening and I was trying to get in and correct because I know Xanax, he knows a lot of stuff, but sometimes he hears one thing because some people are describing things in a less than explicit way.
Okay,
So
well, I've been very explicit and specific about the scenario and what we're seeing. And somehow no one agrees with me. No, Xanax, none of your boys at Gems, no one. They say we shouldn't see this. They say we wouldn't see it. Yeah, I brought this to Gems. They say we wouldn't see this. I was nuts. They said I was nuts. You wouldn't see this. All kinds of crazy stuff. They
listen to what
tried
I'm
saying it
saying
was
to
the
you.
lens. Bro, they tried saying it was the lens, and they said it was perspective, and they said we wouldn't see it. Just craziness.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying to you though, because if you don't, if you think about it in any other way than this weird way I'm about to describe it, then the answer would be no. But you have to think about it in this strange way, as if you're using your subjective view, your perspective,
Our
and
vision, yes. What we see, our vision.
you're comparing moments of still shots that you know of still frames that you're viewing. You're comparing still frames that you're creating in your head of what you see.
Yep. What we see. I'm comparing what I see at one point to what I see at another point. Yep. In our vision.
But you're using, like I said, angular distance and it's almost using a two-dimensional. I mean, it's using a two-dimensional
Angular
description of what.
distance gets diverges and
Yeah.
converges. Yes. I've been very specific all day.
Well, if you're saying these things, you're saying two-dimensional, and you're saying.
No, I didn't. Who said 2-dimensional? Why do we got
I
to say
just
what's
disagree with it.
what's with the 2-dimensional? I'm talking about what we see. If we see in 2-dimensional, then that's implied in what we see.
Well, no. So if you're talking about the angles changing, like the angular distance between two things, this is a two-dimensional perspective. This is a two-dimensional description, right? Like a celestial sphere, for example, is two-dimensional. That's the issues. You know, sometimes it's annoying to be thorough and explicit, but if you're not, especially in conversations like this one, different people are going to be correct because they're all saying different things.
All right, I've only been half listening here, so Jeremy, could you maybe or Kosho, somebody kind of sum up Kosho's view on this? Because sorry, I guess I just haven't. You don't have to do it just.
Kosho
You don't,
agrees
you,
with
don't,
me,
you, don't,
Tamar.
you don't have to do it just for me, but I'm just saying, like, it seems like
Kosho, Kosho, this image I'm about
I'm
to
gonna sum it
post.
up for Gio. Hold on,
How
Gio.
would you say that's possible if you're not standing at the equator?
right. Is that what? Yeah. So
Let me sum it up for you,
Well, bro,
Gio.
this is not possible. This is not possible thing you can see if you're standing at the equator. Yeah, this you can't possibly see this.
So what's happening there?
Well, you would take the angle. So this looks like maybe let's call it 45 degrees. I don't know. Let's just call it 45 degrees. 35 to 45 degrees. That's about how far north of the equator you are when you're making this observation. Let's call it like 45 to 60 degrees, somewhere in between there.
Okay,
And
so
you can tell
yeah,
because of the angle.
it's roughly that far away. This picture was either taken in southern Europe or in northern Chile.
Well, those are pretty different.
No,
but same idea.
Let me sum it up for you.
Yeah,
Hold on,
wait,
man.
Jeremy, hang on, man, hang on. Let's just hear Coach
I'm gonna
out.
sum it up.
So
I'm gonna
let's
catch
say,
Geo up real quick.
Because I feel like
okay,
it's like I've been listening, but I don't really know exactly what Kosho's position
Yeah,
is.
Kosho agrees
yeah,
with basically.
that's what I'm trying to find out. We have this picture,
Okay,
Coach.
go ahead,
It's
Nate.
not
You
on the
sum it up.
equator. It's either in southern Europe or it's in northern Chile. What do you think's going on here, Kosho?
I think this is a long exposure shot, which is basically allowing the camera to capture the path the stars are taking over probably 2 or 3 hours. And so what that allows you to see is this fucking, as Jeremy says, the converging and diverging of these star paths. However, the only way it's accurate or valid to describe what you see yourself as in the same sort of way is if you are describing what you see as a collection of still frames that you're sort of mentally capturing with your fucking eyesight, and you're taking two-dimensional descriptions of them. If you're not doing that, then it's not accurate to describe it that way. Because
So
when you
you're
see
basically
things,
saying that wouldn't be visible with your own two eyes, right?
star trails aren't visible.
No. That image I posted, that image that we're talking about now,
Yeah,
would that be visible with your own two eyes? If you
that's
could
star trail.
speed up, yeah. Would you see the star trails like that with your own two eyes if you could speed up the night sky, hypothetically?
Yeah, like I said, only if you were doing it in such in a weird way. Like here's a better way of describing it. You would, if you were to sit there and you were able to draw a picture every minute, a two-dimensional picture of what you're seeing every minute, and you'd basically overlay them on each other, you would end up with this picture. But like I said, that's because you're taking still images of what you see and projecting them onto a 2D, picture over time. That's the only way that describing it like that as a converging and diverging makes sense. If you're not doing that, then what you actually see is, a moment by moment, the stars not moving away from each other because you're seeing, you interpret the world three-dimensionally.
Okay, but that would be possible with the camera, even if you're not at the equator, right?
You mean just taking still images?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is possible anywhere. Yeah, this image. But this is actually not possible at the equator. So
Okay, so if I'm like 30 degrees north or south of the equator and I take a long exposure image, I could get this with the camera, right? But with my eyes, I would have to do whatever it is you said.
yeah, you'd have to take a picture every minute and then overlay them over each other. Take a picture, like draw a picture every minute of what you see, or something weird like that. Or take a mental picture and fucking do an overlay in your head. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you can't get the convergent and divergent star trails anywhere in the world, because you can get them everywhere in the world. What I'm saying is because of this angle, you're not going to get this at the equator.
So I would get the same effect if I was, 10 degrees off of the north to south pole.
Yeah, you would get it. You would get it everywhere.
I don't know if I agree with that, but okay.
I am so unclear
Well,
on what I'm so unclear on what your position is on this Kosho. You're just saying because it's at an angle, but the stars are supposed to be way out there. You're not. I mean, it's not like I understand what you're saying. Like maybe with that, whereas like if you're in like a room with a ceiling that's 10 foot tall, and you have let's say a blue circle, a 2 foot wide blue circle taped to the ceiling. And you're looking at it from right under, it looks like a circle. And as you go further away, it's going to look like an oval or whatever. Like, is that what you're kind of trying to say? Is that because you're looking at it at an angle that those star trails? Or maybe just sum up your viewpoint. I'm so not
It
clear
does.
on what you're saying.
Yeah. First of all, it's just you're rotating. Doesn't matter what shape you are. Either you're rotating, or the thing around you is rotating, and because of that, that's a 360-degree description of what you're doing. There's gonna be circles involved. There's gonna be a circle around the poles, and they're gonna get wider and wider, closer to the equator. No matter how big, how far away the stars are, or how what shape you are. That's just what going in circles does.
Why would it do that?
That's what it does every time, everywhere.
But that's because it's because the stars actually are diverging close and local over a plane. Why would that happen if you're on a sphere and the stars are light years away?
Okay, I can make that thing.
They would all just phase across. They would all just phase across your sky evenly, especially at the equator. They would. You would never see these diverging. You never see these diverging things. I understand the clockwise and counterclockwise at the north or south, but that's because you're on the north part of the ball, like the northern hemisphere of a sphere, or the southern hemisphere. And since you're actually turning and rotating with the sphere, the stars are going to reflect that. But if you're like at the equator, first of all, if you're at the equator, you would never get diverging, and you wouldn't get diverging from other places, especially like 30 degrees north, 30 degrees south. So what's your explanation for that?
Okay, so if imagine that you found yourself in some hellish, fucking giant void, and you were inside of a 12-digit clock, like a fucking regular clock with 12 digits around in a circle around you, but they were like a billion, quadrillion miles away, but you could see the light from each of them, and you're in the middle, and then you start rotating, with like 12 and the 6 as the axes. Okay. It doesn't matter what shape. It doesn't matter what shape you are. It could just be your body rotating with the 6 and the 12 as the axes. You're gonna see the 11 and the 1 are gonna be making small circles around the fucking 12. The 3 or the 2 and the 10, just a little bit bigger circle, and so on and so forth. And it wouldn't matter. It doesn't matter that the clock is shaped like a circle already. Like it could be any shape, because it's just the fact that the rotation is going to cause everything in your frame, in your field of view, to rotate. And the only things that are not going to rotate are going to be where the poles are. But everything outside of that are just going to make a wider and wider circle until you get like the halfway point. But
he's basically saying, because he's saying if you was at the equator, you wouldn't see this effect. But the closer you get to one of the axis of rotation, that side that's closer, you would that's when you would now start seeing this effect.
I agree. I agree with that. On a sphere at the equator, you should not see any diverging, converging, anything. But as you go south, you should start to see the kind of southern clockwise. Or if you go north, you start to see the northern counterclockwise. But even at that, you wouldn't get diverging. You would, like, let's say you're at the equator, all the stars would be going straight across the sky. Once you go north, you're going to start to get that effect of the counterclockwise stars in the north. But the ones in the south are never going to go you're never going to see stars going the other way, like diverging the other way, unless you go into the southern hemisphere. There's no way around that on a sphere, because the only reason the stars are making these arcing patterns is because in the sphere model, you're on a sphere either north or south of the equator. That's why it's happening. It's just the stars are mirroring your rotational direction. So the fact that we see both diverging is just not possible on a sphere.
And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter that we're a sphere. It's not what causes this. And
it does. That's the only reason it's happening is because you're on a sphere. Otherwise, the stars are just way out. They're not. The stars are not arcing. They're light years away out in outer space. The only reason they're arcing is because you're on a sphere.
Yeah, I know, but there's a lot of lights in the room. Then I could do it around too. I mean, you can do it anywhere. Anytime you spin around, it's have the same exact effect. Doesn't matter if some lights are closer, some farther. It's not a circle. You're not a circle. You're doing a circle. You're rotating in a circle. So the fact that you're making a 360 rotation is what's causing those circles of lights that you see.
Why would they do that though? If they're all light years away and you're just moving, you're spinning. Why would they do that?
Because your frame is changing. Your frame, it doesn't matter how small you are compared to them. Your frame is changing by, 1 degree. It's turning around 1 degree. Every time it turns 1 degree, everything you see is going to move 1 degree. So everything's going to move in a circle 360 degrees, and the circles will be bigger, closer to the halfway point.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then that would just happen everywhere. Like every single person on the sphere would get diverging trails, meaning that at every point on the sphere, you'd have a straight line of stars, and then one's making one arc on your one side, and then the other arc on the other. Because now, if you're saying it's just perspective, just the fact that you're just rotating through a field of stars, then it would happen everywhere. Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah,
That's what I
yeah,
said.
that's what I said. When you said a second ago, when you said that it doesn't happen on the equator, it will only be straight line or whatever. The stars that are directly above the equator, that's true. But if you can see the stars directly above the equator from where you are, you can see stars slightly south of the equator, and those stars are going to be rotating the other direction.
Why would
So
they rotate the other direction? The only reason they arc is because you're on the sphere north or south of the equator. If you're north of the equator, why would they ever arc the other way?
Because that's just like I use our photo.
Because the ones further away from the central axis of location are creating a wider arc. You know, it's not as tight a circle as you would have closer to the poles, Drew.
So just to backtrack to what Moyoc showed us earlier today, he set up 2 flashlights, and then he put his camera on a chair, and he rotated the chair. The left flashlight stayed straight. The right flashlight arced. The problem with that is he was on a linear path. Okay? Because he wasn't getting closer to and farther away from, which is what you would have to be doing on a sphere. So that's perspective. Now, if he moved or added lights, and then he moved from one light orientation to the next, each of those next lights would become the new equatorial straight line, which is what you.
Go ahead, sorry, Travis.
Which is what you should see if you change your position from the equator to any other latitude. That latitude, that celestial equator, would follow you to each of those new positions. You would always have a new straight line above you.
Right. That's kind of what I'm getting from the way Kosho's describing it. That's if what he's saying is true, then what you just said would also be true. And what you just said is not what we observe. Like the
Therefore,
position.
the Earth is not rotating.
Right. The rotation counter and the clockwise and counterclockwise arcing is at a consistent position in the sky. It doesn't move. Like Orion's belt is always Orion's belt. The straight stars don't just change when you're in a different area.
Yeah, why would you expect that? We're not the ones
That
rotating.
was the way you were describing it. You were saying it's a perspective.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, the Earth is rotating.
I'm not clear on what your position is. I kind of want Jeremy to try to sum it up, but
okay, no. Look at these pictures I posted just now. I posted 2 pictures. Okay, the top one shows like the cornfields, and you recognize it as like what happened to railroads with perspective. They get closer and closer as you look forward. Okay, the other one is a roller coaster. Okay, and so what I want you to just try to imagine like these cornfields, what they would do if instead of going out to the distance, it went up in front of you, and then after it went up in front of you, it went up over your head behind you, kind of like what the roller coaster did. Okay, because this is what perspective is causing you to do as you're rotating or the frame is rotating around you.
Okay,
like the lines are going up in front of you, and as they go up behind you, they're going to appear to be moving further away in that still frame.
I got you, and I do understand that. But why, if that was the case, then that means, like Travis was saying, from every position on Earth, whatever stars are directly above you would be going straight, and then you'd have the clockwise and counterclockwise on your left and right, like your roller coaster thing. But that's not what we observe. The position of the straight stars is consistent. The stars at the equatorial region, it doesn't move with you. So from what you were saying, that effect would move, meaning that if you're in the north, maybe the center stars that are going
died. You might have to repeat some of that.
What?
Well, okay, if I need to repeat it, what I'm saying is that I hear what you're saying. The roller coaster, I see the lines that you got here.
Mic check.
Oh man, forget it. We'll try later. Yeah, we can hear you.
Go ahead,
Kosho, I don't understand now that because I was driving before. I don't understand what your second image is trying to demonstrate with the roller coaster. I don't understand what your point is.
Okay, now you have to. It died and it didn't work. I turned it on. So whatever it is you said, very briefly, just once more.
Are you
your
talking
mic's fucked up. Kosho, your mic's fucked up. Listen, I'm going to sum it up. Everyone just be quiet for 2 seconds. It ain't going to take long. Kosho agrees with me that if you don't move your head and you stay fixed in one spot as the stars move, angularly they will appear to diverge or converge depending on which direction you're looking, east or west. This is only from this one position in this one scenario where you don't move your head. He agrees with me.
It's good enough for me.
And Jeremy, do you think this is possible everywhere except for the equator?
No, you would see this the most at the equator. You would see this the most at the equator. Maybe not the most. You would definitely see this at, maybe not the most, but you would definitely see this at the equator, yes. Convergence, divergence.
At the equator. That's what you and Kosho both agree on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why
only
would we see
only from a fixed position, you got to put more caveats on it. Only from a fixed position when you don't change, when you don't move, and there will be an angular size difference between the two stars on the far edge left and right of your vision throughout the night.
Then we would see this anyway. Then why did Kosho say this wouldn't happen at the equator?
Because the pictures
This
you
will
showed
happen
me,
at
dude.
the equator.
Yeah, I thought you were asking about the picture. Can you hear me right now, Nate?
Yeah, go ahead.
The picture you showed me. The picture you showed me. I thought you were asking me about the picture specifically, as it is impossible for that picture to have been taken at the equator. But that effect, if you're just asking about the effect, yes, of course, the effect can be viewed anywhere, maybe outside the poles. Like if you're directly at the poles, maybe you'll miss it. But anywhere outside of that, you can see both hemispheres diverging, converging away.
But why would that picture then not be possible at the equator if we could see star divergence anyway?
Because this is my point: if you take anyone's footage of this, like Travis's, for instance, and you really study the details, you can tell exactly where they are, or at least how far north or south they are. Because if you're at the equator, it's going that line where they're separating them is going to be directly vertical, and as that angle turns, you're going to be further and further north or south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would see this image at the equator then, right in the middle. Those stars straight lines. But as I turn, well, not even turn my head, as I just
that's right.
look
You
left
see it at the
and look
equator,
right. So why is Koshu saying I would not see this at the equator, John?
Because you wouldn't see that angle is what I'm saying. That specific angle
You
that
would
you
see
showed.
the divergence. Kosho, hold on, Kosho. You would see the divergence and convergence thing happen at the equator, right, Kosho?
Absolutely, but it would 100% of the time it would 100% of the time have a vertical divider, and the thing dividing those two stars would be vertical, would be angled at all.
Nate, I can answer your question, Nate. Okay.
Hang on though, Jeremy. Just look at that picture. I'm tagging you. That is the picture Kosho was saying. That wouldn't happen at the equator. That's that's what I'm talking about. Just for clarity.
Yes, but what is he saying would right? You have to focus on what he's saying
From the way
wouldn't happen.
From the way that camera is positioned, I would say that shot is not possible at the equator.
It's not even the camera's.
Because the camera looks like it's basically horizontal. So if you had your camera horizontal at the equator, the star trail that's appears to be going in a straight line would be going straight up.
Exactly. And it doesn't matter.
And the
It doesn't
star
matter how
trails
the camera.
are divergent. They wouldn't diverge or what?
They would still diverge, but the star trail that was going in a straight line would be in the middle of your shot, and it would be going vertical.
Yeah, I agree. So then this shot is possible at the equator. It's just that it's like skew. It's at an angle. But if it was vertical, if the lines in the middle were going up down, then the lines to the side would be converging from outside to in, right?
Yes. Yep, exactly. You
So then
still have
this
the
shot is
convergence.
possible. So then this shot of star convergence is possible at the equator.
Yes,
Yes,
man,
but
yes.
So why are you guys saying it's not?
Well, not that specific shot because the line would be going. Just not that specific shot because the line would be going vertical.
Okay, just tilt your screen, 45
No, but
degrees. And then this shot
tilting
is
your
possible
screen.
at the equator. Like this is the dumbest
Tilting your
argument
screen.
ever.
No,
Yes,
but
Nate,
tilting your
yes.
screen.
Okay, sorry.
Tilting.
I don't mean it's dumb, but come on, man. You guys are just saying because the shot is tilted. All I gotta do is tilt my phone.
No, you don't listen, dude.
No, you don't get
Motherfucker.
it, Nate.
Both
You
you,
don't. You're
you
not
and
getting
Jim.
it.
Listen, the picture I just posted, that's at the
Yeah.
equator. Okay, this is at the equator because no matter where you tilt your camera, the fucking separator is vertical. You can tilt your camera in the other image, and sure, the separator thing's gonna be vertical, but then the ground's gonna be fucking tilted 90 degrees or something. So yeah, if you have your camera pointed to where the ground is not lopsided, then it's gonna be vertical in reference to the horizontal. Only at the equator.
What's the difference between your picture and my picture aside from the tilt involved?
Well, one of ours
Okay,
has
can
fucking
I take a
vertical
crack at
fucking.
this? Can I take a crack at this?
No, I have something
So
to say first, please.
okay, yeah,
Yeah,
no problem.
Travis has been waiting. Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, so this goes back to a question I asked Kosho before he had a computer problem. Kosho, I've been driving, so I haven't looked at your photos that you've put up. I don't understand the roller coaster image. Can you give me a quick?
Sure. The reason I post that is because you have to understand. If you instead understand the star trails as some sort of like, let's say the star trails were actually you watching them and they actually left trails when you saw them, right? They would be making circles around you, okay? And that's just like this roller coaster that you're doing a loop in. The roller coaster, the trails are staying parallel, just like a railroad, but it's doing a circle around you, up in front of you, and then back behind you. Okay. So for this reason, the view that you get of those tracks, even though they're parallel, they're in your perspective, it's going to cause them to look like they're converging, and then as they go up and around you, diverging.
No, but that's the reason why those roller coaster tracks are doing that are because they're bent.
Okay, so what?
No,
Wait, stop! No,
those
please,
tracks are
please, no,
straight.
no, I'm not done. No. I want Kosho to
The biggest
understand
part.
what I'm saying. The reason why those roller coaster tracks look bent is because they are. That's a loop de loop. Those are
Right.
arcing tracks. It's not remotely
That's right.
the same for you to use that as an example.
Well, if you have a stationary light and you make a circle, like you just spin around in a circle, the circle that you're spinning around in is going to create that stationary light. It's going to make it appear to be doing a circle around you. And if it
Okay.
is a trail, then that's going to be the same thing.
Hold
the
on
way
real
that you
quick. Hold
explained
on.
it
I'm
though,
sorry.
like,
Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Kosho, this is the point that I asked you to make a physical model. This will never happen. If you make this physical model, you will never create star trails the way we're being told star trails are being made. It won't happen.
I mean,
you
I've already
say that
recorded the video.
also saying that the stars get narrower, right? They sort of tend to look like they're bending. That would never happen if the stars were trillions of miles away.
It would happen at any distance. The distance is irrelevant.
It is relevant. It's totally relevant. That's the whole point of this conversation, is to say that the stars are close or far.
Okay, this is very important. Okay, and just trust me. It doesn't matter how far away anything is from you. If you're doing a circle, then everything around you is going to, and in one of your cycles, one cycle that you do, everything around you is going to make a 360-degree movement. And the size of those 360-degree circles that everything around you is going to do depends on its axial angle from you. So if something's horizontal to you, then it's going to make a straight line around you. Okay. And if something's 90 degrees from you, like up and down, those are going to not move. They're going to be dots. Everything else is going to make a circle, no matter how far away it is. And those circles are going to be dependent on its axial angle.
So here's another way to think about it. In the north, if you see them move clockwise or counterclockwise, whatever direction it is, and in the south, they move the other direction, it makes sense somewhere in the middle, they're going to sort of appear to go kind of both directions, as everybody keeps saying, or they seem to diverge. That makes sense. It's not like they're gonna go clockwise on one side of the hemisphere. You're gonna step 1 yard, and all of a sudden now they're all going counterclockwise. There's going to be a point where they sort of merge with the rotation.
Yeah. I mean, what we're essentially saying to you, Nate, is that the reason why picture 1 won't work versus picture 2 being Kosho's picture at the equator, is because the vertical line separating the two directional different spins is perpendicular to the ground. So at the equator, right, because it's perpendicular, you see a hard separation between the clockwise and counterclockwise, or the converging and diverging differences.
Yeah, listen, I totally get that. That's all they had to say. The picture's tilted. At the equator, it would all be straight up and down.
But it's not it's not just the fact that the picture is tilted. It's a fact that in reference to the picture, it's a perpendicular. So if you look at Kosho's picture, the line of separation between clockwise and counterclockwise is perpendicular to the ground, whereas in your
Yeah, I
picture,
understand. It's
it's a
tilted.
45
Exactly.
angle. So that's why your picture is unable to be performed at the equator. But
It's tilted.
yeah.
Yeah. That's all they had to say. It's tilted. At the equator, the star trails would go up and down. They wouldn't go diagonally. That's fine. That's all they had to say, man. You didn't have to say all that other long stuff they said.
What he's trying to ensure is that you understand that.
I understand it. If he had just said it's tilted, I would have. I understood that part. It's when he said that other stuff that it just threw me off.
Well, because I was explaining to you, Nate, because I know you understand this stuff. I was explaining to people that are naysaying this, because anybody could do this. They just take their phone and turn around and take those images and just overlay them on each other. You're gonna get the lights that appear to do circles around you, and you have lights above your eye level and below your eye level. You're gonna see they're gonna be two different directions of rotation.
Go ahead and show us, please. Okay. So Nate, here's what's gonna put a bee in your bonnet, Nate. Okay, let's pretend you and I don't know that there's an equator. Let's say that we don't even know that the Earth is a ball per se, and we're looking up at the night sky, and we take star trails, and we see the image that you're showing us with the 45-degree tilt. Okay, and we say, man, why is the sky doing that? Like, what do you think is causing that? And it takes us a while, but we finally figure out that the Earth has to be rotating, and the Earth has to be a ball. In order for us to see the image that you posted, we would have to be tilted in that direction and rotating toward that direction.
I understand, Travis. Being tilted in that direction and rotating in that direction.
In order for the angle to be. So if we were rotating and we were our own equator, right? Then we would be creating our own equatorial celestial equator with diverging star trails. We would have to be rotating in that direction. Okay. Now,
What is that
someone else,
direction? Is
huh?
it clockwise, counterclockwise? Like, what is that direction that you keep referring to?
Well, if we determined that it was east, we would have to be rotating east.
So I'm rotating east. I see the stars diverging at an angle at this 45-degree tilt.
No. That's what I'm. Okay, look, this is why it's so abstract. This whole conversation. Okay. For you to see a celestial equator at a 45-degree angle, your ball would have to be turned in that angle, because it's not the sky that's making the angle. It's the position of the Earth in relationship to those to the sky.
And that's
Then
fine.
we would have to be rotating in that direction as well.
That's fine. That's what we
Yeah,
claim it
because
to be. We claim it
we all
to
No,
revolve
because
on an axis.
okay, hold on. You guys have to slow down and think about this, and I'll try to make this as simple as possible.
12 hours.
In order for from my, you got to go back to my photograph in or my time lapse in California. My time lapse in California has the 45-degree angle moving from bottom left to top right, 45-degree angle bottom left to top right, and having two diverging star trails. In order for that to be happening for my orientation, that I'm facing southeast, I'm not facing east, I'm facing southeast, I would have to be rotating southeast. But I'm not rotating southeast on your model, I'm rotating east. Therefore, I wouldn't see that observation.
Right. The fact that the stars are arcing is because of your position on the sphere.
Yes. You guys don't even understand your own model. We're teaching you how your model doesn't work.
That's what it's caused by, is your actual position. Because the stars are not actually arcing. It's because you're on a globe that's spinning that makes them arc in the model.
Yeah, we all understand that.
We all
Okay,
understand
that's
it.
not good. But to
You guys
simultaneously,
aren't saying anything profound here.
but because to simultaneously see two arc directions when you're in one part of the sphere is geometrically impossible.
Well, no, see, that's the
Why?
thing. It's not. You can't
Because
bring
the
the
arc
idea of geometry into this, Geo, because we have yet to identify how much of this observed star trailing is due to optic interference. Right? We've talked about how looking at our model from a geometry standpoint, this is all valid because we're a tilted planet rotating through a system, and we watch as these stars go ahead. And what Kosho is saying is that the reason we observe these diverging and converging lines is basically geodesics, right? Like we're watching straight lines on a circle go overhead, so it's like it's perspective. All these circles, if analyzed right, straight on, they would never really touch. These lines are like railroads essentially, and the reason we look at them converging and diverging is because of optic interference, not because that's what they're actually doing.
No.
Well, yeah, you brought up a couple different points there. I mean, the camera, the perspective, a couple different things. The thing is that if that was the case, if it was due to perspective, then everybody on every part of the sphere would see a straight line of stars above them, some arcing on the north, some arcing on the left, on any position, if it's just perspective. But
No,
it's not what it is. The straight ones and then the arced north and south are consistent with the actual position in the sky.
Right. And Gia, the reason why that is because it's your perspective on the globe, right? So wherever you are in the planet, except for the poles, I guess, you would witness converging and diverging star paths wherever you are in the globe, right?
Not if it was a globe. No, let me just say real quick. If it was a globe, at the equator, you would have straight star trails. As you go, hold on, let me finish. But only straight ones. There would be no diverging. As you go north on the sphere, because you're now making an arc, because like I said, at the equator, like if you were to drive a car at the equator, you wouldn't have to turn left or right ever. You would just go straight forever. That's why the star trails would all be straight, because just like the car driving around the equator, you never have to turn. So the stars would all be straight because that's what you're doing. You're basically a car.
Oh, okay. No.
Let me just finish. Hold on. Let me just finish, man. Let me finish. Okay. So the car would be straight. If you then were at a northern latitude, 10 degrees, 20, 30 degrees north, now, if you're in a car driving around to Earth, you've got to turn your wheel to the right a little bit as you make that. That turning your wheel to the right is equivalent to the stars making an arc, and ultimately all the way up to the equator.
Okay, so I'm
I'm
going to try my best to respond to you with the way I understand it. Anyone on the globe side, if I make any errors claim, let me know. But let me just try to finish this, Geo, and then feel free to respond. Earth is tilted, right? And the stars that you see aligned with the equator are just random stars that align with our tilted trajectory, right? So at the equator, you'll see one or two stars that perfectly align, right, with our exact equator. And those stars will not have any type of converging or diverging line. But as you change your position, you are going to be changing your optical angle, right? And that's why you're going to be witnessing these changes in converging or diverging. But if we were to
all day, you've all got the same thing wrong. If you were to move your location, how many times
Elijah,
do different flat earthers have to say you have the same location when you're witnessing this?
Elijah,
I really don't understand.
You're coming to the conversation late. You don't even understand what point I'm trying to make right now.
You just said if you change your position, this is why you get the effect. Except no one's changing their position in the example.
Yeah, in this example, hey, dumb fuck, in this example, we are. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Hey, don't call names.
I asked you to politely.
Hey, Smooth, don't call names because now you're getting upset because you're wrong, and I know it hurts because it's not a globe. Don't do that.
Hey
Relax.
man, Smooth. Wait, Smooth. You remember earlier today when you were talking to me like you were my dad?
Yes,
like
Travis.
think about it, man. Come on.
I'm trying, but he came in and he's starting to tell me I'm wrong, but doesn't even know what I'm talking about.
No, dude, Smooth, listen, dude. The reason he's saying you're wrong is because it's been like hours of us explaining that your response of if I look up at the ceiling and down at the floor, they'll look different. If I look to the left and to the right, they'll look different. If I look to the north and to the south, they'll look different. Isn't addressing what we're saying, and every single time people take the time to lay out that doesn't address what we're saying, a baller jumps in and then reiterates it anyway.
I'm responding directly to Gio, who said, wouldn't we see all the lines going straight vertical at the equator? And my answer is no, and I'm explaining why my answer is no. It's directly to Gio, who said at the equator we would see all the lines.
Yeah, looking in one direction.
Right, and I'm explaining why that issue, even at the equator, is wrong.
By looking in two different directions, then you're not answering his question.
No, I'm trying to explain it. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say that the only star paths that you will see that are completely straight, right, are the ones that you are perfectly aligned to. All other.
This is like when Xanax said it was like two horizons when the Black Swan first came out.
All other.
They obviously don't have a computable answer, so they it's literally like reading from a script.
Can you please please, man. I mean, we really were having a great conversation before you got here,
Well,
and I
kind
would
of
love
sounds
for you to join it. But can you just please let me finish? So
well, it sounds like you're describing a scenario in which the stars would be close and local on a sphere. And I do understand that idea, like if they're close and local, like in that one animation GIF that people post. That sounds like the way you're describing it. But when you're on a sphere and the stars are light years away, they're so far away that you're now just seeing a field of stars. And so
right.
the fact that they'd be arcing is only related to the fact that you're moving a different position on a sphere and you're tracking a different track through space, if you want to call it that.
No,
Your
Exactly.
eyeballs are tracking through space, and then the stars reflect that.
The
You understand the
reason
distinction you just made?
the reason why they arc, Geo, is because they have an opposing optical angle to you.
So you didn't understand the distinction he just made?
No, not really. That's
That
why I
optical
respond.
effect would maybe make sense if they were right up by the Earth, and so your angle would change relative to where you're looking at it because they're right by the Earth. But they're super far away. It's a uniform field of stars. It's
No,
just like a
that's
set
incorrect.
location of stars.
That would mean that like if I were to extrapolate that point to my heliocentric model, that means that there would be no stars. It would all just be one star.
Oh my God.
Well, that's what you're saying. Just because they're far away doesn't mean that they're all going to converge into a single blob.
No one said that.
Right.
That's
Okay.
not what he said. That's not what he said, Smooth.
Guys, it's hard to say exactly what someone said. Like, conversations are an attempt for
It's
two
not
people
hard.
to.
That's how you communicate. You know how you can't say what someone
Elijah,
said when they're
why are
speaking
you
a different
interrupting me?
language.
Why
No,
why
because when you're
this is
talking,
the
when you're
third
speaking the
time
same
since you've
language,
come here.
Hold on, you're interrupting him. Go ahead, Elijah.
when you speak, the only way to actually transfer information is if you're communicating. The only way you do that is if you actually hear and assess what the person is saying. Anytime you're not doing that, you're not communicating, even if you're speaking the same language. I don't understand how you can attempt to try to answer this man and you didn't understand what he said.
It would be better to say I don't understand than to be like what you're saying is not true, or they'd all go into one blob or something like what?
Oh, they're saying that we should always really see this divergent effect because the stars are close by. If they were far away, we wouldn't see this happen.
Here's my claim that I've said since I made these videos. If the Earth were a ball and were rotating at the equator, you would not see converging and diverging star trails at all. Every star trail would be linear straight over your head.
Yeah, I agree.
Why?
Because they are on a 2D area. They are in a 2D area with no depth.
You know, earlier someone gave an example. Well, not an example. They made a demonstration, right, to try to explain the phenomena. And I guess this is close as you can possibly get. If you rotate your camera away from a planar surface, like the door that he was using to show the effect. But the problem with that is if you ratio that, the heliocentric model doesn't even come into question. Like you're not going to be able to do that with the stars far away. Close, maybe. And I know you understand this because that was the kind of example that you guys tried to give earlier. You've been in here with the rest of us damn near all day long.
Yeah, another thing about it is like basically the idea is that the lenses are imposing this effect, basically. Same with your eyes. Right. But we have pictures where if you take a picture of the sky, it's not just like there's straight lines in the center and then they diverge away from the center point. We have pictures where the straight lines are over to the right and the center of the picture is actually significantly divergent away from that center point that's straight. So that whole argument doesn't work either. It wouldn't work anyway. If the cause of the movement is the Earth spinning, you could only see one movement in the sky, one perceived motion of stars in the sky at a time. Why is this so
You're
confusing?
Secondly, and finally,
you misunderstand the heliocentric model.
Secondly, and finally, if this is a physical phenomenon, it can be physically reduplicated in reality. Have fun, gentlemen.
Like, what do
really
you mean with
bad
those terms? A
response.
physical phenomena.
Well, I mean, what Travis has talked about, like if you were, well, I have said this based partly on what Travis has said, so I guess I can't say it for him. But to recreate this, like if you had a huge warehouse, put a bunch of stars, of course, those are not really light years away, have a sphere, put a camera on it, and actually recreate this. All like the divergence, all of the factors.
He already did. Look, Kosho just posted a real example of straight lines converging and diverging due to perspective.
Is it?
Look,
It's due
but
to
the problem
perspective.
it can't be due to perspective. Look,
Why
I don't
not?
even know how.
Elijah,
Why not? How about the conversations? No, not Elijah. Not
Smooth, you're
Elijah.
interrupting him again.
Not
No,
Elijah.
Gio, I'm not. This is the fourth time he's
Not
interrupted me
Elijah.
before I finished a point.
You weren't even speaking.
Been
You
talking
literally
forever, dude.
weren't speaking. You weren't speaking.
I literally
You
Kosho,
weren't
take
speaking.
that picture
You
down,
weren't
Kosho.
speaking. Anyway, Kosho's picture, whatever it is, it is not. There's no.
It's a false equivalence.
Listen, you got for the same reason that
Why?
we've had arguments all day long about how the sky isn't exactly working with perspective because of how far the sun and other things are away is exactly the same reasoning you should apply to this. I don't understand why it's so hard.
So no one else is talking right now, so I'm going to talk, right? So just there you go, Gio. Elijah, please look at Kosho's picture at 8:03 or 3 minutes past the hour, depending on your time.
Okay, Smooth.
You're talking about this curved track, this curved.
Yeah.
bike?
Yes. Listen, Smooth.
Hold on, why are you
Smooth.
interrupting me? Why? I was clearly talking.
No,
Clearly.
you
Fucking
said.
A. What?
You said.
How is that not talking?
Travis, come on. Let him finish, Travis. Come on.
Dude, it's a curved road. It's not analogous. How do you guys not know that?
It doesn't
You
matter.
stupid motherfuckers. How do you know what I'm going to say?
Now he's mad. Now he's
Yeah,
mad.
because you guys interrupted him. Just let him finish.
How do we know what you're going to
No,
say?
he's
You just
mad
invoked
because
the
you
picture.
don't. He's mad
But
because
why
you
don't we
don't
let
have
him
an
finish?
answer, and
Even
you
though
want
you
us.
guys don't agree with him. Why not
He's
let him?
mad.
No, Nate, he's been talking
He's
for
mad
4
because
hours.
you don't have.
Okay, but just let him finish this
Nate,
point, and then he
Nate.
won't talk.
All right,
Nate,
listen,
all
I
he
didn't.
said was look at the picture and then stopped. Now I'm
Exactly.
responding and
stop.
saying to
Yes,
him.
he did, Nate.
He did stop, and I responded. We
Oh,
several responded, and then he started talking again, and then started screaming at everyone, interrupting him, and then he started swearing at everyone. I'll unmute him, but dude, you have to realize
Okay,
if you speak and then stop.
Hey, Gio, please just let me finish. I said look at the picture, obviously for a reason, not just to say look. I was waiting for him to pull up the picture. Okay, I'm getting angry because I'm trying to express a point. Please look at the picture and tell me when you're there, and then I can tell you why I'm asking to look at this picture.
We've all seen the picture.
Go on, Smooth.
Elijah, are you looking at the picture?
We've all seen the picture.
Okay, I'm asking, are you looking at it now? I'm using it as an example.
Yeah, they know what picture you are talking about. Just carry on.
Everything.
It's irrelevant for you because you're not going to understand what I'm saying unless you're looking at it.
Dude, you got to move on with your point. You can't worry about whether one person's looking at something. We see the
Yeah,
picture
just
of
make
a bike track.
It's
It
a
looks like a circular bike track. Go ahead, and make a point on it.
Do you see the two?
It's irrelevant regardless. This isn't analogous, so I don't even know. But go ahead.
All right. Do you see the two blue lines, right? Do you see how the two blue lines are appearing to converge on each other?
No.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
diverging, but yeah.
So you're telling me, right, that the two, sure, they're diverging. I was looking backwards in. You can look. I was looking left to right, left to right.
Yeah, they're kind of doing both. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. Do you think that the distance between the top of the track and the bottom of the track has changed?
Not analogous.
I'm not asking that question. Respond with specificity, please.
Okay, specifically, this is irrelevant.
I'm not asking that question.
No, well,
I'm asking you to respond
yes.
with specificity.
Yeah,
Is the distance between the top of the track and the bottom of the track growing the
I got
same?
you.
No.
Yeah, I got you. I'll respond. Yes, they do look different. Like the left side of the track looks really fat and wide. The right part looks small. That is because it's at an angle. I hear that. Now here's the thing. This is what we were saying to Kosho before. If that's what this, let me finish. If that's what this star trail thing was, then you would get that effect at every position on Earth, meaning every position you would see straight stars above you, you'd see some diverging on the left, some diverging on the right, but that's not what we see. The convergence of divergence is consistent with them being like at the equator and north and south of the equator. So there, it's a false equivalency.
Okay.
May I also
guys-
respond, please? Smooth. Is the effect in that picture that we're looking at the result of being on a sphere rotating?
Okay. So
No. We had to answer your question.
No, the answer is no, Travis. But
Okay,
that's
then
not the
guess.
point.
Okay, hold on. Follow up. Do you know what a false equivalency is?
I'm not explaining equivalencies right now. I'm trying to explain an idea. That's
Your idea is
Travis,
disqualified
please.
because it's a false equivalency.
Okay, that's fine. So what I'm trying to show you, Elijah, is that the lines can appear to
Just keep
converge
fucking
and
plowing
diverge.
through.
Yes, because everyone interrupts me. Because it's one point that you're
Hey, Charles, right now.
Yeah, you're such a victim, dude.
If you really want to finish your point, just finish it. We've already jumped in with responses. If you feel like there's more to go, just go ahead and finish.
Yeah.
Try to be concise. Try to get to it. Go ahead.
Right. The only point is that the distance between the top of the track and the bottom of the track is not different through the turn. However, it appears that the track is converging and diverging.
You already
right?
said that.
Okay.
So why are you talking about how everyone's interrupting? You got to finish your point just to say the
why-
same. Now you're interrupting me.
Right, because you interrupted me with it. So
You were done talking.
I wasn't done talking.
This dude's unbearable, dude.
You're never done talking, dude.
How
Just
how
let him
does it
finish.
how
Dude,
how
it's
am I-
enough
out of you.
It's really, it's pretty slow and drawn out, but okay, you've walked us through that. The idea, it seems pretty clear. That you're
Gio,
trying
the
to-
final
you're
point
trying
is
to-
why.
Now you're interrupting me. Hold on, man. You're trying to equivocate this to the discussion we were having. If you're not trying to do that and we've jumped the gun, then go ahead and tell us how you're not trying to equivocate this to the star situation. Go ahead.
So I am only addressing the smallest point of many points for the star part, which is that perspective can change the appearance of converging and diverging lines. That was the only point of this entire thing. I'm not saying that this proves that the Earth is a globe. That's one little picture. I
Yeah,
was
welcome to
only
Flat
using this
Earth.
as an example.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's called a road. We
Smooth,
use railroads
man.
all the time to show parallel railroads look like they converge because that's how perspective works. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's nothing to do with this
Smooth.
conversation.
We had this conversation 8 hours ago. We brought this point up that you're fucking making right now 8 hours ago. We have already dealt with this. You are bringing up something called perspective. But the star trails at the equator are not caused by perspective. They're caused by Earth rotation. This example doesn't belong in this fucking conversation.
And that's because of your inability to understand the information.
Wow,
from this and
wow. Now he's
extrapolate it.
projecting. So
No,
here's the
I'm
problems
being
with the
honest.
picture because you said you weren't trying to equivocate it. Now you just said it's our inability to comprehend it and
I
how
said
it
it's not your inability. I said it
See,
was
and
Travis.
you are okay with constantly
I said it
interrupting,
was
though.
Travis.
Where are you at now, Nate?
You're interrupting Smooth, dude.
Yeah, smooth. You all interrupting this one.
So this is the point. You said
I'm
you
not
weren't
even a
trying
mod.
to.
Like, why call my name?
Well, I just think it's you were a mod a second ago. So I think it's funny that you said you weren't trying to equivocate these, but everyone in the room knew that's what you were doing. Okay. Now this isn't equivalent though. That's why it's a false equivalency. For one, the track itself is curved. The track is curved. Are you saying that the sky is curved? Okay, so it doesn't work there. 2, just like Gio said, if it was actually caused because of perspective like this, then that would happen all over the Earth. The entire globe, when you took time lapse, you would see this happen all over the globe. That's not what we see, though. We just see it at the equator or just above or below the equator. So I don't understand how would it not, an honest person would immediately be like, okay, yeah, that's not equivalent. In addition, just like you said, it isn't based on perspective in the globe model. It's based on the spin of the Earth itself. So those objectively refute any type of attempted equivalence.
The star trails
Well,
are
like
based
you're-
on perspective.
Well, there is some perspective involved because you're looking at them from a different angle. Like in the same way with the photo here, if you were to move your position and you like the track on the left is really wide, looks really fat. The track on the right looks really skinny. If you were to walk over to the far right of that image and then take a shot the other way, it might be the opposite. The right side might look really fat. The left side might look skinny. So that is due to perspective. But the thing is with the stars, in terms of the trails, there's definitely going to be some perspective involved. When you're further north or at the equator, et cetera, there's going to be some perspective. But we're talking about the actual diverging trails. We're not talking about just the angle you're looking at them at. The angle is understandable. You're north, you're south, whatever. It's the divergence and convergence of these star trails. That part doesn't change. The ones that are going straight are always in that same part of the sky. The ones that are arcing north and south, those are the same stars doing that. That's why it's a false equivalent. It's not only due to perspective.
I'm going to ask everyone to refrain from saying what my point is until I finish my point.
Oh my gosh, this dude.
The final part of it was to bring in optical angles, and that has a direct relationship with the
No, it
observed
doesn't.
pattern.
If it was doing this on, dude, we're tired of hearing you talk for an hour and say nothing, dude. I'm sorry, but everyone sat here patiently. You keep pretending you have this home run profound moment that you're going to say something, but you don't. And everyone here knows you don't. If you want to respond specifically to the fact that if this was happening on the globe and it was because of perspective, it would happen in every single position on the globe if it was just perspective. Do you want to respond specifically?
So no, because I was talking and then you interrupted me. So I would like to finish my point. Right? I mean, if you guys don't want to talk about it, then let's change topics. I'm game for that. But I think it's silly that if I, bring up a topic, we spend more time warring over all these argument fallacies or anything instead of just giving me 2 minutes.
No,
to say,
you
"All
don't
right."
understand debate, man. You don't understand.
I'm not
debate.
debating. That's
Yes,
the
this
thing.
is a debate. Yes,
Not
this
for me.
is.
I didn't choose to debate.
You have tried to present something
I'm not
logical.
debating you.
You have
I'm
tried
playing
to
games
present.
and talking. I'm not debating.
You're playing games.
Yeah, I'm playing Xbox.
Video games.
Yeah,
That's
and you're
exhausting.
interrupting again, dude. And
Wow.
Gio, I don't care
So
about
I don't
interruption.
think.
I was interrupting.
Go ahead, Travis.
Okay, so Gio, the thing that I would change about your description was I wouldn't call it perspective. I would call it orientation.
Yeah.
That would.
Serenity now.
Well, but isn't that? I mean, it is orientation. Yeah, I know what you mean. But there's still there's different perspective has some slightly there's the perspective matrix, but then there's also hey, I'm over on the left side of this balcony, and so my perspective is looking out to the left side of the forest. Whereas if I'm on the right side of the balcony, I'm looking out. You know what I mean? I was using it more as in an orientation fashion of perspective. But yeah, I do agree with you.
Whatever you guys
do we see
do, go
parallax?
right, don't go left.
So do we see parallax?
Yes.
And what I mean by parallax, I mean I don't mean throughout the year. I'm talking about me looking at the stars right now from my position. Am I going to see parallax between the stars?
That doesn't make
sense. Right, I'm not, right?
No, that doesn't make sense.
Why?
We get to change.
Am I or am I not? If
How
I'm
would you
standing
see
in the
parallax?
same, if I'm right, so say no. Say no.
Yeah, so
Is the answer no?
You can't see parallax standing in one place.
Okay, right. So why is that?
Because you're comparing two different angles. So you need at least
No,
to have
why? Okay, so I can see parallax between a tree and a mountain in the background. Why can't I see that with the stars? What's the reason?
You can see that if you move. You can see if you're viewing it from
If
two
you
different views. You're gonna see it from one view.
Okay, if I'm driving on the earth, am I going to see parallax with the stars?
If you're driving on the Earth, No, you're not gonna see parallax.
Okay. So why not? Why not?
Because they're
Answer.
they're
Why
far
not?
away. You don't have anything in reference. You're not moving far.
Right. Because they're too far away. What is
You're
it
not
that
moving
you're
far.
not getting? What is it that you're not getting that we wouldn't see this divergence from one location
Eli, if you're speaking, we
because
can't hear you,
they're
dude. You might want
supposed
to
to
drop out
be
and come back in.
No,
Why are you
might,
over talking Elijah?
might be
for
you.
real?
No, you're good, Elijah. Must be
Yo,
something.
they fucking like they
Oh,
are like tactical as a motherfucker.
He's
I
not a
don't know.
Glover. He had some problem. He was trying to help you. Just go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, listen, the stars are too far for what we're seeing in the heliocentric model. The horizon is too far for what we're supposed to be seeing on the globe. The air is too fucking still for us to be moving on it. Like
Are you ready
everything
for
you
it,
Let me
guys
Elijah?
catch you up, man.
Are
Let me
you
catch
ready
you up,
for
man.
it? Are you ready for
No,
it, Elijah? Here it comes.
Hold on. Let me respond to this guy, man.
The
Elijah,
Great
there's
Scale
parallax.
Negator. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Okay.
Yeah, no, parallax has nothing to do with this, Elijah. It doesn't have anything
Yeah,
to
I
do with
know.
this. That's why, no,
Yeah,
no,
I know.
I don't know. Okay, I know, but if you knew that, you wouldn't have brought it up. Okay,
No, I brought it up because the
regardless,
reason we don't see parallax is
Elijah,
because of the distance. That's why.
that's fine. Yeah, parallax has nothing to do with this. What this has to do with
Right.
is something rotating. And if you have anything
Right.
rotating, I said this already. If anything's rotating, everything in that view is going to make a 360 degrees. It's going to change 360 degrees around it, and at 360 degrees are going to be different size circles, and those are going to be dependent on the angle, the elevation angle of each one of those objects. And it doesn't matter how far away any of those things are. Every single thing is going to make a 360 degree circle around you.
So why don't we see this effect all over the globe if it's because of perspective? Yeah.
Fucking y'all give it up. Just
wait, what'd you
please.
say?
Just,
I didn't hear what you said, dude. I didn't hear what you said.
Hear what I said.
No, I didn't hear what you said.
If your picture
I didn't
here
even know you were
is
talking- I
why
didn't know
we
you were
see the
talking.
stars do that because of
Yeah.
perspective, then why don't we see them do that all over the globe?
Okay, you do.
No, you don't.
You do. I mean, maybe you're just catching up, but when we showed the one on the equator, the line is vertical, and any angle at the
You don't understand what you don't understand what
he
Austin's
said
point was, man.
He said the
Yeah, he said
equator,
we
right?
see it everywhere and then went back to the equation. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. We're all on
Like,
the same page.
yeah.
What the fuck
Yeah,
is happening, guys? Like,
he wasn't done.
hold up,
like,
but
and
I cut out. Hold on, my
okay.
what was I saying? Yeah, you can see it everywhere. I posted a picture at the equator. Somebody else, Nate or someone else, posted one at some other angle. Travis posted one from his video he took in California, and each one of those is consistent with exactly what.
Coach, you'll fix your reception.
It's the ether trying to block him out.
Yeah.
The problem is I'm using a laptop. I'm using a laptop. I'm not used to. What was I saying? Right. So yeah, you have a different angle, and the angle that you have is going to be dependent on where you are, especially compared to the equator to the pole. Which is why on the equator, that line is exactly vertical, and anywhere else is going to be exactly at the latitude that you're at. I mean,
Yeah,
you can show me any picture of these star trails, and it's going to be consistent with what I just said.
No. Like, we do not see stars, like lines that are straight within lines diverging in each direction away from the middle all over the globe. The alleged globe. No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
Okay, drop some star trails from Russia, please, and show me where it looks like this picture at 3 minutes after the hour the coach should drop. All right.
Do you think he's in Russia with it?
All right.
Well, I mean, I want a place that's up north, high enough north.
Yeah, that's
It's
fine.
it seems to me again there is a misunderstanding of what Austin is saying. You are listening to what Austin is not saying and arguing that point. It's a straw man. You're not listening to what Austin is saying. He's saying that from your perspective, you should have a brand new equatorial celestial equator above you. Not you should be able to look and see the celestial equator at the angle that it is way down at the equator from your perspective. That's not what he's saying.
Exactly. How come it's always the flat earthers know exactly what I'm saying, but
You say
If
that
that's what
again,
you're trying
Travis?
to say, if that's what you're saying, then you're saying something wrong. Because, like
wow,
I
very
said,
profound.
the celestial equator is going to be parallel with the actual equator. So if you're at some angular distance or angular difference from the actual equator, like me at 30 degrees north, then I would expect that and that angle separating the two, the converging and diverging lines to be about 60 degrees, and it's going to be consistent no matter where you are, including the one I'm about to post in Russia.
Yeah, I mean these pictures you can have them
Tell you
all
right
over.
now, what you need to do, Kosho, is get your peoples over at Gem straight because they don't even think that you would fucking see this. So they're way off kilt.
Yo, those are
Dude,
your people. Jeremy. You are a mod in Gems. Like, come on,
those
man.
are your people, bro. Those are your
Those are your
people.
people. They love your
Nah,
people,
Blail, that's your boy.
bro. What?
That's your boy.
How's no, bro.
Jazzaconda, that's your boy.
Those are your
Jazzaconda's your
people.
boy.
Curve and Scott Veach and Gem and them. They love you, Jeremy. They made you a mod over there, a senior mod.
I made Jeremy a mod, dude.
You had more powers there than you have here in Geos.
Get your peoples on board with this, Kosho. Let's go.
Now,
They don't even
look
think this is
me and Nate.
happening
Look
over
at what
there.
me and Nate. Look what me and Nate just posted. What do you see? You see the North
Right.
Pole pretty high in the sky. You see that angle that represents the straight line, the thing separating the diverging converging lines. You see that to be tilted at what looks like maybe 25, 30 degrees, which means it's probably 60 degrees north. This is all consistent with what we're saying. And you can find any Star Trails pictures, and they're all going to be consistent with what we're saying.
Yeah, this happens all over the world. I mean, I don't think that's in debate.
Except
I don't
what you're
think that's
saying is.
that's really controversial.
Except what
I mean,
you're
this is what
saying
Witsit
is
asked for,
non
and we gave it
sequitur.
to him. So
No,
I'm not
it's
sure
not.
now.
No, it's not.
Witsit asked for this happening in Russia, right?
No, he didn't.
What did he ask for?
I already explained it a minute ago.
Yeah, I did ask you to repeat it, Travis. And to be fair, you never did get the chance. Could you please say that again?
Austin's argument is based on perspective.
Uh-huh.
If you change your position on the Earth and you are rotating, you will create your own celestial equator above you with your own rotating frames of reference, one to the left, one to the right. You should
What if you
see.
instead use?
Go ahead.
What if you instead use the Earth's rotation to give you your rotating image? Because that's what everyone who does this is doing. They keep their cameras stationary on Earth, and they let the Earth rotate. And the Earth's rotation is not different from different places. The equator, the celestial equator, is the celestial equator, and the poles are the poles everywhere because we're all referring to the same rotation.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Witsit asked for. He wanted to see this happen in Russia. I don't get it, Travis.
I know you don't.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys ain't saying anything profound, or I mean, I don't think. Well, according to Jeremy, they all globers that make the claim this isn't possible, all over the world. But
what?
Yeah, they're just
They're
wrong.
saying this divergence and
It's
convergence
everywhere.
thing. They're
Where
saying
is
this
it?
divergence and they're saying
I'm
this
looking for the
divergence and converge. Go ahead, Eli.
I'm just looking for the picture. Where is it? That's all I'm asking.
I don't know. Does anyone know where the
I'll
picture
post
is
it
for
again.
Eli?
Look,
23
look
minutes
right
after
now.
the hour. 23
Okay,
minutes
Eli,
after
so
look
the
these.
hour.
right now.
Okay, right now, Eli. So these guys aren't saying that. These guys are saying that this divergence and convergence doesn't happen anywhere, ever.
Did they really say that, Jeremy?
Even in this scenario, I compared it to a star trail. I said we were looking in one fixed position, not changing your eyes, standing at the equator, looking west or east. I made the situation very specific, and I was detailed and
Sure,
clear about
Jeremy.
what is going on. And they said no, they would not appear to converge and diverge.
And Nate,
I mean, Jeremy,
talking
every time I
talking
go over
different
there
language.
with these arguments of yours, they just tell me, that's not what Jeremy said.
Yeah,
Dude,
So, I
this
mean,
is what I told him when he asked me. I made it explicit. I made it explicit what he would need to say to make it accurate. So you
I
got to say
explicitly
exactly.
said that. I explicitly said we're looking straight ahead, not change. So our vision, what we see in our vision, right? So that's clear, right?
There's more to that. You got to say
I
in
know.
reference to.
I'm doing it piece by piece, so you can stop me when I'm
All
not
right, all
being
right, all right, all
specific
right,
enough.
all right.
I go high, you go low. I see him. He's waiting for a chance to.
Eli, you're hot micing.
there
But
you
you
are.
got caught.
Keep
You got
going,
some
my man.
good teammates. So in our
Second
vision,
one.
within our vision, Eli, you're hot
I'm
micing.
No,
sorry, going on mute.
just mute Eli.
In our vision, you know what? We're just gonna start muting people at hot mic. It's a big thing. So listen, in our vision, we're standing at the equator. We're in our vision. It's a fixed point. We're not moving or changing our angle at all from the way we're looking. Okay, and we would see the stars move through the night sky, and they would appear to converge and diverge.
Yeah, dude, that's not. Listen,
Was that not specific enough?
no. You got to say if
Oh,
you're
okay.
if you're taking,
What needs to be added to that?
you need to add that in your view, if you think of your view as being a frame by frame still image, a still 2D image, and you want to describe the angular distance between any two
Bro, we ain't
stars.
talking about 2D images.
And,
We're talking about what we see.
but if you're not, then you can't do this, dude. It's a 2D image. It's a angular distance.
It's what we see a 2D image.
When you're describing the angular distance change, yeah, you're describing it in reference to your view.
Okay, if what we're seeing is a 2D image, then that's implied. If what we're seeing is a 2D image, then that's implied on how we see. That's what we see.
Well, if you want to use implication, I hope that people are going to.
If people don't know how we see, that's not my problem. I don't know
Let
what
him
to
finish
tell
the
you.
description, and then you can pick
different ways
apart
to
it.
use it, dude.
Okay.
You can use.
Well, he's
You can view
adding
this
unnecessary shit, though. That's the problem. He's adding this wild, unnecessary shit.
Yeah,
If
but
people don't
this
know how we
unnecessary
see, that's
shit.
not my fault.
This unnecessary shit is the reason why they're disagreeing with you, Jim.
So they don't know how we see. That's the problem. They don't know we
That's
see in
not
2D.
that we don't see like that, dude. When we see in 2D images, but we interpret the world in 3D.
Okay,
We make
so I don't.
inferences and we interpret the world in
Hey,
3D. And so
Jeremy,
when we
you
talk about
gotta
the
let him
distance
finish,
between,
bro. Come on.
yeah, when we talk about the distance between two things,
Okay,
like
so I
what
need
they're
to.
thinking about
Okay,
saying,
Oh, Jeremy, bro.
all right. So I need to explain to them how we see when I describe what we're seeing. Well, I need to
you
explain
need to describe
how vision works. Okay, I gotcha.
you need to describe how you're just how you're using what you have to describe to them what you mean by you seeing it, and you have to talk about the angular distance change rather than the actual distance change. Like the railroads in a fucking picture, railroads appear to be getting closer. But if you were to say, are those railroads getting closer? Can you see that? In reality, somebody would say no. They don't see that in reality. They see the rails getting further away. But if you talk about it in a
Okay,
2D image and you talk about the angular distance
all
between the two
right.
rails, then they're getting closer, sure.
I got you. There's 2 points already. There's 2 points on the table already. Can I address them, or do you want to keep going with more?
No, no, I already said this to
Okay,
you. I just
first
don't want to
point.
get people.
First point. I need to explain 2D image. So I need to explain how our vision works before I can explain what we're seeing. Really?
No, dude.
Yeah, that's what you're
That's
saying. I need to exemplify that this is a 2D image. Which, if you don't know how vision works, I don't know why we're
okay,
even
dude.
talking about what we see.
Imagine you're watching two chicks wearing tight
So
pants on motorcycles, and they're on the highway, and they're going off in front of you at the same. They're side by side. They have their asses in the air, okay, and they're one lane in the other lane. And somebody standing next to you, and they
I'm
say, "Hey,
done,
man,
dude. I'm
are
done.
those chicks getting closer
I'm
together?"
done.
you'd be like, no, they're not getting closer together, even though in your frame they are getting closer together. Because usually you don't describe things as, you know, a 2D image and, you know, two things that are not moving together. You would describe them as moving closer together. But
Yeah,
what
because when
we're
I'm telling
describing is
people, when I'm describing an observation of someone, I usually don't need to describe on how vision works to explain what we're seeing. That's ridiculous, Kosho. Absolutely fucking ridiculous.
But you do understand that both of these ways of describing it would be valid in either context. But you kind of have to explicitly state the context.
Yes. So every time we're going to explain an observation to someone, we need to explain how vision works before we can explain an observation. I got it. Gotcha. That makes sense.
This is a lot of work around Kosho. I don't know. You've taken us into the weeds somehow. I mean, still haven't really addressed the actual main point. I mean, perhaps we should move on. This topic has obviously been thoroughly discussed today, but it doesn't seem like you've actually addressed the main core of it. It seems like you've kind of taken us off into these kind of ancillary topics.
Yeah. Well, does Nate, do you agree with that, or Ruhif, or somebody who's not?
Yeah, I agree with you. I just feel that
do you
isn't.
agree with Gio? I'm saying, dude.
Oh, with Gio.
Try to
Wait,
recreate
I
this.
didn't hear what Gio said. I'm sorry. I was distracted. I was
Try to-
busy.
Okay, hold on real quick.
Try
Real
to
quick.
recreate
Real quick.
this. Let's all talk at once. Try to recreate this in real life. Take a sphere, put a camera on it, put a bunch of stars out, far away, and then put the camera on the north side of the sphere, and then spin it and see if you can get two star trails. I guarantee you're not going to be able to do it. Two divergent stars.
I have done it. I feel like I should make a better image. I did this the other night with these two lights, but I'm setting up some lights now to see if I can get better.
Because the movement of the stars is connected to the fact that you're supposed to be on a globe rotating. It should correlate with that. If you have two divergent star trails, you'd have to be on two parts of the sphere simultaneously to get that.
No,
let me just.
That's not.
One last thing. Remember the bikes that I showed you, and you said it was not analogous. The reason why that bike thing was analogous, and all the other bike routes I showed, was because the person is standing in such a way that his eye level, part of the trail is below his eye level, part of the trail is above his eye level. And for this reason, as the trail goes around him, and he's viewing it, the bottom part of the trail is going to all curve one way, and the top part of the trail is all going to curve the other way. This is going to be the same for somebody on a roller coaster, or anybody with two circles going around them on either side. It's going to appear as it goes in front of them and up to like the point in front of them. It's going to look like it's converging.
I've already addressed
and around, it'll look like it's diverging.
I've already addressed this.
So I don't know why we're even talking to Kosho anymore at this point. He told me that when I describe an observation of someone, I need to include in the description how vision works. You know, fucking ridiculous that is.
Jeremy, before you say anything, hold on. Before you say anything to me, Jeremy, you have to explain how language works, please.
I didn't say
that.
Jeremy's interpretation of what was said is what does that mean? I didn't tell you have to explain to someone how vision works. I'm telling you that if you're going to describe someone, that what you're asking them is not if things are getting closer together, but if an image that you're judging, a 2D image that you're judging, the angular distance between two things, are they getting closer or further? That's a totally different question, because people in reality don't talk about things getting closer or further away when they're just moving in the distance.
Okay, if we see 2D images, if that's what we see, I don't need to explain to someone that it's a 2D image because I'm telling them what we see. So if they don't know it's a 2D image, I don't know what to tell them because I can't explain how vision works before I tell them what we see. It doesn't matter. If they don't know how vision works, I can't describe that to them. Why? That's ridiculous.
Hold on, I got to say
ridiculous
something.
request.
I need to say something real quick. No one has addressed the fact that Kosho is saying that we see in 2D. We don't.
I think
didn't
he's
say
right.
that. I did not
I think
say
he's
that.
actually right.
I'm telling you the way Jeremy is describing this, the judgment he's making is a judgment based on projecting what you see in a 2D image. And if you're talking about the angular distance between two objects, you're talking about viewing the world in a 2D frame. You're talking about changing the angle. Like there's less of a sphere of an image around you, and you're describing the image in with angles. So if you're doing that, you're describing a 2D image.
No.
I'm talking about what we see. If what we see is 2D, if it's 2.5D, if it's 3D, I don't give a fuck. All I'm talking about is what we see. If people can't understand that, I'm talking about what we see, and I have to explain to them. That's a bit much, Coach. So this is a stretch.
Yeah, but like I told you with those chicks on the motorcycle, if somebody would ask you, are they moving closer together? You would not say yes, even though if you were to take a picture, or take two pictures and then compare them, it would appear that they're getting closer together because of the fact that they're getting further away in this perspective. But in reality, you would know that because they're in two different lanes and they're staying in those lanes, they're not getting closer together. And so answering them in that way is actually the most accurate way to say it, unless you explicitly
That's
say that you're
perspective.
saying something else.
And your model, Coach, show the stars wouldn't be getting any further away.
Yeah, that's right. They're not. That's not what's happening in this. In this description, they're just
What
moving a
is
circle
happening?
around you. It's that
What is
circle. It's that
happening?
circle
Is it
around you.
okay? What is happening? So we see them appear to converge and diverge, but we know that's not actually happening. Would you call that an optical illusion?
No.
That's ridiculous. Do you know what an optical illusion
Don't.
is? The
This is
definition
what
of
I'm
it?
saying. This is the point. You don't see that. What you just said, you see converging and diverging. This is not what you see. In order to explain that as something you see, you have to specifically tell someone that you're talking about projecting, still images of your vision into 2D images. And so
Two
that's this
still
is not how you do.
two still images of your vision. Yes. So you're making one observation. You're going to wait a little while, make another observation of what we see
Yeah.
in
So
our vision.
if you
Don't need to
compare images,
explain anything about 2D. You're reaching like Dalsum and Remember Street Fighter?
yeah.
How Dalsum used to like reach mad far. All right, you're Dalsum.
This is really simple to
Except
understand.
the
This
only
is crazy.
difference is between you and Dalsum is you don't spit hot fire.
Check this
Jeremy,
out. If
Jeremy,
you spin
you
around
are
in a circle,
hilarious,
if you
man.
spin around in a circle, you spin around in a circle. How is anything that's in your room, anywhere that's a million miles away that you can see, everything is gonna once you do one full cycle, everything is gonna make one full cycle, every single thing. And so if all those had trails, every single object would be a circle around you, and all those circles would be different depending on how far above or below your eye level they were. And this is all those facts are absolute facts, and they shouldn't. I don't know why anybody would disagree with those. And if you agree with those, the natural conclusion to that is exactly what we're talking about with star trails. These circles are represented by those converging and diverging lines. You have two poles with small circles around them going in opposite directions. All this is true. If you simply just think about it, any distance, doesn't matter how far away they are.
Are you done? So listen, Dalsum. Do you think it's
You
right
got
that I have
burned.
to? Do you think it's right
On
that
fire.
when I'm talking? Do you know the definition of a optical illusion, Dalsum?
Yeah, I do. I'm fucking.
What is it?
Yes,
What
I
is
do.
it? What is
First
it?
of all, I'll tell you what an optical illusion is not. An optical illusion is not where you look at two separate images, something you're not seeing, but you're pairing two still images of what you may have seen, and seeing something weird come out of that. You would not see that naturally, so there's no point in describing that as an optical illusion.
I couldn't naturally look and stare in one spot and see that there's two stars that appear to get closer and farther apart.
Yeah, you're not going to see. You're not going to see that. What you're
I
going to
couldn't
see
see that
is
if I stared in the
there's
same. If I stared in the same spot and saw exactly what a star trail was seeing, except I didn't see the trails, I just saw the positions of the stars. I wouldn't see the positions of the stars getting farther away and closer.
no, you wouldn't, because you're comparing them over time. So, at any given moment, you're not going to see them getting further or closer. It's not
Yeah.
going to be
So
an
one
optical
time,
illusion.
I would notice. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let's pretend we can see him at the horizon, and there's a tree. No. There's a building. There's a skyscraper, right? And I can see that the stars are just touching the edge of the skyscraper when they're on the bottom. But then as the stars go up, they get farther away on either side. Would I see that?
Is the building still there? Because the building's not still there, then I'm assuming you're describing the angular size of the building.
There's a
And so
building.
you're describing the angular size of the fucking stars.
There's a building. Okay, the stars are rising. So they're at one point they're right on the side of the building, just touching the side of the building on either side. Right, the celestial equator is right in the middle of this building or whatever. Would I see them get angularly appear to get farther away? That means angularly appear to get farther away from the sides of the building.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that depends on, like how far away the building is. So that, but I understand what you're trying to ask. I understand what you're trying to ask, and you're describing the angular distance that they're growing from each other. And as I told you before, yes, their angular distance is going to increase.
So we will see that. Right, so we will see this then. Okay,
No,
you just told me like 2 minutes ago we won't see it.
You won't see it with your natural perception. You will be able to see it if you take still images of what you're seeing.
No, we'll see it because we'll be looking in this one direction, and we'll see that at one point in time, the stars were touching the sides of the building, and then over time, they appeared to get farther away angularly.
Yeah, you can just hold your thumb out in front of your face, right in the center of your body. Pick two stars on the left and right side of your thumb, and then follow those stars as they go overhead. Put your thumb out again.
That wouldn't make it an optical illusion, though.
So what's the definition of an optical illusion?
When something appears to be one way, but it's actually something else is actually happening. Something along those lines.
Yeah, so something that we appear to see happen, something that we see happen, but we know that's not what's happening. That's not actually happening.
Yeah, but what you just said, the angular size change, the angular distance actually is increasing. That's not something that's not happening.
The angular distance between the stars is, hold on, the angular distance between the stars is increasing?
Yes. The angular distance is described.
That can't happen on the globe. You're saying the angular size in between the stars is actually increasing. That can't happen on the globe.
Yes, absolutely. The angular distance between the stars is actually increasing.
So the stars are getting farther apart, actually.
No, only the angular size. And the angular size is only in reference to your vision.
Okay, well, if the angular size is 10 degrees and then it goes to 11 degrees, that's not actually happening. They're actually staying the same angular distance apart, right? Or are they actually getting farther apart?
No, they're not. Just like any other thing in your vision, when it changes angular size, it turns out it's not actually changing its size. It's just changing its angular size.
It sounds like you're fucked either way. Either it's an optical illusion, or it's not.
Or the stars are getting farther apart. Actually,
that's like saying as someone's moving away from you, they appear to get smaller. That's an optical illusion. It's not an optical illusion. They're not appearing to get smaller.
That's not what that's like. We're talking about We're talking about the stars appearing to get farther away angularly. They either are in actuality getting farther away angularly, or they're not.
No,
or they are, aren't they?
Yeah, the angular size is actually increasing.
The angular size distance between stars. Hold on. You're telling me the angular size distance between two stars over the course of a night is changing.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the
you're
same
moving down.
thing.
You're going to move down a globe notch for this one, Kosho.
He just said that. He just said that it's the angular size, the angular distance changing is the same thing as the angular size changing. It's not, the size isn't actually changing. It just appears to change.
Yeah, Jeremy doesn't know what angular distance means.
But
the angular distance, the angular size in between them.
Wait.
The angular
What he just described is an optical illusion. He said it's not actually changing, but it appears to be. Does Kosho agree with that?
Can I respond to that, please? I don't know why you made it sound like I didn't know what I was talking about. I'm talking about the same thing you're talking about. The angular size between these two stars. It appears to be getting bigger, but it's not actually getting bigger.
The angular size is actually getting bigger. The angular size is. The actual distance between them is irrelevant. The angular size because that only exists in your vision, right? Or in the observation. It
Right.
doesn't exist in some
Yeah.
fucking.
They
So when you say
have a
angular
fixed
size, it's actually
distance
getting bigger.
between them, Jeremy. You know, so let's say these stars like fall out. You know, they got 10 miles between them. If your angular size changes, it doesn't mean that 10-mile distance changes. It just means those stars take up more or less of an angular size in your field of view. They take up more space or less space in what you can see.
Yes,
But
they're
that
angularly
10-mile
getting bigger.
between them, they're angularly getting bigger because they're taking up more space in what you can see. They're taking up more pixels, for example, in your field of view. But it
I have
doesn't
something to
mean
say.
that the distance between those
Hold on,
stars is
man.
changing.
Yeah, I know. The distance
Okay.
between them isn't the distance between them isn't actually changing. It just appears that way because they're getting bigger angularly.
Uh-huh.
Right. So
That's not
Right.
possible.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. That's
yeah,
what I've been
yeah,
saying
yeah.
the whole
Really?
time. Kosho. Yeah, I've been saying
Yeah,
that this whole time.
Jeremy, Kosho then went on to compare that to like the size of someone in your vision increasing or shrinking when they walk, towards or away from you. But you can't, that's not what the globe claims about the stars. They don't get angularly more distant because they approach you or get closer. They're always relatively the same distance.
Yeah, they
No.
claim the angle. They claim that the angle doesn't actually change. It's not. They claim it's not the angle.
They're saying the angle's changing.
The angle
Who's
between
that you're
them
talking
isn't
about?
changing.
Okay, so
Well,
there's
no,
two things here. Dude. Yeah,
they're
go
saying
ahead.
they are. Who's the they you're talking about? You talking about Kosho? Because he just said it does get bigger.
Yeah, I
He's
don't.
talking about
Kosho's reaching right now. Like,
now, Jeremy's. I know what you're talking about, Jeremy. You're talking about the angle between these two things. So if you're viewing two things in the distance and you compare their angle to each other, this is what the Globers were talking about. This is where you won't get any divergence or convergence when you compare their angles and each other, like their angular distance. I'm sorry, no, their angular. Let me phrase this correctly.
No, he's talking about angular size of an like individual object, Kosher. Like, you know how a lot of globers say the angular size of the sun doesn't change in the sky. If it did, if the sun was close and local, its angular size should change. Water. What we're talking about here is angular distance between two stars. So the actual
yes,
distance
there's an
won't change,
angle.
but the angular distance between the stars can change. That's very different from the angular size of one star changing, like the sun. The
Right.
sun's angular size doesn't change in the sky as it moves overhead.
No, what I'm saying is now I know why the Globers disagreed with him, because now I know what the Globers and Jen were talking
Listen,
about.
hold on, man. Let me respond to that. Listen, you can take an angle between two stars.
Yeah.
Right? There's an angle where they're down at the horizon. You can make an angle between two stars. Now, as they go up, this angle will increase, implying that there's more distance. How do you have an angle increase without more distance?
Well, what do you mean when you say there's more distance? Do you mean the actual physical distance between those stars is increasing?
I'm
It's going
talking
from
about we
10 miles
measure an angle change.
to
We measure
50
an angle
miles?
change. It's no longer,
Uh-huh.
I'm talking about we measure an angle change. There's no longer
Okay.
10 degrees. There's now 11
Uh-huh.
degrees, which would imply a bigger distance.
What do you mean that would imply a bigger
There's
distance?
two
Is
options.
the distance actually changed now, Jeremy?
There's two options of how the. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, but Jeremy, I totally agree with you that there's a bigger angular distance. There's a distance in terms of the angle between them. It's increasing from 10 to 15 to 20 to 30 degrees. But my question now is, does that mean are you now saying that the actual distance between those stars is also increasing from 5 to 10
Not the
to
actual
15 miles?
distance. I'm telling you, not the actual distance, the apparent distance, because we know that with an angle change, there's more space, right? If it's 10 degrees, if I measure something and there's 10 degrees between them, and then a little while later I measure 11, is there more space between those objects?
But what do you mean when you say this?
Answer that question.
there appears to be more space because those objects are taking up
Okay.
less
All right.
pixels.
Appears
You
to
know,
be more
they have
space. Cool.
a wider angle in my view.
Appears to be more space. Cool. So appears to have more distance between them.
They just take up less.
But they don't actually have more distance between them, right, Nate? It just appears that way. So it's an optical illusion, right, Nate?
No, that's not an optical illusion. They just take up less
this might be
space.
a conundrum. This might be a conundrum by the way they've been acting all day. I think
telling
they
you,
just
bro.
take up less.
I've been
less
on
space
Eli. I've
in
been on this shit
your
for months, bro.
peripheral,
We did
Jeremy.
this
That's
4
not an
months ago,
illusion.
bro. We did this like 4 months ago for days too. This shit didn't just start today. I've been bringing this to them for a while.
But Jeremy, something taking up less space in your peripheral, less megapixels in your field of view, isn't an optical illusion. An optical illusion is something totally different. That's like a trick of the eye, you know?
All right, cool. If I measure something that has 10 degrees in between it, there's 10 degrees. We measure it, and then I measure it a little while later, and there's 11 degrees between it. Is there more
Because
distance?
it's
Is that more space in between those two objects?
Yes, but that thing has moved.
Yes.
Jeremy.
Okay. Yes. So yes, there's more space in between those two objects, right?
Because it's moved. Yeah,
Okay.
it's
I don't
actually
care. I don't
moved.
care. I don't care the
No,
reason. If we measure 10
that's
degrees,
why it's not an optical illusion because it's moving. An optical illusion is something very different. An optical illusion. I'm going to show you what an optical illusion is. Just look and text that. All right.
No, I don't. I know what optical illusion is. I know what it means. If we
Yeah.
measure
So
something, if we measure the angle between,
I've just posted an optical illusion. That image isn't moving.
Okay. All
That's
right.
a
Great.
trick of the eye.
I see. I saw it. So that's an optical illusion.
All
Yeah.
right,
Great.
cool.
So if we measure 10 degrees in between something, and then we measure 11 degrees in between something, is there more space between that object? Between those two objects?
Because there's more the angular distance between
not
those objects has
necessarily.
changed. There's not more physical space, but the angular distance has changed because those objects are moving.
No. There's two options. Can I just say it
can't.
simply?
I gotta go to bed later,
Okay.
guys.
All right.
right,
See
peace
it.
out.
But see, there's two. If you got two objects and you measure them as 10 degrees separate, and then later you measure them as 11 degrees separate, then there's two options. Either those two things increase their distance from each other, or you approach them, or they approached you.
Or maybe they just moving.
You guys aren't coming, so never mind.
Yo, Elijah, your hot mic.
Either the distance shrank between you and these objects, or they actually gain distance between them.
Or they just moving, away from you or closer to you, and the distance between them isn't increasing.
Absolutely,
that could
closer.
happen.
Not away, closer.
It could be closer, objects on a train track. They could move closer away from you. The distance between them is the same. The physical distance isn't changing.
Do you think
But
you
the
just added
angular distance
something?
you would measure is definitely changing.
Yeah, I'll say it one more time. You've got two objects, and you measure 10 degrees between them, and then later you measure 11 degrees between them. Either they actually increase their distance from each other, or the distance between you and them shrank.
I would say it's the second one. The distance between you and them shrank, yeah.
Well, I'm not relating that to anything specific, just in general. Those are the options.
Yeah, but here,
I
here's
would
the thing with
go.
purple.
I would go more with the second option, and I would give a physical
You're
example.
talking
as to
about
why
the stars?
Huh?
Yeah, if you
You're talking about in
compare,
relationship to the stars and the way they look? Star trails, right? Is that what you're referring that to?
Now, the example I was going to give was like railroad tracks.
Yeah, there's both options, man. What are you talking about? Jeez.
yeah, but if you take any three stars, so this is what this is what I was trying to tell Jeremy. This is what the Clubbers and Gems are saying. So I remember the argument 3 months ago. Because it's true, if you take any still image and you compare the angular distance change and converging and diverging. However, However, if you take any three stars and you compare their angles from each other, right, they're never going to change. So constellations will look consistent always forever.
Yeah,
Not always
we know
forever.
you say they're not. You
Between
say
any-
the distance is not.
Bro, you were supposed to go to bed.
My bad. My bad. Just we
And I'll
understand that.
blame him.
We understand your argument. You say the distance isn't increasing, but we can measure an angle change in this one specific instance, indicating that the distance is getting bigger. Now, the distance either is getting bigger or it's an optical illusion, and that's not really happening. You have to pick
we
one.
know
There's no third option.
we know they're not moving apart from each other because we can take any
Okay,
three
so it's an
stars.
optical illusion.
Let's take Betelgeuse, Orion's Belt, and Regulus, like three
Okay,
objects
Kosho.
it doesn't matter what part of the night you use. If you compare the angle between those three stars, they're going to be
Okay,
consistent always.
Okay, they're not actually. So you pick the second option. It's an optical illusion because it's not really happening in reality.
It's not an optical illusion. What you're saying is optical illusion is seeing some chick's nipples and then sticking your face in her breast, and because the
Hell
angular
yeah.
distance between them is now fucking a lot bigger, that's an optical illusion. That's not an optical
Bro,
illusion.
you're trying to get people on your
That's
side using
perspective.
titties because you think that's.
Hell yeah.
It did the
You
same with
got
the
me.
biker chicks. It did the same with the biker chicks.
No, hold.
By the way, I love it when Jeremy starts whispering. I feel
There's
like
for
he's
sure
trying to tell me a
curvature there,
secret.
though. Big titties.
I think we should change the topic. to be
But
honest.
Jeremy, did you hear before we change topics? It's like when you move your face closer to a chick's breasts. Right. What if they were a million mile? What if they were trillions of miles away, though? Those breasts.
Yo, this is some
Hmm?
weird catch-22 thing. You're right, Eli. I don't know what it is about this, but like they can't have an optical illusion happening in the sky for some reason because it scares them.
It's not an optical illusion, dude. This is just perspective.
So it's really happening. The distance is actually getting bigger.
Just because the angular size is doing something doesn't imply the size is doing something. That's not. It would be an
Yeah.
optical illusion. You thought the size was changing, but you only see the angular size changing. So it's not an optical
Bigger
illusion.
angle implies bigger distance. It doesn't even imply it. It demands it. Bigger angle, bigger distance. That's not actually happening, though, you said. So it's an optical illusion. Cool.
The Russians are going to space.
Are you scared that there's an optical illusion happening in the sky, Kosho? Does that scare you?
A little bit, yeah.
That was a funny answer.
I mean, it's true. There's optical illusions happening. It's like I'm on drugs or something, but
That should be the
you
answer.
remember
When people taunt each other, like, "Are you scared?" People should just be like, "Yep, I'm absolutely frightened."
No, I think it really does scare them that there's an optical illusion happening in the sky because it's like, oh my God, what else could be an optical illusion? You know, it's telling that this took so long.
I think it's not that they're scared that it's an optical illusion. An optical illusion means that the distance, trillions of miles, can't be the case. Like it's one or the other.
No, the distance either is increasing or it's not increasing. If we measure in a bigger angle, that means distance is increasing. If you're saying the distance isn't actually increasing, then that fits the definition perfectly for an optical illusion because we see something happening in reality that's not actually happening. Optical illusion. There's no third option. It either is happening or it isn't happening.
What
I can see.
But if they say it's perspective, I mean, that can't happen with trillions of miles away stars. Like that's
What if together we
gotta pick one.
come up with the list of what's actually happening that both sides can agree with and like write that down and then try to work from there?
That'd be a good idea. But the problem is that with this subjective view versus an objective description of it, neither of them are incorrect. Like they're both actually happening, which is a problem.
Another option could be both are incorrect.
They're both actually happening. So the distance is and isn't getting bigger in between the stars at the same time.
The angular distance I talked to you about this earlier, dude, about the azimuth elevation, description of describing a star in its movement or position versus describing its in a universal way, like with right, what's it called? Declination and right ascension.
Yeah, Kosha, listen to me. We measure an angle change 10 degrees. We measure it later, 11 degrees. That means the distance got bigger. That's what an angle does. It tells you if it got angularly bigger or not. More distance. There has to be more space. Now you're saying that's not actually happening. You say that's not actually happening. Fine. It's an optical illusion then.
Okay, let me ask you. You got two hula hoops on either side of you. You're a
Oh my
magician.
God.
You got two hula hoops on either side of you, and they're spinning around. Okay, and there's a fucking black ring. There's a black ring around one part of each of those hula hoops. Okay, and those black rings are next to each other. So as they spin around next to you, their angular size gets closer and further apart, right? But they're not moving closer and further apart. This is not an illusion. This is just how you see things.
Yeah, that doesn't comport to the stars because those things are actually getting closer to your eyes.
They're not like they're circles around you or circles next to you. They're the same distance at all times from you, and they're also the same distance from each other at all times.
Much closer.
So what?
How much closer?
No, they're not. They're not closer. They always stay the same distance from you, and they always stay the same distance from each other.
Oh. I wish Matthew Learns was here because that would be really fun. Only because this kind of goes into contradiction his argument about the moon when he asks, when he says it can't be due to perspective, so it would have to blah blah blah. Anyway, it'd be interesting.
Ding ding, I'm back, baby.
We take it from here. I'm about to head home.
We
Alright.
solved it while you were gone.
You're subbed.
You
It's
guys
all
solved it?
resolved. Yep.
Hell yeah. I'm happy. Where did we end up? What was the consensus?
To agree to disagree.
Was it really?
No, I think that most people, including myself, just got tired and bored of the subject. And Jeremy had to go to bed. That's right. It's bedtime.
He's still here.
Oh, very good. Well, should we talk about something a little more simple?
Why the globe is debunked?
Well, I guess no one should ever say anything ever again. We will never pursue any new knowledge.
No, we will. I don't know what you guys are going to talk about if it's not a globe, but that's for y'all to decide.
Elijah, can you tell me about yourself? I know nothing about you, and I'm very interested in how you reached your ideas.
Stay that way too.
I eat chicken.
You eat
I
chicken?
eat chicken.
Do you eat chicken with pesticides, or do you eat fried
I
chicken?
don't.
Chicken sandwich?
Probably do. Who knows? I don't grow it myself.
So how did you get
I
to
don't
this
think the
point?
Jamaicans rock like that, though.
How did you get to this point in your life where you believe that the Earth is, as you claim it to
Eating
be?
chicken.
Eating chicken.
Elijah, am I wrong, or did you say that you found this out from watching Joe Rogan?
From
You
eating
came across it,
chicken.
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan podcast.
All day, all night.
While eating chicken.
Hell yeah.
All right, with what's his name? What's that dude's name?
Eddie Bravo,
When
also came from
when did this
Chicken and
happen?
Waffle
When did this
before
revelation
that.
happen? Was it
When
like
did the revelation happen?
Yeah.
Oh, it was directly after I looked for how they determined the radius and found out it was an assumption.
What year was it? Like
It was like
September
5 years ago.
September 18th, 2018.
It's like 5 years ago. Maybe even 6.
All right, so it's September 18th, 2018.
Yeah, a lot of
I
people.
remember it like it was yesterday.
A lot of people switched.
And still switching. Jeez. TikTok's got to be annoying for you guys. And they get a lot of information wrong. That's what annoys me, but but the cat's out of the bag.
Yep. Even though they did the censorship, the awarenesses and understandings around the Earth not being a globe has only been exponentially accelerating since. I think that December 21st, 2012 is kind of an interesting date that the Mayan calendar, ancient calendar is connected to that. So that would have been basically, let's like roughly the beginning of 2013, since right at the end of 2012 there. And then pretty much 2014, 15 is when this all started coming up. So it seems like that it was the end of an era. And in our current moment, it's the end of the heliocentric globalist era. And we're just at the beginning phases of it.
It's magical thing to be a part of.
Do you guys ever think perhaps maybe it's not flat? Maybe there's some curvature, but it's not like a perfect sphere.
No.
No.
Like what I think is a sphere, just like a cube, just like a pyramid, just like a circle. Like these are regular shapes. Most of the things that are natural in the world is irregular. So when it comes to what the shape of the earth might be, seeing is that we exist on it, like when we have shapes that we create, we use materials to create shapes. Our experience is that we set things on top of something that has a horizontal orientation. So whatever the shape is, it has a horizontal orientation. A sphere doesn't have any kind of orientation.
Right.
So that's the one thing I know it's not.
It has tangents.
Yeah, that reminds me
No,
about
spheres have no rules.
it reminds me about a thing that's been brought up all sorts of times about like the surface tension of a water droplet making it into a sphere in like a free fall plane or whatever. But the same thing applies to flat Earth. If you say like, well, what's the shape of water when there's anything it's based upon, a foundation? Well, then it takes the shape of a firmament dome over a flat bottom.
I mean, spheres are actually the perfect natural shape because
with no foundation.
With if there is no foundation. Hold on, if there's no outside forces acting on the object, liquid, whatever, then it will form a sphere naturally because that is the
but there are
perfect natural shape.
in this world.
Yeah,
but there are forces.
Purely philosophical concepts that
that's a forceless world.
Are probably geometrically true given certain circumstances that we don't experience. That's probably why we argue a lot, is because when they tell us about things that are like philosophical and perhaps maybe possible in the mind, we say, no, that's not possible when it is. And we argue about that instead of the fact that that's not the reality we live in, though. So obviously you're talking about a posteriori data, or did I get that backwards?
I think you got that wrong.
No, backwards.
No,
It's either
I think
it's either
you
a
got that
priori
wrong.
or posteriori. So
No,
it's
but
either known, and experienced, or it's derived
it's
not by experience.
it's both. We see circles.
Wow.
Yeah, I know it's crazy, right? To see
It's
shapes.
crazy. It's crazy that you can
So
experience something that you've only not experienced. Yes.
Experience, so. Bubbles, pressure explosions,
Bubbles in
uh,
space.
any type of any type of signal. You
Bubbles in
send a
space.
signal.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, a rock falling into a pond creates very
bubbles,
similar
bubbles
things.
anywhere.
We could talk about the eggs of certain animals. I mean, we
Well,
could talk about the seeds of certain fruits. So
in
yeah,
terms of
and then we can
We
derive
just
it mathematically.
And again,
talked all day about
a
a
bubble with
close
a foundation
and local sky.
is a dome.
Yeah, basically that's
Y'all are talking
foundation,
about
but
worlds.
that's what not left. That's what extremists was
You
saying
hear
about
them trying to pick up steam again after the utter defeat
hold on a second, man.
of Star
That's
Trails.
just
You
Are
hear
you
them getting
crying for your
confident again?
teammates because you can't defend your model by yourself?
Well, first of all, I
no,
don't
yeah.
have a model and second of all, you don't have a model. I could pick any of the flat Earth models that the NRST section of NASA talks about. However, when you say model, you're talking about a concept of ideas, a web of ideas. That's what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
that's considered a model.
No,
Yeah,
it's not a
sure.
model.
Models a description. So you can limit that description to certain aspects, or you can have
Models
a
don't have
very
feelings.
broad description. But as long as it's accurate, then there's you got nothing to say.
You guys can't contend with me, man. I'm going back to my COD.
Okay, yep. I mean, if you need to escape by sophistry or straw manning, go ahead. We'll see you around.
You can't handle the truth, so I'm gonna step away.
No, I don't think you
I
can
was gonna
You
say,
know,
defend any
how I know.
argument by
You know how
yourself.
I know you can't handle the truth because when you get asked questions that you feel are leading, you purposely don't go down that road because it makes you uncomfortable. You did it with evolution. You did it with an argument last night. I forget what it was. And you think I don't see you, but I do, fam. You're exposed. Hide your nipples.
They're out right now. I'm shirtless. You can come lick them.
well,
Weird, but if
Yay.
smooth as deciding not to argue something that he doesn't feel comfortable because he doesn't have the willful knowledge in, that seems like an appropriate strategy, right? Like, why would you argue something that you're not, you don't have in-depth knowledge of?
well, I was gonna say before you guys were talking about spheres and the idea that philosophy, like the spheres are the perfect shape kind of thing. It is interesting, like in my viewpoint, in terms of like toroidal fields are spheres, and they have their nature to them. And there's the idea that we have a toroidal field around us, like our actual aura, our energy, electric fields, and so on. There's so many ways in which that toroidal pattern shows up. So if the entire universe or this entire cosmos, dimension, realm, whatever word we want to use, is a toroidal sphere, and we're on a stationary plane in the center of it, that would correlate with essentially the default base cosmology that humans have had since the beginning of time. That planar surface that has a celestial sphere that surrounds it, like a hemispherical top and then a hemispherical bottom. Now, whether that's the limit doesn't even mean that that's the limit. Like there could be a boundary layer that transitions to more consciousness. Like it's not to say that it's the limit, but that there is perhaps like that we're in a sector of consciousness, as
Yeah.
where like we're in some kind of a realm like that. And so in that sense, there is like a limit to the core magnetic field that we're within.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a good point. Gio, one sec. Let me just ask Kosha one question. Kosha, were you saying earlier that it was sophistry that Elijah was performing?
No, I didn't say anything about self-esteem. I mean, I think I've been asking me now. I agree, but
I was a different guy.
Oh, okay. They were really, really low, so I couldn't hear what they said. But I mean, yeah, Gio. I mean, you bring up a good point. It's just we're
Well, it
talking.
would make sense if that sphere that surrounds us is spinning, the sun, moon, and stars. Then it's like if we're within a plasma sphere, like an electromagnetic toroidal field that has some spherical or even oblate spherical qualities to it, if it even has that. And if that thing is slowly spinning and rotating and is connected to the entire medium, so the sun, moon, and stars are moving to that, then it's like we're on a stationary plane. We're at the equatorial plane within a sphere, but the sphere is not the Earth. It's the actual, I think, plasmatic quintessence of ether that surrounds us.
But the claim that a sphere is not like seen in nature is something that is wrong, and it kind of does add to our side saying that like spheres don't make sense, because we have like fish eggs, eyes, seeds, all kinds of things that are spheres. So it's not that like spheres are not allowed to exist. Bubbles,
water can even be in a sphere. Have you seen droplets and stuff? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Spheres
There's just as many domes though. Like if you ever seen,
I can see that point, by the way. Sorry.
Like if you ever seen caterpillar eggs on a leaf, right? Little bump off the top of it, a blister, a bubble on a floor, a water droplet on a floor. Now the difference is the difference between a dome and a sphere is a foundation.
Yeah. So one of the cool things that you're saying is we're both right. You do see a lot of domes in nature. One thing you see in nature, but not uniformly though, is flatness. And I'm just curious about your perspective. Do you think that the flat Earth, like how flat do you think it is? Do you think that there's maybe like a little curve, like a little
let me answer your question.
No, I don't want you to answer. I didn't ask you. I asked somebody else.
Well, I'm gonna answer it anyway.
Curious.
Gio.
I don't know, Smooth. He maybe came in a little early, but it's a good question.
ridiculous.
If he wants to answer it, is it cool if he goes ahead for it?
I really would prefer him to go after, because I was curious about that guy's thought. But sure. I mean, whatever.
So, just like you, and I said I can see because I'm the one that said, well, actually, I said the only shape that doesn't have an orientation is a sphere. Maybe there are others like the hexagon or something. I don't know. I don't know how many Anyway, so however, there are a lot of flat parts, the salt flats, the abyssal plains. So relatively flat places also exist, and in much greater quantities than anything else, because the abyssal plains take up like 60%. I've seen some citations that have said 70 something percent of the sea's surface floor. And also you have the plains here on top of the earth that also take up a large portion. So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's a super solid response. And the follow-up to, I guess, both you and the original commentator would be, well, so how flat really is it? Because as you know, Death Valley and the salt flats, they only last for some time. The seafloor
You can call me Fundy.
The seafloor is not 100% uniformly flat. So the flat Earth, how flat is it? It can't be 100% flat. It can't be zero. It has to be at least like 1% curved, or 1% like concaved, or convex or something. It just wouldn't fall in nature for it to be 100% flat.
Why not just call that a texture? Why not just call that a texture?
Yeah, imagine how far we could see buildings if it was really flat.
Well, when using the word
a city,
flat,
you
which
would see
is
it in the horizon, you would see that city in the horizon, basically, like way further.
well, I think the word flat is kind of a lacking term, because I think the nature of the Earth is so much more complex than just that word. But in terms of using that word, there's two main definitions or ways of using the word flat. One of them is something that has no variation.
Smooth.
That has no, very smooth, has no variation, very, very level without any changes in that. And then there's another definition way of using flat, which is an orientation. So
Oh,
if
and
you lay
teamwork,
something down
bro.
flat, if you like lay
Good.
something down flat on the floor, even if it's like a bumpy object, if you lay it down, that means you're laying it horizontal. And so the definition of using flat as an orientation would then mean horizontal. And so the earth being flat in that sense, being horizontally level, is more of an orientation claim rather than smoothness, because obviously there's mountains, there's valleys, there's elevation changes. Now, if you're really zoomed out, yeah, it would be pretty smooth because if you really zoomed out, but the more you zoom in, you're going to see all kinds of variations. But as an orientation, horizontally level is the orientation of the system, and the way I see it, in terms of the layers of density, the earth, the water, the air, all of the layers. There's a horizontal level nature to it, which centers at the earth, which is the ground of the magnetic field.
So let me clarify my point and say this. So we do you believe of the ice wall, right? I mean, I think that's the most common agreed upon point, right? There's an ice wall.
Well, even if it wasn't ice, just the land that they tell us would still be, above sea level.
Yeah. So
whatever you want, Antarctica, whatever.
Yeah. So my qualifier for everybody would be, okay, so if you take 2 points on the circumference, right? Or if you were to draw the diameter and you take the 2 endpoints on the outer edge, right? Would those 2 points be at the same elevation, or would they be off by 1 or 2 degrees? Because that's what we see in nature.
Yeah, that is a very interesting point. But go ahead.
They don't need to be the same. They don't need to be the same at all. Like the shore of a lake. One side of a lake could be a cliff where you cliff dive, while the other side could be a beach, just as long as they're higher than the water.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of I'll share my thoughts on terms of the perfectly flat type thing and how horizontally level. Like, I do think, like you were saying, Smooth, I got your idea, like 2 points that are completely horizontal. But, you're saying, does that line up exactly with the earth? I think it's interesting, like toroidal fields, like you can have one toroidal field, and then within that, you can have 2 more. You can have a toroidal field on the bottom sphere and another one on the top sphere. And where those meet, I have an image I can post. Where those meet, it is like 2 hemispheres that are meeting. And then the dielectric inertial plane is the direct center of that. So I'll post an image that kind of shows what I'm talking about. So it is interesting to think about that. And I would say, you have the land, which is, like say, from deep under the ocean, you have land. And then some of that land comes above the water. So that's all going to be elevation changes. But then the water would be, if the water's lying flat and level, then then yes, all the water is always finding its level. However, when you talk about the oceans, there's always movement in the oceans, and there's tides, and there's weather, and there's all of the flux of the oceans. So there never really would be a perfect flatness because you always have tides. So then you could get into the idea of like the midpoint of the tides, like the median point that all the tides make, if you were to even be able to do that. And does that actually is that actually perfectly flat, or does that have some kind of electromagnetic field shape to it? And I'm talking about the midpoint of the actual tides. If you were to freeze all the tides in their exact middle point, would there actually be a slight curve? Even if there was, that would only be due to like a magnetic field that would have to do with the tide levels rather than any actual physical curve. Because otherwise, if you just have water in not in the oceans, like outside of the oceans, that is going to be horizontally level.
No, you're 100% right. Like there would definitely have to be a force, like the magnetic force, like making sure that the oceans stay balanced and everything. Yeah, I just it's kind of hard to believe that across the Great Plains it would be so 100% flat as a base. I've never seen that in nature. So just kind of if this is all built and as created, I just wouldn't see why it would start so flat and so clinical. I would just feel like there would be some sculpture to it.
Yeah, I mean, I just posted 2 images that shows that idea, that the 2 kind of toroidal fields that all fit within one, and you do have that perfect plane in the center of it. But I hear what you're saying when it comes to the Earth. I mean, if you were to put all the land under that, and then the water coming up out of the land, and then the sky, and so on, is there any part about it that's perfectly horizontally level, or is it all kind of averaging on some kind of a ultimate level?
Yeah, I mean that's the hard part, because I think it would definitely be like it would be just a little like convex, right? Like that's how I would see it. Like if I were to build it, like because then it would kind of keep everything in, like concave. Sorry, concave. Like that's a very natural shape. We see it everywhere in nature. We see it in like
a bowl.
Yeah, like a bowl, like fly trap plants, shells, leaves, like certain water pitcher leaves. Like the idea of a bowl is we see it in a lot of like beaks, like pelicans. You know,
I gotcha.
it would be weird to have it just be flat because then it wouldn't like contain itself, right?
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, there would be no containment.
Yeah, like
Well, you could have like a bowl shape to the land that's under the oceans of some sort, if you know,
Yeah.
like a lake or whatever. But that doesn't mean that the water is necessarily shaped like that.
No. Oh yeah, of course. Because if you put water in a bowl, it's gonna find its level. I just think that it would look like a bowl with water in it rather than like a completely flat disc. You know?
Yeah. No, I don't think it's a disc. Yeah. Have you heard of the idea of the cosmic egg? It's a pretty
No.
interesting idea too.
But what do you guys think? Do you think that like the bowl would be like more accurate, like just to like keep things in, like help contain it, and like the idea of the magnetic field could like help keep the oceans balanced and stuff?
Get rid of concave Earth.
That's a kind of interesting topic. The first image you posted there, Gio. It's you got a bit of a Fibonacci sequence going on there with the looking like a flower. It's mesmerizing.
Yeah. Which one? The cosmic egg one?
The first one. No, the first one. Is that what that is?
I just posted two. One of them's the Norse cosmology, then the one before it is actually a more modern time artwork.
Oh right, no, I was going back to the first, the one that's flashing.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's like the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, the golden spiral. They're all part of the sacred flower of life, which seems to be a universal pattern.
It's found everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like in the stars are actually moving, like all of
galaxies,
the
everything supposedly. So
yeah, well, like the sun, moon, and then all of the things that they call planets. I would say the wandering stars like Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, etc. Those are all moving between the tropics, and they're creating like different frequencies. And when you sync all of those frequencies together, it creates a flower of life pattern right in the sky clock above us.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Man, if you got links on that, I'd check that out, Gio. You want to send me that sometime when you got some free time?
Yeah. I'll show this one. It shows all the harmonics of a circle, splitting the circle by different degrees, and then that creates a sacred geometrical pattern within a circle. And so all of the wandering stars are moving at different frequencies and hitting different points, and they're all moving in relation to each other, which gets into what astrology is, the actual geometric relationships between them. But even outside of that, just their actual patterns that they make will create that sacred flower of life pattern.
Yeah, is there any like astronomy thing that you'd recommend? Because like I said before, I always just I don't know. I kind of want to look into it, and then I just think, oh, it's just woo woo. Because we were sort of brought up, just to, I don't know, we'd have somebody reading, like you get a section in a newspaper, and it'd be all like predictions about your future, and it were all very vague, and I just thought it was silly. But the more I look into it, the more I think, oh, that's kind of interesting.
Far. Guys, I think I made a mistake with the concave Earth. Like,
why?
Well, I just thought about it. Wouldn't that cause issue? Like we would see shadows because of the like dome, and like the way that the stars move. Like, I feel like that would be weird because like I like the aerodome and how it works to express things a lot better than like a flat sky, right? Because would it be like a dome
hold on.
sky over like a bowl?
Guys, my bad. Can I interrupt? You can
What?
say no.
Well, maybe the
Yeah.
stars are in the center. But yeah, go ahead, Elijah.
Dude, Gio, are you there?
Yep. Yeah, I'm here.
This is big. This is big. So I'm always going for the obscure, right? So remember how they also always used to say, "Oh, flat Earth is illegitimate." Find like people who are actually educated. Blah 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 blah. Well, peep this. There are those in government and in was it Congress? I think in Congress that are flat earthers.
Oh shit!
And you know how I found out? Looking through this government, just through the government portals, and I typed in flat Earth. And in 2009, they were basically using it as a derogatory term against them, specifically because they don't believe in climate change and are fighting it. Specifically because the Earth is flat and climate change is bullshit. Oh, I thought, and that was in 2009. Oh shit. I thought flat Earth is just a fad. I thought it was a psyop. Look, stunned the whole room. Okay, y'all can go back to y'all business. I'm gonna pull it up for you though, okay, Gio? I went to sleep on that like a baby. I read that and I went straight to sleep.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. Well, I'd be interested to see what you're referring to. Yeah, that's interesting. How many people in government actually know about the Earth and all of that? That is an interesting thing. I mean, of course, a lot of them are involved in the group, I think, that's portraying all this whole deception, so they would know. But yeah, like whether they're at the level of Congress or whether they're at sort of more behind the scenes levels. But yeah, no, I'd be interested to see what resource you have with that. And yeah, I mean, if they are, I guess they're not super outspoken about it, at least not at that level, because they probably lose their position, I guess, right? If they spoke out about it.
No, they are outspoken. That's exactly why I'm reading what I'm reading about them being split on climate change. So it's obviously a thing. They just tried to make it seem like it wasn't a thing, but clearly, like this just lets you know that they're human, even in the government. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Even at that level, they don't know. Like we know, but there's always this element of, does Kosho know? Does like what? We're always thinking they know. They're just fucking with us. But if you look to those levels and they're debating it, perhaps it's a genuine thing that this is going on. Like, and we think they can't see it for whatever reason. And we some of us think that it's so clear that it may be that they're lying. What if it's genuine? Which warms my heart, guys, because I really like you, Kosha.
Because of the climate change, Eli. Is that what you're saying?
Not because of the climate change. This little article exposed the fact that it was even a conversation at all. That's the point.
What, flat Earth or climate change?
No, the fact that there are flat earthers that are in government.
I see.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
I'm going to say, because any scientists you listen to that can go his fingers in till will tell you climate change is nonsense.
Yeah, like Eli, are you saying that you've got some report or something showing Congress, people that are in Congress talking about?
I'll show you exactly what it is after I bust these dudes' ass.
Because I know there's a lot of climate change shit out there, of course, and all kinds of discussion about it and all that stuff, that whole topic. But I do think the Earth not being a globe definitely changes that up big time, because if we're not on a limited sphere that is in a vacuum that they are describing how that's functioning, then yeah, it's like a whole different story, because they're trying to make it like, oh, it's like this vulnerable sphere in a vacuum, like, oh no, what if it gets fucked up or whatever. Whereas if the Earth is actually the Earth, like the foundation, you can't fuck it up, at least not entirely. I mean, you could fuck up some areas of it. But the Earth is always going to win. Like nature always wins. And then there's the question of that they're actually modifying the weather. It's like they're lying to us about the globe, telling us it's climate change, but in reality, they know the Earth is not a globe, and they know it's a realm and everything. And then they're actually modifying the weather and then trying to blame it on us.
Damn. All right, let me find that. It's not just about this. That was just a surprise. I was already going through because I'm always talking about the part of NASA that they'll show you like all the flat Earth stuff.
That's
and let me go and get that for people start thinking I'm capping and shit. And then Gospel Bearer sent me a government web like search thing, and I was like, oh, let me check that out. And that's when I found that. I was like, oh, I didn't even think I was gonna find any flat Earth shit on here. So it's like it's everywhere, bro.
Gio, can I?
I heard SE. Yeah, we could hear you, SE. Is that SE?
Okay, cool. I just updated. Thanks, bro. Thanks.
Yep. Yeah, you're good.
So Kosho, I mean not Kosho. So Gio, what do you think about what I said about like the tin? I mean the bowl. Like, would it have a dome or a flat top? So I was really into that. What we were saying.
I think he's trying to figure it out. He wants a way to slowly transition onto the flat plane. You know, it's cool. Cool what you guys are trying to do.
Hey, new
You can't
leaf.
just
I
jump
wanted to.
into it, right? No lube. You gotta, I see. Some of us are like, come on, take it, and we're just gotta be a little gentle. I feel you. Have a little conversation.
Yeah, what's up? Whoever said my name.
Yeah, you asked a question earlier that I wanted to respond to about like
Yeah.
where you see flatness in the world.
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So I'm pretty big into like crystals, especially like raw crystals that do have like a sort of a strict way that they form. Some are just messy globs underground, but that's just some like rose quartz, like a quartz crystal has faces, but a rose quartz doesn't have faces. It's just a messy concoction underground. But that like stereotypical crystal where it's like a pillar, like a pointed pillar, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sort of like the design of like a number 2 pencil, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's like a what do you call that? A hex, like a hexagonal prism or whatever. Well, for all the crystals, and the term would be faces. For all the crystals that have faces in their raw state, those grow like literally perfectly flat. Besides any sort of impurities or like accidents that happen in their formation, the molecules, they say, arrange themselves in like a perfect lattice, and as long as they're not influenced by any sort of forces that would disrupt them from just doing what they want to be doing and how they want to naturally organize themselves, then that's a really cool example of where flatness occurs. And I'm telling you, like, the definition of a crystal, or which is the same thing as a mineral, which is the same thing as salt. They're defined by being solid at average Earth temperature and have a perfectly geometric structure to their molecular structure, like a repeating perfect pattern.
Yeah, man.
And so that's a pretty cool example of flatness, crystal faces.
Yeah, dude.
There's a sort of design to it. There's a sort of structure to it You know, in the same way that we see a sort of structure to reality of the way everything seems to get along. And I'm not even talking about like evolution or anything like that. Just the fact that energy and matter have a relationship. You know, there's no real reason they have to get along, but all we see is them doing that, or time and space don't have to get along, but they work out their differences and they, you know, combine as one force. Energy and matter, or even energy, matter, time, and space. These are four separate things that for some reason all, you know, work out their differences and perform the one true miracle that is reality. And so there's a sort of order to that, or the laws of physics, or whatever you want to call it. You know, there's a sort of order, or order in the court. You know.
What about the healing side of it? Do you know anything about that?
I mean, I know some of like the comment, like, oh, put a whatchamacallit, what's the tree sap that's petrified? Amber.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean, I know a couple of like, oh, this one will help you find your soulmate, and this
that was I was going to say that was the fucking that movie, wasn't it? I forgot the
I don't
dinosaur
know.
movie.
I just kind of pick. Oh, Jurassic Park. But you know, I've picked just being in like the gem community. I've picked up a few of those like common themes where they're like, oh, if your baby is teething, put a amber necklace around their neck. But I'm not so much into that side. I really just sort of appreciate them on a sort of platonic level, just, you know, for just what they are physically in a sense. But they are special. I mean, there's just a few things in life that you can just point out as being like the most special things. You know, it's like water, humans, crystals, like good on you. You know, like those things. They're kind of standout figures in reality.
Dude, that's, you know what? That last part is super, super true, because it is very, very beautiful to see crystals, especially under, you know, microscopes. So a question for you, you know, my girlfriend, she likes crystals too. I think for the same reason, she likes the way they look. You know how most crystals aren't a perfect shape of any sort? Like, you know, you have your rose quartz, which typically is like cut to look like, you know, those tall, like
It has
pyramid.
to be cut. Yeah.
Yeah. But like, you
Rose quartz
know,
has to be cut. Yeah.
exactly. You know how like most crystals are like in geodes come in like rock and more messy raw forms?
No. Most crystals have like perfect structured designs, whether it be
Right.
like a cube or like a pillar. They're all. I mean,
Yeah,
I can
I
show
mean,
you my collection. Go ahead.
I would love to see your collection, actually. I would absolutely love that.
Hey, Fundy.
But
Can I
One
ask him a
sec.
question real quick?
All right. Whatever you want.
Right after this question.
Cool.
So Fundy, do you think that like with your quartz, if you lay some of your, you know, your crystals on the counter, they're gonna have slopes and bumps and gashes and stuff like that? Do you think that the shape of the Earth could be like that, where it's not like perfectly flat? It has some
Oh no,
like curve or...
I have some perfect crystals in. I'm sorry, I got the signs in the background. Should just try to ignore that. I'm sorry, but I just want to say, like, I have plenty of crystals that are in every sense like perfectly flat on their faces. Just some like prime specimen, you know, uninterrupted crystal growth going on, where they just got to do everything they want to do. I mean, it is just a like you can take like your car keys, right? And the cool thing about like quartz is that it's harder than like steel, so you can take your car keys and you can try to scratch this flat face of this like big quartz crystal I got, and it isn't gonna leave a single scratch. It doesn't even matter how hard you press down. It'll never scratch the perfectly smooth flat face of this quartz crystal. And there's not even like a little tiny like divot in it where you could even get some leverage. Like there's just nothing you could do. You could take like a needle as sharp as you want. This thing is just pure smooth flatness on every side, which is gonna have like 6 flat sides around like the shaft of it, and then it's gonna have 6 to 4 like points, however it kind of terminates at the point side. But yeah, I got plenty that are.
Do you think they form a little bit from electricity or some sort of electricity happening?
Oh yeah, that definitely comes into play, because like the same like mineral ingredients can crystallize into different shapes. So that like there's some crystals that depending on like the environmental factors, they'll either crystallize in a sort of like a octahedron, like like 2 pyramids that have their bases touching, like an upside down pyramid and a right side up pyramid where their bases are touching. The same material, mineral ingredients can arrange themselves in that form or a cube, and it all depends on like a set of like 5 different environmental factors, whether it comes to like the
impurity,
like
those things.
yeah, well, not purity, but yeah, things like electromagnetism and temperature and pressure. Yeah. So yeah, it does have an effect, especially on the ones that can kind of choose between 2 options of how they kind of make themselves up.
I mean, it's just like it's crystallized, like it's like just I don't mean to say atom, but it's like one atom at a time. It's like one atom thick. Like each layer is like adhered to its previous layer's cellular lattice thing or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's why it's hard to find a space to put a pin, right? Because
yeah, exactly, man. There, even though it's like wrong to give like human characteristics to inanimate objects, crystals are very diligent and patient in their formation. They don't skip any steps.
I'm sorry, I just read someone sent me a message and it's too fucking funny.
What happened to Minecraft?
Dude, I'm gonna post it. So I was talking with this guy about how the word fuck is my favorite word, and this is what he sent me. And I couldn't fucking stop laughing. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, I mean, crystals are, especially like crystals that have faces. They're the most perfect substances in reality, as far as like geometry and like purity and like consistency, right? Those 3 things. There's no more perfect specimen than a crystal.
Hey, so Fundy.
Yes.
Okay, so do they use quartz they obviously use them in clocks, right?
Yeah.
Because they say something about.
Yeah, they use the piezoelectric
What was
sort of vibration to keep the timers going at a regular rate.
Like if you squeeze it, you get voltage out. If you apply voltage, you get a regular rate.
That is very interesting. Like the idea that crystals actually have a pulse, that crystals actually have a rhythm and a frequency. That's very interesting.
Yeah. They have special properties.
Well, they say they don't change their mass is the reason why they use them in clocks, right? That's the whole thing about the quartz clock.
Well, you put it like a even current going through it, and it's gonna like undulate, sort of like contract and expand at a like a specific pulse rate, which is it's just really handy. Just something we've learned to take advantage of. How like it's
Do
crystals
you do
are
you,
the
do you
most
think that
they're the most consistent object in structure, in purity of ingredients, in like repetition of like their shape, and also their behavior, their electrical behavior, whatever, with like their vibration. Crystals are just consistent all
we
around.
make radios from them too, right?
Uh, kind of.
Isn't it
There's a
quartz crystal in it?
I don't think so, but there is something
Right?
called a crystal set radio,
Oh,
where
okay.
this one's like gadolinium. I forget what it's called, but it's sort of a natural diode. Like before diodes were created, they figured out they could use this one crystal that allows electrical current to only flow one direction through it,
Oh,
and so
okay.
it was sort of like this cool like
Like a check
one way
valve sort of.
delivery thing.
Nice. So it couldn't lose charge once it had put charge in. Yeah, I just wonder if if it's not possible to have had like ancient radio,
Oh sure, yeah, it's not complicated, right?
like
You
back
just
in like let's say like the 1600s or maybe a little bit right before that, maybe.
like you
Could
could
be
listen
earlier
to
too, but
static, right? If you just had like a radio where there was no radio station like playing, right? You could still just listen to the static of like the open air, right? So yeah, people could make radios. They're very simple devices, right?
well, like
Especially if
yeah,
you
I mean, certain things with like just the time of day too. Like I think changes the electrical resistivity of the ground. So like telluric current is changing through the day. I mean, I wonder if it's not possible to have had some kind of like radio set just that worked off of some earth principles and some know-how,
there's radios that don't require batteries. They just let the energy communicated by the towers just like fuel, the motion of the current. Like, they make the speaker vibrate, just tapping into the ether, sort of,
Yeah.
just tapping into the radio signals. No batteries. It doesn't play very loud, right? You can't turn the volume up. It has like a set volume that it can,
Right.
like, play the song at, but it doesn't
Mhm.
require any radios whatsoever, or it doesn't require any batteries whatsoever. I mean,
Actually,
this
well,
is
here,
pretty
this is
cool.
sort of enlightening.
The
So,
quartz
no, you're wrong.
crystal
Actually, almost
vibrates.
every radio does have a crystal oscillator in it. Actually, it's called a crystal oscillator, and a crystal oscillator relies on the slight change in the shape of quartz crystal under an electric field, a property known as electrostriction. I didn't know that, so this is pretty interesting.
oh, okay, yeah, you can make your own radio though that doesn't have one of those, but I'm sure it's a very handy component that we've engineered for modern radio.
There's an interesting kind of have you heard of a shell salt? It's something you make from tartar. Basically make this
What?
salt and it is able to take vibrational energy and turn it into electricity. That's pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah, that's the piezoelectric effect. Lots of things
Well,
have it. Even
it's able to take so just tapping and stuff like that. It's able to take that
yeah.
and actually turn some amount of usable energy. But it's different than like a piezoelectric compression. I think or maybe it's the same process, but it's more. It puts out more joules of energy, I guess, per vibration.
Sure,
But they could
maybe
have.
it's just a little
But
more
why not?
efficient.
But they could have also made recording elements from them, or why not? I mean, I'm just saying this is based on salt, like tartar salt. I don't know, or tartar cream of tartar.
Uh-huh.
I
Yeah.
don't know. It's possible.
Even sugar is piezoelectric.
Is it really?
Lots of things are. Yeah, just regular
Oh,
old sugar, quartz sugar. That thing you were talking about. It's yeah, it's kind of common
yeah.
among certain
There's
crystals.
another type of class of crystals called pyroelectric, and they basically take fire and turn them directly into electric. But it sounds like magic, so I'm not sure if it's real. But it's in Wikipedia's.
Wow, I gotta check that out.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Unless I was like in the Avatar fan fiction part. No, it was in Wikipedia. I'm pretty sure it was. Once in a while, I'll search a weird term and I'll get like on a fan fiction page, and I'm like, wait, I don't know about this article. But anyway, crystals are fucking amazing. I was told by a geologist that everything in nature is a crystal.
Well,
I don't know how to
everything's
square that.
solid. Everything solid is made out of at least one crystal. You know, like a rock, right? Like the definition of a rock is that it's like a composite of several minerals. But a mineral is like exactly synonymous. Like there is no difference. A mineral and a crystal are the exact same thing. As well as salt. Salt, minerals, and crystals are the exact same word.
Salt is pretty interesting, right? We've got like all of the trace elements in nature found in the ocean, some 72 elements or something like that, all in the form of salt. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's funny when they did that whole. I know they did it big time in America, but I'm sure it was definitely over here as well. Remember the whole salt thing, how bad it is for you, and this, that, and other. And on some level, they were right, because table salt is terrible for you. So
sodium chloride.
Yeah, I was watching Tom Barnett, who I used to watch quite a bit, and he made an odd claim. Check this out, right? Because we swapped over to the Himalayan salt, the pink salt, years ago, and he said the reason that's pink is because of rust. What do you think of that?
Well, oxidation of iron, but it's not quite the same thing as just like the rust on an iron bar.
Yeah.
You know?
But he was saying in his opinion that he thought that just very lightly refined sea salt were better. But basically, if you used table salt, then that pink Himalayan salt is clearly better. It's a lot better. But you see his point. I don't know. I said that to someone recently, and they were like, "Well, he's got back that claim." You'd find it funny if you knew what I was talking about, who I said it to. But yeah,
sea salt's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah,
Have
the
you ever
salt I
seen
get.
halite crystals or big salt crystals?
Yeah, they're amazing.
Also, crust. That's another one of those words. Like mineral, crystal, salt, and crust. Like that's another one. That's just the same thing.
I think they say cyanide's in there as well, in very trace amounts.
In the Himalayan salt?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Oh man.
I mean, in such tiny amounts that it's not going to hurt you.
That's good. Good to know.
From what you were just saying, Fundy, I was thinking of crystal.
Yeah, exactly. It's like
also
what
christening, like christening and crystal.
Yeah, and Christ is the anointed one, and he walks on water, and that's what the oil does. That's what the christened, the Christ, the oil, the anointed one, it walks on water, but also whatever rises to the top is also the crust. It isn't a christening process where you do rub oil on a baby's forehead or something?
Yep, like an anointment.
Yeah.
Yep, that can be, well, especially in ancient times when they use different sacred oils, and you're putting it right on the pineal gland, essentially. Like that's the entryway to the pineal and to the brain.
I remember that on that. Remember that Eric Dubay video where he said that, he got that dude. He got the glasses. I don't know. He's like giving a bit of a look like a school classroom or something. I know you've probably seen it. I saw it years ago, but he's describing the Christ oil going up. The Kundalini energy going past the 7 chambers up to onto the right. You must have seen that. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Mm-mm.
You
Sounds like
should
one of his videos, though. He's into some pretty esoteric stuff.
Well, it's just directly from the Bible. It's like, and he's saying, how can it
Is that
say?
like even Enoch or something?
Well, he shows he's quite a good presentation, actually. In fact, I saw another good one which I shared with Gregory. I ought to post that one because it's one of those, the drawings where they just do the cartoons and they just sort of draw them out as they talk, and explained it really simply. I should post that. I think I will. One sec.
I think you're talking about Santos Bonacci with the description just before.
So you guys know how, like, if you got some sort of solution where you got water and a bunch of stuff dissolved into it, there's like 2 options. Some things like that are dissolved in water, you whatchamacallit, you put in the water, you stir it up, and it all becomes one like even solution, and then you just let it sit there, right? Well, some ingredients that you dissolve into it are gonna like condense and solidify at the bottom, like coffee grounds, right? If you let your coffee sit there, and then you drink it, you're gonna see that all that stuff that was once dissolved has like solidified and gathered at the bottom. But in other situations, you like make a broth or something, and it's nice, and it's like a nice orangey color, whatever. You got some nice spicy broth going, and you let
I
it
need
sit
an
there.
emulsifier.
And yeah, you need an emulsifier. But just saying you didn't emulsify it too well, and you let it sit there, you'll notice that you got this pot of this broth, but then this like foam, right? This sort of like foam or crust will actually rise to the top and sit atop the water. So there's 2 options for when something comes out of solution. Maybe that's called like dissolution, right? When things perform dissolution, they can either settle on top of the water or at the bottom of the vessel, and I think the ones that go to the top will like solidify, and then you call that the crust. But those are the enlightened ones. Those are the ones that ascended to the top out of the mix of the world, and like went above it and became the Christ crust.
Yeah, I think you're pretty crusty, if you don't mind me saying.
I'm not sure if that's an insult.
I wanted to ask you, Fundy, about the crystals. What do you think about storing information in crystals? And then my 2 kind of things I'd like to inquire what your thoughts are on is how can we store memory into crystals? And when I say memory, I'm not just talking about the way they use them with computers. I'm talking more about actually storing like knowledge or like even various like information on that level, like not just something you'd access with a computer, but actually like either knowledge, like memories, information. So how could it be stored on a crystal, and then how can it be read or accessed?
Right. So this idea goes back quite a while, right? With all those claims about the crystal skulls having like information kept within them, the ones found around the world. To me, that seems like a sort of magical level of technology, but like something that maybe once was known how to record and read information stored in crystals, maybe something that'll be rediscovered. But the thing is, I don't think, I think it's one of these like superpowers people might have, right? I have no idea how to even imagine how to do this, but what I'd imagine about like the recording of information in crystals and then like the retrieval of it would be something that you and the crystal sort of do alone, you know, without any sort of big complicated electrical, you know, whatever technological setup, right? But maybe you just need to be able to have like a sort of self mastery over your like willpower and your aura or whatever to do this. I don't know.
That's what this is about. Funnily enough, it's called the sacred secretion. Does that ring any bells?
It sounds spot on, but not bells. But I don't know, Gio, man. It's sort of something at this point that I just hope is true. I don't know for any good reason if it's even possible, but the concept has been around for a long time. But I really got nothing for you. Just a hope, you know, just a desire for it to be legit. But I got no clue.
Well, shamans, what they do is they can pick up a stone or they can pick up a ring on the beach and they can hold the ring that someone lost on the beach and they can tell you all about it by tapping into the information that was stored in that ring from the person who was wearing it. So, sort of like my father my father was a shaman, and what he used to do whenever he went into public and to sit on a seat in public, he would first wave his hand over the seat to push the bad energy, just in case there was any shit energy on there before he sat down, because he didn't want to get that bad dross and interrupting with his energy.
I do sometimes wonder about that with the druids. You know, the stone circles. I mean, they explain it today like it's just a place they went to pray, and the ones near the coast they use for, you know, like a sundial / calendar. You know, because the way they faced and. Well, there's thousands. There's absolutely thousands of them around the UK. I could post that as well. Documentary called "Standing with Stones," I think it's called.
There's a few like
yeah.
There's a few cultural and like fictional objects that are sort of like this, like the concept of holy water, right? Like there's no scientific like measurable difference between holy water and regular water, but some people are going to swear to you that, you know, they can feel the difference or that it is special because there was like a blessing or an intention put into it, similar to, you know, like the recording of information into a crystal, or in this sense into water. And then in Harry Potter, there's the object they call a Horcrux, right? Where you've like taken part of your like metaphysical body or your soul or your personality, whatever it is, right? And you've stored it inside of an inanimate object.
It's interesting to think with that stone that they have at Mecca. I don't know if it's a stone or a piece of glass or whatever, but everybody seems to want to touch it and to, I don't know if they want to gather the energy from it or put energy into it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The some of these circles, they like they're like ones that you've seen them. They're like quite small, but there's massive ones and as well. They're like a mile around, you know. But they're not all. They're just a stone that's the next one's really far away, and you wouldn't know it was a stone circle unless you sort of looked at it from really high up. And it made me think of, you know, CERN. I mean, look, they might be smashing particles together. What do I know, you know? But if they're not, what else are they doing?
Yeah, that is the question. I just wanted to bring up the, you know, the rice experiments we've all seen, hopefully tried. I want to do it myself, of course, you know, but you know, that's real similar. Biological things are very crystalline too, you know, and like rice, like it's anything like transparent, right? It has to have a very organized molecular structure so that it's not all like chaotic and messy for light to pass through it without getting diffracted or whatever a bunch. anything sort of semi-transparent has got to have a pretty organized structure to it. And so you could say rice is like semi-crystalline, and then we do those experiments where we like put our intention into the rice, we pass on that energy to them, and they sort of store it and marinate in it. And you guys know the one I'm talking about, right? Where one like ferments and one rots with the good juju and the bad juju you give it.
Yeah, well, that rice has already been cooked, hasn't it? It's not raw rice, is it? It's not dried rice. It's cooked.
Well, they put water into it. Yeah, they did soak it in water at least.
Yeah, I had somebody saying it was the water that were doing it, not the rice. But I was talking about this with a guy called Get Beget in the 24/7 server, and it's this Japanese famous experiment, isn't it? And I think it's fascinating. And he just said to me really bluntly, and he talks even slower than I am right now, and he's like, "You do realize you're 70% water?" And I'm like, "Oh my God." Like when somebody says something to you and you just feel like such an idiot, but brilliant as well. I'm like, how did I not think of that? It's so obvious. The water's speaking to itself. But then we start talking about intention, because I was saying, well, it's got to be intention, right? And he was saying, well, no, because they write it down on a piece of paper and put that under the ice, under the water before they freeze it, and that has the same result. And I was saying, well, that's still intention, though, is it not?
Yeah, and one thing's for certain, your I don't know if this is the right word, like your brain signals exceed spatially outside of your skull. Like your thought waves or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, we can detect these things. We can put little electrodes, with like some sort of adhesive stuck to your shaved skull, so and measure your brain activity. And of course, that's like the most efficient way. Oh, well, I guess it's not, because like actually sticking a wire into your brain might be a little more efficient, but that's unnecessary and invasive. But those same, detectors that are stuck to the side of your skull, they'd still pick up your brain activity if they were just like 1 inch off of the surface of your skull. Your thoughts, your brain waves, whatever, they fill the room. And just like Hank was saying the other day, some man in China has his Wi-Fi router in his house right now, and his Wi-Fi router signal is extending all the way, into my house. The signal's just too weak at that point for me to put to use as a internet connection. But these signals don't ever entirely dissipate down to zero. They always linger forever and ever. And so I think the same thing goes for your the Wi-Fi router that is your mind, giving off those signals.
Well, yeah.
Can I ask a
vibe.
question about the experiment with the words? Were they read by the person who actually put the water down? Were they experienced? Is it a reflection of their reaction to that word, or were they just unknown completely?
I don't even think they read. Yeah, I don't think they even read it. I think they just wrote it out, and then. But you'd have to check if you
like anonymously. Yeah, I'm just wondering if it was. Well, I have 2 books from Emoto actually.
As far as I've seen, people, they don't have to label them. Sometimes they do label them, but they got a jar of rice here, got a jar of rice there, whether they're labeled or not, and they go swear and
he was talking about something else.
Okay,
the
my
actual
bad.
message that they write, because they write shitty and nice, loving messages on a piece of paper. They don't actually vocalize it.
Well,
They don't say anything.
I'll tell you what happened a long time ago in one of my restaurants. What I did is I had a container of rotten rice, and I wrote on the lid of the 4-liter container "rotten rice," so no one was to use it, right? And then it didn't matter how many times I put that container through the dishwasher. Every time that we put something in it, it would only last a day because it still had rotten rice put on the top of the lid.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Well, that's really fast acting. Usually these experiments go like over like the course of like a month or two. Well, that's incredible right there.
Yeah, well, you got to think the written word is used quite often for like athletes or for people that want to do manifestation visualization techniques where they write something on a piece of paper or whatever, and they say it will be done, and they throw it away or they dispose of it with a ritual, or even like the Jewish is it the Jewish people, they write something and they put it into a wall, into the crack of the wall, or Japanese, they write notes and little hearts or whatever, and they tie them onto the tree, onto the branches, and yeah, so the written word has definitely got more power than the spoken word. It's more permanent, especially with the right intention.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a tool of like focus. You know, writing something down can allow you to kind of focus your intention, more concentration behind it.
Watching, talking about Larry, or Hank as everyone calls him. I remember watching Rupert Sheldrake years ago because he was always knocking around with Terence McKenna, and I always watched his stuff from this is a long time ago. And then just Larry were posting the videos, and I thought, oh, I'd start watching him again a little bit. And they were talking about these CIA people who were watching people on a camera, and they were saying they train them not to look at the person because they were saying if you focus on them, they'll know they're being watched. And they say the same about private detective. Private detective, when he follows you, knows not to look directly at you because it'll make the person turn around. Which tells us something, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know that feeling when you're being looked at?
Well, there's a lot more to our vision than we know,
It's like our senses pick up on it.
Than we could even imagine. I don't think it's anything like we think it is. It just shows that everything's one, in my opinion.
Well, your eyes are the gateway to the soul.
I like to think of it like it's like G.K. Chesterton said, the million masks of God. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, that's profound, man.
I've been thinking about that a lot lately since listening to Wizard talking about the light's already there. And I woke up this morning with this idea in my head about two people with a sheet in their hand, just like a white sheet. You know how they shake it and then fold it up and put it away. And I was thinking that that was the fabric of existence, but just white light, but obviously presents itself to us in a spectrum. But I don't know, just so weird. I don't know if you do that, but you wake up sometimes and
I see what you're saying about the white sheet. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. And then you could like those exercises people do where they have like two ropes in their hand. They like yank them up and down, right?
I think we need to. Well, probably for me to say what we should be doing, but yeah, I think we need to focus on this a lot more because I find it really interesting, and just the fact that it sparks so much controversy as well seems to have set everybody off. It makes me think that I don't know, maybe Austin's sort of hovering over the target sort of thing. Anyway, I'm not even sure how far you can go with that.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
that Tesla quote, right? Where I don't know if he really said this or not, but he says when scientists decide to turn their attention towards investigating non-physical phenomena, they'll discover more in 1 year than the previous 100.
Mm.
So, like you said, Austin's hovering over the target.
Well, I don't know, but like Chinese, if you've ever been into a temple, they use candles, and you can, and they also have like a box of sticks that you can pick up, put your intention into it, and place them into another container with your intention, and you've got to go along with a stick and light all the candles, and that's on this side of the realm apparently. And then smoke, when they burn money, the fake money that they're sort of like doing an offering to the gods or their ancestors, they say that smoke is of the other realm. So that's what they talk about smoke as being not of this realm.
Are you from New Zealand?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that accent, dude.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a cold, sorry.
Yeah, it's like smoke is like an intermediary between the physical and the spiritual worlds. Incense, certain plants that burn that have certain plant spirit energies. Even like sage, for example, is used for cleansing. Usually, like before ceremonies, after ceremonies, you can do what's called smudging, which is to use the sage smoke for various different cleansings in terms of how it works with like the human aura, the human spirit. So yeah, it's very interesting to think about how, especially specific plants that are burned into that smoke and vapor, and how that kind of functions as in my understanding, like a very real, actual interaction with the.
They use it not just for heat purposes doing Chinese acupuncture, but the moxa itself, the smoke that it produces, it allows the energy to go through the needles and to activate your channels. You couldn't just use any sort of heat source. That's why they use moxa. You know what I'm talking about, moxa?
Yeah.
What is moxa?
Moxa is it looks like a cigar. It looks like one of those solid sort of citronella sticks, and they hold it and burn the end like a cigar. They burn it and place it over top of your channels or over the needles itself to put the heat through the needle, or just to open up your chakras. Indians use it too, but it's the special blend that they use. It's they use it to manipulate the chi in your body, because that's another thing that I would suggest. I would say that chi as well is sort of one of those intermediary sort of essences belonging on the same plane with smoke.
Yeah, I got a few other alternatives to that word. You can say chi, prana, what's that other one? This new one, organ, right? Organ, chi, prana, vril is another one people use. Really, all probably, it all seems like the same thing to me, just, discovered by different people or named by different people. I think there's something to it, though.
I think there definitely is. I can definitely see the world going backwards. Well, not backwards, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, Back to the Future, like that movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to say to that dude, can you get? I mean, I'm sure you can get vitamin C in New Zealand, but can you get like powdered form? I'm sure you can. Ascorbic
Pure
acid.
ascorbic
Yeah.
acid. Yeah.
Saline powder.
Yep.
Because you can take a lot.
Oh, yeah. I've got echinacea, vitamin C with bioflavonoids, and I've got a whole bunch of stuff I'm taking.
Big cheese, fancy pants. Yeah, you've got the okay. He knows the stuff. Yeah, Linus Pauling. You're a great doctor from the 60s. And Abram Hoffer as well. I bought a few of the books and like you can tell they wrote it so your average Joe or Jane can read it, but it's still it's still a struggle. But what's Linus Pauling's book called? How to Live Longer. I can't remember what it's called now. It's been years since I looked at it, but yeah, he said basically when you feel a cold coming on, you should take 6,000 milligrams of C. They recommend a daily allowance being 60 to 90. So obviously you can still get scurvy at that amount as well, by the way.
I hear you on that. Yeah, I mean, vitamin C is so powerful.
It really
I think,
is.
I think I'll just share like it's not to say anything negative about what you share, but I do think like the white powder is kind of
it's
kind
not
of a
good.
chemical. Yeah.
Yeah, it's synthetic, dude. You know, it can't be that good. The natural clearly better. I mean,
And what I really like are like there's certain berries that have really high vitamin C. And you can get the powder. One of them is called amla. It's AMLA, and that's from the Ayurvedic system. It's a little berry. It's also called gooseberry, and you can get it in a powder form. It's quite high in vitamin C. And the other good thing about like a natural vitamin C like that is it has all of the cofactors. Like there's all these other plant oils and other compounds that are combined with the actual vitamin C. And then, so even though the milligram might look like less, like if you look at the side of like a bottle of Amla, for example, it might look like less vitamin C, but the actual bioavailability is so much higher of the vitamin C that's in it that it actually is way better for you. And you can also take very high doses of it without any concern because it's literally a berry. So it's not something that, I mean, people usually don't do high doses of Amla, but I mean, I think the real thing to do would be to mix with multiple, like camu berry is another one. It's not quite as medicinal as Amla, but it is really high in vitamin C. And there's many others like Acerola cherry, things like that. So yeah, there's really potent vitamin C blends you can get like that.
Yeah, what I'm going to say now, yeah, there's another doctor called Robert Klenner from probably 40, 50 years ago. And his work's interesting. He was giving people 300,000 milligrams of C in one go, you know, not in one dose, but orally as well. So yeah, it literally, because obviously if you have it in a drip, then it doesn't have to go through the gut, and that's really the problem. Excuse me, one sec.
Yeah, exactly. The digestive system. If you take huge amounts of like ascorbic acid, powdered vitamin C, yeah, you can have diarrhea. And whatnot. And actually, that's one way people try to get their max level. Like they keep increasing it, and then once they have a little diarrhea, then they back off a little bit from that dose, and then that's kind of their max dose. But yeah, I mean that white powder. The thing about that ascorbic acid, like that supplement powder shit, is it's also made from corn. Like it's literally made from GMO corn. So it's like even that much more whacked because of that. You get in the genetics of that. Sometimes they might make it from cane sugar, but all those cane species are genetically modified as well.
Absolutely. But the thing is, Joe, it's cheap. It's very cheap. And,
yeah,
you know, everybody, motherfuckers be skins.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're getting like a $20 bottle of vitamin C, I mean, you could also spend $20 on like some camu berry powder, something like that. And yeah, it probably won't be as much bang for your buck in terms of like the total amount of vitamin C, but I still think that's better. Anything natural is better than the synthetic.
I completely agree. And but in my situation, I mean, I was like an alcoholic for 10 years or something, and I reached a point where I literally couldn't get out of bed. I was so fucked up, and I took 20,000+ milligrams a day of that C. once I tried to take 100,000 milligrams in one day and failed. I got to about 40, and then the next day I tried it again, probably did 30 odd, and I never reached bowel tolerance because I think every cell in my body was just toxic to shit.
Yeah, I mean, there are some very interesting, profound benefits to high dose vitamin C. Like people that, I guess, we're on the YouTube, so I don't know how much we can say about cures and all that kind of stuff. But people have had some deep like reversals of some profound illnesses and various diseases, like doing intravenous vitamin C, high dose intravenous. And actually, like the big pharma like tried to kind of outlaw it and have gone after practitioners. I think they've even made it like banned in certain areas to even do vitamin C therapy. And because like they claim, it's not like approved by the FDA kind of thing. But as far as I know, it's like the sort of side effects or negative effects are virtually minimal, if not none at all, because it is vitamin C. It's such a thing that even though, it could be synthetic, there could be some issues there, but at the same time, the body still recognizes it at least enough as vitamin C to that degree. And so when it has that potent of effect, I mean, I do admit, I'm not saying that that's really like the route I would go if I was sick or whatever, but if someone was doing that, then you kind of have to use a synthetic. You're probably not going to inject, berry powder into your arm. So it would, at that point, it does have to be that synthetic. And it is interesting the reversals that people have had of like serious, diseases that the mainstream would call, unresolvable.
Yeah, the guy I learned it from's just a top dude. He passed my test. I've got a little test I always have for people, which is whenever I take information, I have two rules. Does he have a dog in the race? Does he have a nice face? And that sounds really simple, but it's actually a little more complex than it sounds. And this guy passed the test because he's just a good dude, and he's doing it for the sake of information, not for. I mean, he does sell books, but he doesn't sell any particular sort of C or any. And there's no products. I mean, let's not forget as well that the products that I've just sort of said are Big Pharma also. Anyway, I'll just post his name's Andrew Saul. His name's Andrew Saul.
Yeah, all that vitamin C, all those supplements are made by essentially, they're called nutraceutical companies. And a lot of them, who knows who really owns those and what they're all about. Yeah, they're basically pharmaceutical branches of the pharmaceutical industry.
But he helped me no end. He made me realize that alcohol, as well as blocking all kinds of hormones, it fucks up the function of your vitamin B production, which is energy. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but that's one of the reasons that I couldn't get out of bed. I was completely screwed, but it needed to happen, if you know what I mean.
Wait, why couldn't you get out of bed because of all the vitamin C?
No, because I decided to drink myself to death.
Oh, shit.
It seemed like a good idea at the time.
Gotcha.
Turns out poisoning yourself to death is really painful and horrible. But you can.
Yeah. What is up with this creator? It's just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna see what it's like to go through that. It's unbelievable. I mean, I get it on some level, on a high level, I do get it, but sometimes I shake my head. I'm like, oh my gosh, like what we put ourselves through, and the idea of what that there is one creator in that sense, like it is choosing to do that, like just it's like self-flagellation, and it is probably like almost like humorous on one level, but yeah, the suffering can feel so real, and it is so real in that moment of what people put themselves through. It's pretty incredible on one level, and also kind of tragic on another. But I think it's kind of part of the dance of creation, at least on this level, is to experience every possible reality.
Absolutely. I mean, I can predict the trajectory of every alcoholic. It's pretty predictable. It starts out quite fun, and you think, oh, this is it. I'm gonna party my way out of this place. But no, it doesn't work like that at all. It's actually really painful and horrible until you turn yellow and then die.
You're like, keep on rocking in the world.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, alcohol withdrawal is no fucking joke.
It's in really,
Either.
and I could post the I don't know if it'll help, but basically a vitamin procedure for alcoholism is great. I don't know if I should post that as well, but that was really helpful because they'd worked it out. Abram Hoffer, this awesome doctor, he sorted it out with the founder of AA. I'm not affiliated with anybody. I've never been to a meeting, but that big book that they do is really good, and I pinched a lot of their ideas. And that prayer that they do, that's really good. Just little things, keep a diary, that type of silly thing. I mean, it sounds silly, but every little thing helps. Like I'd have my favorite glass. We'd always have a favorite glass, and instead of putting red wine in it, I'd put cranberry juice, or instead of putting white wine in it, I'd put coconut water. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's just little things like that that can really help you. And I don't know, help me anyway. But I had no choice in the end. I had no choice at all. I could not. I tried to keep drinking. Projectile vomiting is a real thing. So yeah, it went for a lack of trying.
Yeah, I would say for myself, I've never. Well, I have had some bouts with alcohol in this life. Not any addiction or anything, but when I was younger, I definitely remember having bad hangovers, several times and stuff, like back in my teenage and college years and whatnot. I mean, I didn't drink a lot, probably really below average. Like I only just kind of did at parties and things. I never was a regular drinker, but I will say for myself and my own memories, I do have many memories of previous lifetimes of having, very definitely bouts with it. So it's kind of an archetype. It seems like some people that have that archetype, it's like they're going to experience that in their lifetimes. And in my experience, in terms of reincarnation, like we're going to go through everything. And that's kind of one of them that perhaps we all have to go through that alcohol journey at one point. It seems it's like
it's a real baptism of fire. So
yeah.
I forgot what we're going to say now. I'm going to say something awesome. Oh yeah, the AA tapes, because I would just down that road anyway. So I thought, well, I might as well listen to what I'm letting myself into. So I listened to the AA tapes, on YouTube. And Anthony Hopkins, he's done one, and his is great. So I just recommend that, even if you've got no problem with alcohol, because he's a good speaker and it's Anthony Hopkins. But the raw emotion in these fucking tapes, man. One dude found himself under a bridge, and he literally picked a dirty needle up and he put it into his, he pulled it with a wine he'd got and he injected that into himself.
Whoa!
Imagine what?
Damn, dude. Trying to get fucking drunk.
Well, just in such a desperate state.
Yeah, desperation, right?
Yeah, that drug really does bring the worst out of you, and then it just sort of tears everything away from you, out of your life, sort of thing. And oof, it's really bad. Anyway, that I've just posted, that's like the vitamin thing they worked out. Abram Hoffer, he was the founder. He with the founder of AA, they worked out this thing together. So I think his name's Bill W. or something like that. As I say, no affiliation whatsoever, but anytime I come across anybody like that now, I always think I'm obligated to help them a little bit, because I wish I'd have had me to talk to like that. So yeah.
Yeah, Bill Wilson.
Is that it? Yeah. Like I said, I'm no affiliation. No, I don't know anything about them. I just pinched a lot of stuff from them.
Well, what's interesting about Bill Wilson, because he was the founder of. Actually, I was thinking also of someone else that came later as well. But yeah, in terms of the actual Alcoholics Anonymous, yeah.
He had a partner who was a doctor. I remember that. There were two of them together.
Robert Smith, yeah. Robert Smith was the other one.
Mm-hmm. Did you just look that up, Gio, or do you just know everything?
No, I did look that up. I knew the Bill. I kept saying Bill Withers in my mind, but it wasn't Bill Withers. So I did. It was Bill Wilson. Yeah. And then the other one I didn't know, but I just read it because I did just pull it up and looked at it.
Bill Withers ain't no sunshine when she's gone, but that probably drove a lot of people to drink as well.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I know that it freaks a lot of people out because they're like, "Oh, they're a religious cult." I've heard people say that, and I think to myself, No, I don't. I didn't get that impression at all. They just say a God of your understanding, which I think is brilliant. But anyway.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing about his journey though with Bill Wilson and the connection that my understanding of it was that essentially his journey began around, like, in terms of his alcoholism and healing his own alcoholism, around the time where LSD had been invented, and where even before it was illegal and all that, because they didn't make it legal until the late 60s. And he had several experiences with LSD. He wrote about it, he spoke about it, and that's actually for him what helped resolve his alcoholism, by using the LSD in a therapeutic type manner, where he was able to, regress into himself and go through the healing process that he had to. And then, of course, he was, so Alcoholics Anonymous, even though, of course, Alcoholics Anonymous is not, be able to like recommend LSD. Of course, in fact, it's the opposite. It's all about being sober. But it's interesting that the actual sort of inspiration in his own journey involved his own healing using LSD as well. And somehow that kind of his journey, in a sense, kind of lasted through all of that. And LSD in particular has been used many times to help people heal from addictions of all sorts. Not only alcoholism, but cigarette addiction, sex addiction, even things like work addiction issues, and also like even heroin and cocaine, all those kinds of pills, like in that sense. And that's using LSD in a therapeutic fashion, not necessarily recreationally. I mean, that's a little bit of a different thing. If you're going to a party or you're trying, that's a different deal. But when you're using it actually for a therapeutic purpose, like closing your eyes and actually going within and with the intention of having a journey, then it's going to amplify your psyche and allow for that to occur. Whereas if you're out listening to music or something, you're going to be kind of distracted from your inner process. And that's where the real healing can occur.
That's what I did. I played around with it when I was a kid, and I had the best times and the worst times. Definitely not medical advice, you two. But the Pink Floyd on LSD are like wild. you just literally float to the ceiling. It's but once I went to Skegness, and this seaside town in the UK, and we went to the Laser Quest. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Probably you must have them in America. And I just basically freaked out in this arcade, and there were about 7 of us or something, and then 2 people were assigned to look after me because they were like, I just couldn't deal with it. And then so we left, and we went to sit on, because there's these big walls next to the sea, and then there's this calmness came over me that I could never explain. It was just listening to that sea. I was rolling a massive joint, and I never looked down once. I was just listening to that sea, and I felt so calm. It was like, it's something you really can't do. You've seen that experiment with everybody's seen that with the woman, right? From the 60s or something, and there's just a guy with a clipboard there, and she sat at table, and she's sort of touching air, isn't she? And she says to him, have you done this? And he says, no. And she's like, I feel sorry for you. It's so bizarre, but you can't really explain it to anyone. You can only talk to someone else who's done it and gone, yeah, it's very hard. But yeah, I remember another time I was freaking out on it, and I came back home, and my brother got his guitar out, and he just twanged top string, and he just sort of, with the whammy bar, he just sort of like went, whoa. Because I'd convinced myself that I'd forgotten. I thought I was just going nuts. I'd forgotten I'd taken it, you know. And as soon as I sat down and he did that, it just vibrated up and down my, you know, from my feet to my hair. And I was like, oh shit, yeah. And it just brought me straight out of it. I was like, oh yeah. And then I just sat there. And then I always, this is very odd. I can't believe I'm saying this now. But these colors appeared in front of my face. Like, very odd. I don't know. I never experienced that before. You know, I took it a few times, but I'd never experienced, like, because people talk about hallucinations, and they'd always say stupid shit like, you know, like a Mars bar chased me down the road or something, you know, something really stupid. But nothing like that happened to me ever. But just that one time, I was sat in that that chair, like a sofa bed or wherever it was, and like these colours come in front of my face. It was just odd. I don't know. I'm not doing a very good job of describing it, am I?
No, man, I feel you for sure. I mean, I'm trying to relate, you know, trying to understand what. Yeah, exactly. So this was with LSD? You're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, LSD can have incredible fractals, colors, pulsating vibration. Like colors can be very bright and sharp. It's like having like superhuman vision almost in some cases. And yeah, the fractal patterns and the sacred geometry and different like archetypal fractal numerological like complexes. There's so many incredible. It seems to activate like a very, very high frequency in terms of that. And is that what you're referring to? Kind of like, is that, when you mean colors like that, was it of like the visual fractal geometrics, or was it more just color depth?
Yeah, I can't really explain it, except there's a little bit of fear, like, because you think, well, am I just going to stay like this now? Like, it's like I couldn't see around them. They were just
Yeah, it
right.
feels like you're in it forever. Yeah, it feels like,
Yeah.
oh, this is permanent. But then you always got to remember, like, okay, 8 hours, it's going to be over. Yeah, like don't make any big decisions for the next 8 hours. Just wait until the 8 to 10 hours is passed before coming to any conclusion. Just go with the flow when it's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really explain it. I could try, but I'm just going to sound like it's like me trying to explain God. You know, the more you try, the more stupid you sound. So,
So are you saying it was like a pastel of colors, like rainbow type colors, like in your, or was it eyes open or eyes closed?
Eyes open, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And like my brother sat across from me with the guitar in his hand, and then, but I couldn't see him. I couldn't see really much of anything except sort of, I could see the outskirts of the room, but the colours were right in front of my face. But it's just, it's difficult to describe. It didn't last long, to be honest. And once I realised, oh, I took some because I'm an idiot. You know, we're playing around with substances that we shouldn't have been, you know. But I'm kind of curious about ayahuasca. I mean, I've got to say that, like, I've heard some interesting things about that too.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Have you done that?
Yeah, many times.
What was that like?
Well, I've been working with it for about 50, many years. I mean, at least like 15, 18 years. I'd have to think when I first did it, but I have a deep love relationship and deep love and reverence and gratitude for grandmother ayahuasca, and yeah, it's profound, deep medicine on many levels.
Wow. Did you like, you have a proper shaman there, like they say, to guide you and all that stuff?
I have done it in South America in different shamanic groups there, and traveled, and a lot of my communities, friends, colleagues, and allies run ceremony circles in different areas around the world, and so they're running ceremonies. So I've worked in different parts of the world with those groups as well, and I've also worked on it just on my own as well, just solo work as well. So in ceremony and in my own work as well.
And can you describe what you saw at all, or because they sometimes talk about a woman? You see there's like a woman or something. I can't remember.
Well, it is quite universal that people refer to ayahuasca as a female spirit, whereas something like peyote is masculine. Also, iboga, which is a root bark from Africa, is masculine, whereas the ayahuasca is feminine. So that's why they often refer to it as a grandmother spirit. I mean, it could be the mother as well. It's referred to as, madre, mother, and so on, but also grandmother in certain contexts. So yeah, there is a feminine spirit. It's not necessarily an old spirit. It doesn't have to be a grandma, but it does have a feminine. Yeah, I mean, it's an incredibly loving, wise entity, that is for sure, that has like nothing but our best intentions and the capacity to bring healing that is so profound and life lasting and heart opening. And it does really have quite like a spirit to it. That's what's interesting. Like LSD, of course, doesn't really have a spirit because it's really kind of synthetic. So that's more of just an amplification. Mushrooms does have a spirit in a sense, but it's almost a little bit more of a playful. I kind of see it more like a teenager kind of spirit almost, even though people can definitely have a lot of spiritual insights and things. But with mushrooms, it doesn't necessarily, for a lot of people, seem like it's being guided by the spirit in the same way that something like ayahuasca, peyote, and iboga, which are sort of in a class in and of themselves, like those three. And with those three, and ayahuasca is in that category, when people work with ayahuasca, it's like a very, very guided, supported journey. Like there's like a protection, a spirit, there's a healing that's occurring that where people can actually have like even direct communication with the ayahuasca spirit in a sense, like even like ask questions and kind of get insights like that. And it's more of like almost building a relationship. And the ayahuasca spirit really makes itself present, which is very noticeable for a lot of people. And it's incredible just the level of like knowledge and wisdom that people glean from these experiences.
I love the sound of that. That sounds amazing. There's this guy called the Trinities. I think he had a YouTube channel, whatever. We know what's happening there. But I think it was called Trinity 4, but his new channel's called Trinities. And he was like 47. And he did ayahuasca. And he believed, he was the whole 9 yards. He was like atheist and evolutionist, and I'm just going to post his channel because I think it's good. He does a lot. I do like some street activism and all. It does all that, so I do like his ideas as well. Well, I'm not going to plagiarize him because I'll not do it justice, but yeah, that was his story basically, and now he's about 50 odd. He's South African. His name's Dave, I think. That's his channel. And I love all that. It's been years since I looked into it, but remember the old Santa connection with the fly garrets?
Yep.
Remember that? It's like the Scandinavian style. So like a gift from the universe or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah. The Siberian shamans. Yeah, exactly. They use the Amanita muscaria mushroom for their shamanic practices and for healing. And yeah, it seems like in every area of the world, there's different. Like in Africa, there's iboga. In South America is ayahuasca. In the Middle America, you're in the desert, you're getting peyote, and also the San Pedro cactus, the huachuma, which is another cactus similar to peyote, and that grows in the Andes in South America. Of course, the mushrooms, which are more of mushrooms grow psilocybin mushrooms in multiple places, but also in that Middle America area. And then, the Amanita muscaria is more for those, up north in the Siberian and more further north where it's snowy. So you're getting that. Yeah, the whole Santa archetype seems to be connected to that.
Yeah, I kind of feel that anybody that wants to take some sort of leadership position should take a pretty decent hit to psilocybin and then see how they feel about it afterwards. See if they want to still be a politician or whatever it is. Or perhaps if we just give Matthew a little hit at psilocybin. What do you think, Matthew? Maybe he'll come over to the flat earth side.
I prefer to not take mind-altering chemicals. That's just me.
Yes, we don't. Well, it's obviously not medical advice. YouTube.
Not even plants, you're saying, or you're against taking plants? Or not against, but you said you prefer not to. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I do drink alcohol sometimes and caffeine sometimes, but I just am aware that it affects me more than other people, so I try to avoid that type of stuff usually.
Yeah, I mean,
I was just going to say a little bit sensitive. When you say
Yeah, I have a low tolerance.
Oh, right. Probably a good thing, anyway.
I mean, sometimes a
those
blessing
things can be helpful, I think, in some situations.
Yeah, it's a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, I mean, certainly may or may not be for everyone, but people that choose to work with this certain plants that I'm referring to in a therapeutic, healing, sacred, respectful way, the level of benefits that can come from it are so far-reaching, totally transcends all of mainstream psychiatry. All of the therapeutic claims within mainstream psychiatry are literally nothing compared to, like, literally a sliver of a sliver of a sliver of the actual potential for healing, personal transformation, resolution of lifelong psychological issues like depression, anxiety, phobias, so many different components. And so, yeah, I mean, although it may not be for everyone, like it may not be everyone's journey or everyone's path, but for those who are suffering, who want to heal, and there's other ways to do it. You don't even have to use substances. You can heal with breath work, meditation. There's multiple ways. So, but people who do choose to use the plant medicines, it seems to be like an accelerated way to do so. Like if somebody has really, really heavy depression, for example, and they decide to go to South America, let's say for a month, and they're going to drink ayahuasca like 15 times, every other day, because you can do ayahuasca actually daily if you want to, but like a pretty 15 sessions in a month or something like that, or even doesn't have to be that frequent. It could just be 5 in a month or whatever it may be, once a week. But the potential to take someone who's in a condition, like let's say that has like severe depression, like very, very severe, to the point to where, the only thing that psychiatry can do is just basically numb their brain on drugs, and they've struggled their whole life with it. Working with something like ayahuasca like that, of course, everyone's has a different journey and different time period and everything, but the capacity for these particular plant medicines to be able to have like deep, powerful, like foundational transformations in a positive manner is in a sense unrivaled from anything that exists in modern day psychiatry and psychology.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, because ultimately it's you anyway. So the things, how many people I've listened to where they've said, yeah, they just came out, they knew exactly what to do. They told them what the issue was, they came out of it, they knew exactly what to do. Right, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it the let me think now. Isn't the ayahuasca the one where if you just take it, your gut basically cancels it out? So the shaman, I can't remember. Is it something to do with where like he has to pee it out or something like that? What am I thinking of? Do you know?
Well, so for there's two things I would say for the for ayahuasca. It's a mixture of two main plants. There's actually a whole bunch of other plants which are referred to as master plants that shamans will use, that they'll blend with the two original plants. But the two original plants for ayahuasca is the Banisteriopsis caapi vine. It's a vine, and it's called Banisteriopsis caapi. And then the other species is Psychotria viridis, which is the chacruna plant, and that's a leaf. It's like a green leaf. It's actually in the similar family as coffee, but it's not. It doesn't have caffeine in it though. But it is a green leaf, and it essentially contains the DMT, dimethyltryptamine, and other alkaloids as well. And so when you blend the two together, the vine contains alkaloids, harmine, and also one called harmaline. those alkaloids are MAOI inhibitors. So those harmine and harmaline function, in addition to many other compounds as well, functions as an MAOI, as a mild MAOI. And then the DMT that's in the leaf, in the chacruna, is then able to be orally active. So when you blend them together, you cook them together. So then when you drink it within about 20 minutes, you're going to have, if you took a high enough dose, about a 4-hour long experience. And if it's a high dose, you'll be heavily saturated in DMT and all the other alkaloids for pretty much, good 3-4 hours in that sense. And so it allows the DMT to be orally active. So you can actually have a more gentle, longer version of a DMT experience instead of this idea of smoking it and it's like instant and it's super kind of semi-synthetic and all that. This is like an actual gentle, blending into with the DMT, and it has the whole plant spirit and the kind of healing spirit to it as well. So it's like the whole journey is kind of being guided for you in a sense and supported. So maybe that's what you're referring to in terms of the stomach breaking it down. Yeah.
I remember listening to Terence McKenna about it and him saying sort of, just imagine the thousands of different combinations of plants. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Tim's here now. Look, Tim. Hey, Tim.
To figure that out. Yeah. To figure out the blend of those two plants. Yeah.
We were talking about the fly garrets before, Tim. I think you might have missed it.
Yeah, and for that, you were saying with the urine, that's the interesting thing about those mushrooms, the Amanita muscaria, flying neurotic, where if you consume those and then you urinate, if somebody drinks that urine, they'll get like a full dose of the mushrooms, and then if that person pees it out and someone else drinks it, they'll get a full dose. Like it literally recycles. It's crazy, and so it kind of, and actually, it's kind of like drinking someone else's urine is kind of nasty. But what's actually interesting is that these deer, see, this connects in with the whole Santa thing, the flying deer, the flying mushrooms. And so these deer eat these mushrooms and they trip out, like they just roll around on the ground. They just look like they're having the best time of their life. They're just in bliss. And this actually happens. Like these actual reindeer, actual real life reindeer eat these mushrooms and they fall on the ground and they giggle and they roll around and they trip out for several hours. And they do this every year. Anyways, and so one way to do this, because actually the mushrooms are pretty toxic. So if you want to actually consume them, you have to actually prepare them in certain ways. And actually, believe it or not, the urine transferred mushrooms is actually the most pure. Like there's very little nausea, very little negative effects. Believe it or not, you get all the positive effects. And so basically what you can do is when the reindeer is tripping out on the mushrooms, you can actually like hang out near it. And if it starts to, I know it sounds so intense, but if it starts to pee, you can take like a bowl or whatever, collect the pee, because the reindeer's just like lying there on the ground. You can collect the pee and then drinking that, as the legend goes, even though it sounds kind of nasty, you're drinking, I don't think it actually is. It's an animal. It's not that different than milk or whatever. I mean, it is an animal urine. It is, but there's other animal urines that are actually medicinal as well. But anyways, if you drink that, the legend is that is like the most pure, like blissful, clean kind of way to consume that mushroom.
You try it?
Yeah, that's awesome.
What did I miss?
Have you
Andy?
tried it? I was telling you, Tim. Tim's our Danish friend, and so he knows all about the Scandinavian, the whole a gift from the universe and all that. I was telling
Yeah,
you
I
the
mean
other
that
day
is
about
why
that. Yeah,
that is why we have red presents under the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was telling Joe the other day about that woman, the black woman who I can't remember. The woman in 24/7 that was suffering from narcolepsy.
Oh yeah. Conspiracy.
No, yeah. Well, just the fact that.
No, that was her name.
Oh right, sorry. Well, it's about 5 o'clock in the morning. It cut me some slack.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was saying there's so many people who've helped themselves in this way. What we've been talking about, I find it so interesting, and but also kind of reluctant to recommend because she had all kinds of other ailments, and I don't know much about narcolepsy, but I did feel for her.
Yeah, issues like that, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, there's so many deeply resolved clusters of energy that people have, and they have often very few tools to really help to heal it. Just a world, unfortunately, that wants to drug them out and tell them they have a disease.
Right. I mean, imagine not having never She said she'd never slept. She'd never really had a good night's sleep. Just think what that do to you. Oof.
Yeah. Well, actually, that can create a state in and of itself, like sleep deprivation.
Like Fight Club.
Yeah, I mean, we have all
Tyler
been on
Durden.
the fourth day on speed or something like that, and start to see things. I remember some of my walks at home. Then these road signs and stuff like that turned into men, and holy shit, man! That was when I knew I needed to get some sleep.
Well, before we move on from the Santa Claus thing, I was going to say that it's interesting that these legends of these shamans, and the shamans would pick the Amanita muscaria mushrooms, the red and white, the little red ones with white circles on them. They would pick those mushrooms, the shamans, and they would put them down the chimneys for everyone in the town. Like they would literally put the mushrooms in the chimney, and then when they woke up in the morning, they had, stockings over the fireplace, quote unquote. They had a stocking full of mushrooms, the people did, and then the people would hang the mushrooms on the tree. They would bring a tree inside, just like we do for Christmas, and they would hang the mushrooms on the tree to dry them. So the mushrooms, because they have to dry, like especially if you're going to do the Amanita muscaria, you cannot eat them fresh. It'll be really toxic. You'll have a really.
I mean, they are almost deadly. At least red fly agaric.
Yeah,
you can die of them if you just eat them raw. You have to dry them. You have to boil them to tea and stuff like that.
Yeah. So they would hang the mushrooms. I'll just say they would hang the mushrooms on the tree to dry them, and then also the trees grow at the base, or the mushrooms grow at the base of trees, just like we put the presents at the base of trees.
Hey, have you ever read that book by John
Hey,
M.
Eli
Allegra?
here, in case everybody riveting conversation about mushrooms and stuff. Oh wow!
What's up? What's up, Eli? What'd you say? Your mic's a little low.
I'm about to share my screen, and also Matthew Learns is here, but he's also deafened. So
Yeah, he was talking a few minutes ago, but yeah, it looks like he's on deafened.
because to ask him, well, before I asked him about like the star rotation, I would ask him about his moon argument with perspective, because he has an argument about seeing it, the moon in like Santiago and somewhere else or something like that, and how it doesn't seem to match a flat Earth if we assume that the moon is like a physical object because of perspective, because it's too far away and the distance is too small, basically minuscule. So the same way, I'd like to ask him what up with them star trails.
Yeah, can you go ahead and bring up the star trails again? We haven't talked about that enough today.
No.
Can I ask real quick?
Yeah, I am, because he has a different argument that contradicts this star. What I would assume he would have to answer for the star rotation. But also, I wanted to share my screen to show you guys like what I found. So
Sorry, real quick. I was trying to ask Gio. You ever read John M. Allegra?
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Oh man, you would love his book, bro. He talks about how the Jesuits ate amanitas, and this is what helped inspire them write the Bible.
Okay.
Yeah, they found the Dead Sea Scrolls and found a whole bunch of passages in Scripture that says these people wore those funny hats to represent the amanitas. The little pointy hat with the white at the top.
I'd like to read that, dude.
Yeah, I'll find the audiobook right now.
Sweet. I guess I can listen or read.
Quick breakdown. John M. Allegro was commissioned to translate the Dead Sea Scrolls with like I think 10 other people, and they were all silenced and paid off to not reveal what the scrolls said. But this guy went against the people putting pressure on him, lost his job and everything to expose what he was reading in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And apparently these people ate a whole lot of mushrooms while writing the Bible.
Yeah, like the burning bush, which is often thought of to be the acacia tree, which is very high in DMT.
You looking?
So is that what they were actually? Was that an inspiration as well?
I think all the hallucination type stuff that was going on back then, they were truly experimenting and just trying anything based off of like comedic practices. And they must have stumbled across something correct because they stopped. Or maybe they kept going. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure that you actually need to take something to get any sort of such effect. Like fasting in itself, depleting your body from a lot of things, not sleeping, all these kind of things, they can give the same kind of effect.
Yeah, one of the ones that is the most interesting in terms of a natural, completely like consumption based, basically, where you don't have to consume anything, is using breath work. There's one in particular that's called holotropic breath work, and I won't go on the whole history of it, but I'll just say that in a nutshell, it's a practice where if I were to summarize it in one sentence, you're basically just breathing deeper, like longer, deeper breaths. So you can do it whatever way you want. Like you can go really fast, you can go just a little, medium fast, but you just have to go deeper and faster than your normal breath is. And if you do this, like lying down, ideally with like eye shades on, so your eyes are closed, and also like some good, good music that's, going. Once you do it, generally for about 20 to 25 minutes, just doing the deeper breathing, people will enter an altered state in a sense. They'll enter like a mystical, spiritual state with that potential there. And similar to mushrooms and so on. Of course, it's not going to be the exact same as a plant because it doesn't have the same molecules, but it's similar in terms of the access to the spiritual and to healing, to one's own previous and also spiritual realms and so on. And the experiences of people. Oh, and then you do the breath work. You do it for about 2 to 3 hours. So you're actually doing that. I mean, you don't have to. You can stop after like an hour and a half if you want, but generally it's like a 2 to 3 hour session that you're doing the deep breathing. And people have very, very, very powerful experiences with this. Like people have as powerful healings and spiritual experiences as they do with, even LSD, mushrooms, things like that. Like people have deep healings, all the same experiences that people have on like the plants and so on. People also have with the breath work on its own. And really all you're doing is breathing. So it shows that it's coming from within the psyche and not necessarily just from something that you consumed.
Yeah, or maybe a greater network you can tap into somewhere, because the consciousness and stuff like that is something. What is the word? It's something that is hard to comprehend, and maybe there is something deeper, a deeper connection to all these kind of things like ether and stuff like that. Like, I mean, in that kind of realm.
Yeah, and what's even more interesting about the breath work in particular is that if you do it on your own, like you can do it with you can do a session like with a sitter where like they're just going to sit with you for 2-3 hours while you do the session. Like it's kind of a solo session. And it tends to be not as potent for people. Like it actually tends to, I mean, for some it can be, but it tends to not be as potent. Whereas if you do it in a group, like these breathwork sessions, these different groups that I've worked with, where you have like, let's say 30 people in a big room and you've got like, speakers projecting the music. And out of the 30 people, 15 of them are breathing. And then the other 15 are, they're like, each person has their own sitter. So like you're on a mat, you got your pillows, you got everything you need, water, all that stuff. And then you have a sitter that, right next to you that's just there for whatever you need. If you don't need them, you don't even have to ask them for anything. But if you need any help, they're right there. And you do the breath work. And when you have that many people, like 15, even 30 or even 50 people breathing all at once, the energy is off the charts potent. Like talk about the ether and so on. Like it's like whatever's going on there is unbelievable. Like the interconnectedness, because simply just by doing it in a group like that, just being in the room with 30 people doing it, it seems to be, I don't, 50 times more potent or something like that, whatever the number is. And people just get access like very, they go into the state quicker and they're able to access things even quicker. And it's even like deeper healing. And then having the whole group to like, if you want to share your experience as well is very healing as well. But there's something about the group energy with the breathing in particular that seems to have like a cumulative effect it can even be that much more like deeply healing.
I used to have a PDF document that said that they would slow the rate.
Letting anybody else say anything. Gosh.
So it'll take 5 seconds. Yeah, they would slow the rate of someone's heartbeat, and that would slow the amount of oxygen to their brain. And this is the same thing that happens when people, I guess, when you do nitrous. I don't know what that thing is called, but it's like whipped cream cans are filled with this stuff. It kills the amount of brain cells when you slow down your heart. So yeah, they believe that you are astral projecting when you do that. My bad, Elijah.
It's cool.
Hey, Elijah, how's it going?
Eli, did you hear Matthew's here? Didn't you want to ask him something?
Hey, Eli.
Earth to Eli. Maybe he stepped away.
But yeah, I like what you said about the group session, because if we are thinking about stuff like chakras and energy fields around one's body, and you're now in a group and you can tap into each other, or maybe, enhance, quote unquote, a signal, like it makes sense. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, in my experience, it's unbelievable. Like, for myself, I could access that state much quicker, much deeper, and the whole group energy is really a sight to behold. It's profound, and people are working through all kinds of issues, personal traumas, various things that happen to them, or some people are in bliss. They're just literally in bliss and smiling and absolutely having some kind of blissful experience. Other people are having something that is more challenging. There's even people that have sort of darker things that are being cleansed out of them, like even like demonic energies, and it just comes out of people. And if it's supported the goal of it is not, you don't really have to guide it. You just let the person have their own experience. Like it's like it kind of comes from a concept that we all have our own inner healer. Like we all have that part of us, like an inner healing intelligence. And so you don't really need someone else to like guide you or tell you anything. It's really within yourself. And so with this type of practice where you're really kind of supporting everyone's own authentic journey in that sense. So whatever they're moving through them, and just support that and don't be judged. The idea is not really to judge them or to, control them in any way. Just let them have their experience. And it's incredible the range of experiences people have and the level, the levels of healing that people have is just really beautiful. Things that have plagued them for their whole lifetime that are finally starting to move through and to resolve. It's really a beautiful thing to behold.
So, do you have a healing center and all that then, Gio, or is it what's the situation? Well, obviously, I don't want to get dox you or anything, but do you have like a? It sounds like there's like a. I don't know how the other half live. It sounds like you've got like a center or something. Hello?
You're trying to dox him. You're baddie.
Yeah, no, I'm still here. No, I don't currently have a center. No, I mean, no, not like not in that sense currently, but yeah, I've worked with many different groups and different settings and things. Yeah.
It's just hard for me to imagine. I mean, like, I feel like I've been in prison for 10 years, so it's hard for me to imagine a gathering of people where they're just like, oh, we're just going to go and do ayahuasca. Like, I can't even imagine the logistics of that,
Yeah, the ayahuasca groups are also incredible, like doing it within it, because it's a little bit different in terms of the breath work with ayahuasca, but yeah, like the group energy can be really, really profound. And the synchronicities, and especially if it's a really good group. If it's a really good group.
Have you had the experience of using a salt bath? Is that what they call them? Where you're pretty much just floating while you are on any kind of substance or just meditating?
You're talking about like a flotation tank?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm pretty sure they use salt water so you have an easier time floating.
Yeah, like you're more buoyant. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, those are very interesting. That's kind of a version of sensory deprivation where you're in this like very, very quiet, perfectly dark, perfectly quiet. The temperature of the water is the exact same temperature as your blood, your body. So you're just totally in neutral. And then you can even put like earplugs in kind of thing, and it's totally dark. And yeah, doing that can actually tap into many of these similar type realms and experiences. And then people even mix substances with that. Yeah, like they'll do some kind of a plant or something while they're doing a flotation tank as well.
Yeah.
Something about quieting all the senses, it puts you into like a dreamlike state essentially, and kind of it's like a waking dream in that sense.
Yeah. Also, a thing I often think about when I'm thinking back to like shaman times and stuff like that. They were living in a completely different era because like our society is built up around everyone is needed to be busy, always distracted in some sort of way. But back then, after the goats were fed and a couple of fish was caught, they had the full day or the full week to just like experiment with this kind of spirituality, and they were really the shamans was the center point of these kind of civilizations. Yeah, I'm not sure what my point is. I just like to add it when to put it in perspective.
Tim, I told you, you're a leg end.
So I went ahead and found
a
an
good
old
point.
PDF. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, these people must have been so connected to the other side, and that's a very good point, Tim.
They had the time to do it, Like I mean, this busy work. It came much later, when. I dare to say it when Christianity took over,
I knew it would come in. I knew it would come in. Poof, 1, 2.
I mean, that's just like the mainstream historical timeline. I mean, that's when shamanism died. That was especially from Scandinavia when the Viking era died and got taken over by something else. Sure, it took some time before it was 100% eradicated, but that was the transition from the that kind of spirituality over to something new, which was much more quote unquote organized.
Yeah, the Roman. I knew something dodgy happened in the early 1800s, 1830s, and Britain's history is just wild, and the amount of writing in stone that is denied, thanks to Loggy. I'm looking into all this Wilson and Blackie stuff, and this ancient language from the early Britons called what's it called? Colburn. There's a lot of naysayers that say, "Oh no, it's nonsense," and from the All-Inder book as well. Actually, they had their own alphabet, which a lot of people say.
I love you guys, and I hate to interrupt. I hate it so much, but I would like to point out, what's up, guys? That Matthew Learns is in the chat. We've got some other faces that we don't always see in here too. So I figured maybe we could see what the Globers are up to tonight.
Talk about flyers.
You want to talk about the Earth instead of these?
I mean, people have.
Oh wait, before we do, sorry guys, before we do, I just want to point Gio to the document I just posted. This is the CIA using the technique to slow down the rate of your heartbeat to direct access to sensory motor cortex and pleasure centers, and this is how they astral project in the CIA. So that CIA document I think is real. All right, that's all.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that. I haven't looked at the document yet, but that would be like a darker, almost like dark magic or black magic, things like bloodletting, things like lowering oxygen. That sounds like almost like a way to, like they use that in MK Ultra and stuff, like as a way to.
Yep.
Yeah, that's some dark stuff. Yeah.
Damn. But I read that whole PDF, and the government has definitely been on this stuff for a long time.
Bloodletting, dude. Fuck that.
Well, that's what. Yeah, like you can if you do bloodletting, people can get into like near death states and stuff. But I mean, that's not not a very safe or advisable way to go. But it's oof. But yeah, we could change up the topic. Anytime.
Yeah, I think it's really important though that we talk like it is Earth Awakenings after all, and I like the fact that we've got this place to talk about these sort of interesting topics, not just what the Earth might be as well. But I'm loving this you, Geo, with all this shit. I had no idea. I had no idea. So I'm going to definitely talk to you about this again one day. Because the ayahuasca stuff, that's just limitless to me. The potential of it,
I have told you, Andy, come to Denmark this winter. We will drink some red fly agave tea.
Yeah, well, I do like it cold. Not my tea, but the environment.
Let's hope a lot of snow comes so we can make an igloo and sit in there.
Yeah, let's talk about the fucking horizon then for 3 hours.
All right, let's do this, boys. Let's
go back to concentric star trails.
Back to the ring, guys. Back to the ring.
No way, dude.
All right,
I'm so satisfied from this
And
morning.
divergent star trails is the new hotness.
Oh my god, we destroyed the flatties today with that.
Yeah, the Glober. The
That is
Globers
not what I
committed
heard
suicide. Yeah, the Globers committed suicide and realized they're fucked. Yep, they're dead.
Yeah, I think it was a good thing that people opened up for that topic for that long, because like Star Trails has been like a globe argument against flat Earth for so long, but after unraveling it, like you guys have done all day, it just puts things in a different perspective. Like, I mean, these Star Trails does actually, put the globe to the knees and pray.
Absolutely crushes them, Tim. It's called time-lapse photography. The time-lapse photography dictates that the camera is not moving at all. So in order to have concentric, any sort of rotational star trails where the stars go in and out, that means Earth has to never be moving. And there's no other way around it. That's why they'll never show you an example otherwise. They got absolutely annihilated. Yeah, it's something that I realized 3 years ago. And I used to bring it up to flat earthers because I'm not a flat earther, but I used to bring it up to flat earthers years ago and they couldn't catch on. But today, Geo was actually the one who explained it the best. I think who started it, was it Data or somebody? And I think Elijah and Geo, especially Geo, explained it the best. And you're right. There's no way you could put a camera fixed on a ball or any object and make it move and see concentric converging and diverging star trails. It's an absolute annihilation of the outer space religion.
Dude, that's one of the ones they heralded. One of the flat Earth proofs that has been heralded to prove the globe. The one that frustrated me the most. Like Aristophanes all over again, dude.
Yeah,
Shane,
wide angle engine.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Shane, it's been frustrating listening to people that don't understand the concept. Yeah, but literally take a basic photographer course, and if you understand time-lapse photography, if you just type in time-lapse, star trails, all those motions are only possible if the camera is not moving. So that means that Earth is not moving, and there's nothing they can do about it.
How do they explain that?
They can't. They can't explain anything. That's the point, is that as soon as you ask them for a physical demonstration of any object of any shape holding a camera, that camera, that shape, that object cannot move if it's going to get concentric, divergent, and converging star trails. It absolutely annihilates them.
Okay, so the way that that time-lapse photography works is if there's relative motion between the camera or the object being photographed, you get some kind of blur or motion. So either the stars are moving or the camera is moving. You can't determine which.
Nope, incorrect. Nope. In order to get divergent and convergent star trails, the camera can never be moving. That proves that the sky turns like gears into each other, and the camera cannot move at all. If the stars are going closer and farther away, the camera is not moving at all. It's absolutely impossible, and that's why they don't have a demonstration of anything to even challenge it at all. It absolutely annihilates the entire outer space cartoon religion.
Oh, no, it doesn't. I think you're completely
It
wrong about
absolutely
that.
annihilates it, and you have to deny. He just has to hand wave dismiss it because he has nothing to show for. Yeah, he has nothing to
Well, I
show for,
mean,
and they have to literally deny all observations.
to
Yep.
be fair, dude, Matthew, I just put in your description of Southern Star Trails you gave to me last week, right? Well, that's a nice little clip. I think you did it justice, but we didn't talk about time lapse and stills and how that would have encompassed it. I think that would have been a good topic I should have brought up. But I mean, even trying to take the globe out and explain Southern Star Trails, you stumbled a bit, right? It was a little bit rough.
So he just said the sky is moving like gears. Did he say that?
Yes, they're called divergent and convergent star trails. They're like gears moving in and out of each other. That means the camera's not moving. If it moved at all, you could not get those. If it moved at all, you would not get those motions. Period. End of story. You don't even have an ability to challenge it. It's just a suicide for you. Sorry.
I got that part. My question is, if it moves like gears, why aren't they? I mean, what separates you being able to see those divergent and convergent star trails only at the equator and not
They don't.
elsewhere?
You don't have to be at the equator. That's another lie. You don't have to be at the equator to see them. That was easy.
So you can see them other places.
Yeah, you've never seen them in reality, obviously. Yes, you can see them many different
Did he
places
cut out?
on
Is that me?
Earth. You can see them at many different places on Earth. You do not have to be at the equator. The point is, if you're looking in the same direction and seeing them diverge and converge, that means you are not moving. That's why it's a time-lapse circuit. That's why they're circles. They do not change.
Well, let me ask Matthew. Matthew, you're there?
Yeah, Exo is radically confused about the difference between.
No, you're a
relative
liar. I'm not
motion.
confused. You're a perverted criminal.
Let him
Don't
interrupt
confused.
him
I'm a
like that.
photographer and you're a retard.
Don't
call me
interrupt him like
confused,
that. He
pervert.
didn't interrupt you.
Don't fucking call me confused, faggot.
He's a what?
Yo, can that guy get muted? What the hell?
So,
yeah, he did.
Matthew, all right, so Matthew, let me ask you this. So if you're at, like, let's say 40 degrees latitude on a sphere, okay, so you're on a sphere, you're at, let's say 35, 40 degrees latitude, and you look up at Polaris, we see that counterclockwise rotation. In your description, what is causing that to happen? Why is it doing that? Why is it doing the counterclockwise?
Because the Earth is moving the other direction, so you're seeing the relative motion. So the stars are stationary, and that rotation is due to the rotation of the Earth in our narrative.
Yeah, and it's because you're on the Earth, right? It's
right, exactly.
Yeah. Right. So if you were to look at it from above, looking down, like you would be like almost like a merry-go-round going in circles. Like your little body there would be going in circles, and then that's transferred to the stars, right?
Right. If you were above the North Pole looking down on the Earth would be moving counterclockwise.
Right. Okay. Then now move to the equator and go a little north of the equator. Let's say 5 degrees or something north.
Okay.
When we look up, we're going to see, it could even be on the equator. It doesn't really matter for this. You'd have the straight. Do you agree that at the equator that we have straight star trails? And then to the north, they're arcing, the way they do to the north, and in the south, they're arcing the other direction, kind of like a smile and a frown. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it would look exactly the same. It's just that the ground is covering up a little bit higher north, in the northward direction. And so it's the same thing. It's just that the point of rotation is nearer to the horizon.
Right. Okay, so my next question for you is when we see converging and diverging star trails simultaneously, remember the first one, when you're in the north at 40 degrees north, the reason the stars are doing that circular thing on a globe is because you're on the globe rotating in a circle. Now, when you're down at the equator, you're not doing the same circle. You're actually going more in a straight line. The only line on a globe that is straight in that sense, I mean, it's not completely straight because it's still curving, but, it doesn't have north and south movement to it. So it's just basically you're going straight. So why would you have two divergent star trails if you're actually on a globe making one straight motion?
I'm not 100% sure what you mean by divergent star trails. The star trails just go in perfect circles wherever you are.
I think I can answer. I kind of answered that earlier, I thought, when we were talking.
Go ahead.
So in the north, the stars are what? Clockwise, counterclockwise? I forget.
North is counterclockwise.
Okay, so they're counterclockwise.
Yeah, like the one that Nate just posted. Yeah, for example.
Okay,
Like
so
that.
if they're counterclockwise in the north of the equator, and they're clockwise south of the equator, it stands to reason that somewhere in the middle there would sort of be a kind of combination of both clockwise and counterclockwise, in that they would sort of have to kind of diverge, because it would be illogical that they would be rotating clockwise. All of a sudden you move 1 foot over the equator, and now all of a sudden they're rotating counterclockwise. They're somewhere in the middle where they kind of merge.
Are you serious?
That's hilarious, dude. This is like Extremis, man. You are just a joy to have in this.
All right, so Extremis, I do hear what you're saying. I would say that would occur over like a stationary planar Earth with the stars actually making those paths. Yes, that would occur. But on a globe, the reason that the stars are making those arcs, it's because you're on a globe at a particular latitude, north or south of the equator. That's the reason they're making the arc. So I hear what you're saying like that, but it actually doesn't reason that there would be a blend, not on a globe with stars far away. Because, well, what would happen is if you were right at the equator, all the stars would be straight. They all would, because you're not making an arc. Like I said before, like if you're on the equator and you're in a car, you're driving on the equator, you don't have to turn left and right at all. You could just go dead straight and you're going to go right around that globe. But if you go anywhere north latitude or anywhere south latitude, if you try to go along a latitude line, you will have to slowly turn your car to the right as you're going around a circle. And that slowly turning it to the right is essentially why the stars are doing the circular pattern, because you're making a circle. But on the equator, you're making a straight line. So the relative motion of the stars at the equator should all be perfectly straight lines. Once you start going, let's say, south of the equator, they would still be mostly straight. And as you go south and south and south, they would start to get the arc that they get going all the way to the southern rotation as well. But it would just go from straight to southern arc. You would never see northern arc and southern arc at the same time. You would never see those diverging convergence on a sphere. You'd only see that if they're above you actually doing that.
Yeah, so what we observe is that every star makes a circle. If you're on the equator, you're sort of at the center of the circle, and the stars rise in the east and go straight overhead and go to the west. The ones that you posted where you can kind of see what look like two different parts of rotation, those are extremely wide angle images where the two centers are like 180 degrees apart. So it's just basically what you would see if you were on any rotating platform.
So what I said.
Yeah.
No, you would never get two different motions if you're only making one motion through space. You're on a globe at the equator, you're just making that one straight motion. It would be impossible to see. I hear what you're saying, that if you're in the south, you would see that southern rotation on a globe. I agree. If you're in the north, you would see that northern, the clockwise, counterclockwise. I actually agree with you on that. In theory, I mean, the globe is in the idea of light, stars light years away. But, that's a whole issue. But I'm just saying, just taking it on face value, we're actually talking about this blending point where you're getting two motions. Just because you're in the north and south and you get those rotations, it doesn't mean they would blend, because like I said, the reason you're getting those rotations is because you're on a globe making a curved motion. At the equator, they would all be straight. There's no way that you would get those two motions, because your motion is straight, and the motion of the stars should reflect your motion on the theoretical Earth at the equator, which is straight.
Well, the problem with that is it would be true for those that are directly overhead, but as he said, those are usually wide angle shots. So the ones to the far sides, edges of the image, they appear to be in different directions. And that's exactly why I said that, because those are sort of going one direction and the other side is kind of going the other direction. So the ones on the edges, you're right. If you take a narrow enough view, then yes, the stars directly over your head only go in one direction, straight. But when your view is wide enough, even at the equator, you get that blending on the edges.
I hear you conceptually, but the thing is that what I'm saying is that, in my understanding, the actual arc that the stars make relate to the fact that you're something different than the equator. So they're not just arcing they would not be arcing on their own. They would if they're like above a stationary Earth and they're actually like moving that way. Then yeah, they can do whatever they want. They can be arcing and moving in a magnetic field. But on a globe, that wouldn't happen because, like I said, the arc depends on you being south of the equator. That's the relative motion. That's the relation of the relative motion. So in order for this to happen, you'd have to be simultaneously north of the equator and south of the equator, and you'd have to blend the photo together. That's the only way.
Right.
This
You got it. That's correct. Yep. Yeah, it's basically, it's just very basic photography. If you just talk to any photographer about doing time-lapse photography, that's the only way it works is if the camera's not moving. Thus, the surface of the Earth can't be moving. To make
No,
the
it's if
surface
there's
of
relative motion. Either
can't
the
do it at
camera
all. It's
or
never
the
been done.
object
You
is
got to
moving.
stop lying. You've never done it. So you're just making stuff up as usual. You've never done anything even related to it, and you never will. That's why there's no physical model showing these sorts of concentric circles happening on
XO,
any
let me stop you
surface
right now.
that's moving.
XO, stop calling people liar, please.
Matthew lied again. That's what he did.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Stop calling people liar. You gonna point out where he lied at?
That's what he did. He lied.
How? How did he lie?
Well, let's just have the
Refute it.
conversation.
Just
and
lied.
let's just
stop making stuff up.
You guys,
What did he
just
make up?
hold on. XO, we prefer to spend our time actually on the information and not just personal attack zone because I mean you guys could do that for a half hour back and forth and it's not really live stream content.
Right, and well, just making something up and lying. Is a
But you
lie,
gotta
though.
say
He's
what?
never
You
done
can't
it.
just attack
It's
him.
never
You gotta
happened.
like refute what
Well,
he's
let's
saying.
just go back. Hold on, XO. The last point you made was good. Let's just go from there. Let's let Matthew respond and let's go with it.
Sure.
Yeah, let me give an analogy about the camera in motion. If you're at a NASCAR race and you have a zoom camera and you're zoomed in on a parked car, there are two things that will make that car move in the frame of your camera. One is if the car starts going and moving. The other thing that would make the car move in the frame of your camera is if you bump the camera. And so if you're trying to take, like if you're doing a time lapse, the car would move in the frame of your image for two reasons. So it's basically the relative motion that makes trails. Or
Completely irrelevant. Yeah, and I can videotape a mouse and it moved because the mouse moved. Completely irrelevant from converging and diverging star trails. You will only get that if the camera's not moving because they're perfect circles. And there is no example otherwise. That's why they can't demonstrate it. That's why, who was it? Dad was asking earlier for an example. He'll never get it. You can bet the farm. You can bet your life. You'll never get an example of any camera moving that gets the good convergent and divergent star trails unless the stars themselves are moving that way. Can't do it. Never
okay,
happen.
take a moment and breathe. It's okay. You don't have to
It'll
get it all
never
out in one
happen. It's
sentence.
okay. I'm sorry. You have nothing to
but
show
I mean,
for it. It's okay. You
the
don't have to be
cameras
passive
all-
aggressively perverted. Again,
Please.
doing it again.
XO,
Attacking the
XO,
viewer again.
XO.
You're doing it again. Yes, doing it again.
Dude, you're the one attacking. You're projecting.
No, sir,
You're projecting
XO,
hard.
I,
man.
I'm hold on.
Boy.
XO, please. You just
It's out
can't
of
keep
control.
talking over people. You gotta have a conversation, or you're not gonna have it at all.
So
Can
yeah,
we stop the
I
person
mean,
from constantly insulting me? It's perverse. Thanks.
I don't know who insulted him, but anywho, yeah.
You can
definitely
breathe
the
now. That's
cameras
an
on-
insult. Thanks.
Dude.
Well, meaning
are
he
so
wants to be able to
tightly
have a
wound. You need to
conversation back and forth. You're not having the conversation by yourself.
I know when
Again,
somebody says you can breathe now, that's an insult. Can we please tell the person to stop being a weirdo? Thanks.
It was a
No, they
reference
just
to the
mean
fact that you
you
were
should
trying
stop
to
talking
say it
because
all.
I
you
know,
can't
just
breathe.
stop.
At
15
Well, hold on.
seconds.
I would
Still
actually
doing it.
hold on. In a
Someone's
way,
being a
hold on.
sensitive
I would
bitch.
actually hold on, Smooth. In a way, I would actually agree with XO. I do think Matthew, you were kind of doing these kind of sly, condescending comments.
Exactly.
They weren't like full blown insults, but they are kind of So
Yeah, they're perverse. Yeah.
And then he,
Yeah, but that was kind of self defense, Gio. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
you've heard what Exo's been calling.
yeah,
Yes,
it's,
you
I don't
continue
know.
to attack me. Yes,
I
every
don't know
time I
who-
speak, the
all
weirdo
right.
has to attack me.
Jeez.
It's fine.
I don't-
the
you guys-
moderator is talking. XO, please stop, man.
Yeah, I don't know who started it, but can you guys just reset, or can you do it? Can you just have a conversation? Both just reset.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no argument here. They can't challenge this fact, and I'm just glad you guys finally brought it up. It's good.
Well, I'd like, I mean, it's been the topic of the day, so I mean, it's fair to give Matthew a chance to respond. But yeah, just don't, because that's why he's reacting. You are throwing digs, and then he's reacting. So
I apologize for implying that you were saying everything so breathlessly that you couldn't even take a breath. I apologize for that. That was an ad hominem. And I shouldn't have done
You can just stop talking about me. Thanks.
So yeah, the camera
Apology
is
withdrawn.
not being moved around, but I mean it's in a fixed position on Earth, which is rotating. Number one, number two, these observations can be seen anywhere on the planet. There's a picture I've posted of this happening in Russia. I'll post it again. This is what we do expect to see on a globe, and it's just well explained. It's not that much of a gotcha or that controversial.
No, it's absolutely annihilates the entire notion that we can be moving at all. That's why you'll never have a demonstration of any camera moving to get divergent and convergent circles, period.
Yeah,
Except
so I
with the
just
wide-angle
I just
camera.
explained that. That was literally the first thing I said. The camera
Yeah,
is
you're
in a
wrong.
fixed
I know
position.
you're wrong. You're dead wrong. That's the
If you
point.
could just
Yes, you're
if you could
wrong.
just let
That
me
means we're
finish.
not
I
moving.
wasn't
You're
done
wrong.
talking.
That's the point. You don't have an example. I know. You just keep repeating yourself. You guys are wrong.
So
Get a physical
You
demonstration. You
repeating
can't do
yourself
it.
as well. You literally repeating
Yes,
yourself as
I'm
well.
the one
So
who's
if the
right, trying to say
you
stop
could
lying.
just let
Yes,
me
I'm the
finish.
one proving my point, and you have nothing to
being
show
a
for it. You just keep
pervert.
repeating a lie.
Hey, EXO,
hold on.
how's
Okay.
it going?
So
Everybody,
He
please
does have an
stop
example. He
talking.
put it in the
can I
chat.
respond?
What is happening?
So the camera is not.
Go ahead, Redford. Sorry, dude. Sorry, Nate. I just muted you for a second. Redford was speaking up.
Oh, I was just saying like if EXO could please stop over talking and everybody just stop over talking. That would be great. Thank you.
I agree. Nate, go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, so definitely the camera is not being moved around. No one's holding it. No one's touching it. It's in a fixed position over a long period of time. That's how you get these long exposed time lapses. But the Earth that the camera is attached to is rotating underneath the stars. That's why we get these star trails that you see. And these star trails that you see are visible all over the planet. You see them everywhere. It's not perfect circles because some of the circles closer to the axis of rotation, being the north or the south pole, have smaller circles. So it's a tighter turn, a tighter arc because you're closer to the axis of rotation. While the ones right above you, directly above you, are going to seem to make straight lines.
Completely
And
incorrect. They're diverging and
see that.
converging, and you can't do that unless the camera's not moving. Period. You don't have an example otherwise.
Or if it's a wide angle
I
camera.
I
Nope,
agree.
you
The
can't do
camera's
it.
not.
You'll never
The
do it.
camera's not moving.
Sorry, it's already been proven. You don't have a claim.
Yeah, the camera's not moving. No one's holding it or touching it.
Yeah,
It's in a fixed
the Earth
position.
is stationary. Yeah, the Earth is
No,
fixed.
the
and
Earth is
immovable.
moving.
Yep. Nope. Sorry, it's a fact. Nothing
It's
you
not
can
a
do
fact.
about it.
The Earth is moving.
It's an absolute 1,000,000,000% fact. The entire world already
The
depends on it.
2,000,000,000%
And there's
fact that the Earth is
nothing
moving.
you can do about it. 7
There's
billion
nothing
people
you can
rely on
do
this fact, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm sorry.
7 billion people know this fact to be true. That's why
Yep.
you are part
7
of
billion
the
people
less than
depend
100
on not.
million
That's
that are
another
wrong.
lie. 7 billion people agree they're not experiencing Earth moving. Sorry.
7 billion people do not agree on that. Not
Yes,
at
they
all.
do.
That's
7
a lie.
billion people.
That
Everybody
if
that's ever
anyone's told a lie,
lived admits they
if
don't
anyone's told a
experience
lie,
Earth
it's
moving,
that.
including
That 7
NASA.
billion
It's that
people
easy.
agree
Yep.
the Earth isn't moving.
Yes,
That's just
everybody that's ever existed admits they
that's
don't
not true.
experience Earth moving, and there's nothing you
Not
can
true.
do about it.
I mean,
In order-
EXO has
the
a point.
stars are converging. Go ahead.
Who can you tell me what person on Earth experienced the Earth to be moving?
I experience the Earth moving. Everyone does.
Really?
That's a lie.
Can you
That's a
tell me
lie.
how?
Really?
Can you explain to me how do you feel the Earth moving?
There are
Only
different
through
ways to experience something. You don't just have to feel it with your body. You can have observations you see that tell you your real world experience consists of the Earth moving. Experience doesn't just mean you got to feel the velocity or the speed of Earth's rotation. You could see things that tell you that is the experience you were having.
Only through those globe-shaped glasses, man.
Yeah, can you
it's,
just instead of saying
it's the same way
hold
you
on, I'm
can't
responding.
feel
I'm responding.
Go ahead.
Can you instead of just telling me, oh, I experienced it, can you tell me how did you experience it? Instead of just saying, yeah, there's many ways, but you haven't given me an actual, haven't specify exactly how do you experience the Earth to be moving.
Sunsets, sunrises, things disappearing over the horizon, these star trails we're
Yep,
talking about,
stationary
all of
Earth.
these, which are naturally observed phenomena that I experience in reality, tell me the Earth is
Where can I
rotating
hold on?
on
Where
its
can I
axis.
go on Earth? Where can I go on Earth to experience this Earth movement that you're talking about? Where can I go?
Anyway, where you are standing right now, just look at the sky, have a camera, take a 2-day time lapse of the
Oh, so
stars.
I have to have a
That
camera to
experience.
notice something that should
I'm
be so obvious that I
still
can feel
talking.
it?
I'm still
Hold on,
talking.
he's still talking.
Yeah, and that experience is one observation you can have. Another one is just watch the sunrise or watch the sunset. That is the most
So let
basic
me
and
guess.
simple observation that you can experience in the real world that tells you the Earth is moving.
Okay, so check it out. My question is then, how is it that something above my head, not attached to the ground, is telling me that the ground itself is moving? Oh, and I don't feel it either, ever. So
how is something above your head? What? Could you ask that again?
So like the thing above, right? The sun the sun moves across the sky every day, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
It does.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We see it
Good,
move
good,
across the
good,
sky.
good. I like that you're honest because the sun moves across the sky.
No,
We
we
don't
see
move at all.
the sun move across the sky. But the reason it's moving across the sky is because the Earth is rotating on its axis. So that is
Oh,
a
okay. And how'd you
experience
figure that
we
out?
see.
How did you, hold on? How did you figure that out, sir?
How did we figure what out?
No,
It's
you. How did you
how
figure
did
that
I
out?
figure out that it's the sun moving and not the
Yeah,
Earth?
because you sound like a smart guy that you're not going to just take someone's word for it. How'd you figure it out yourself?
I don't understand. Like, what have I
Been to
seen?
space.
What are you asking? What experiment have I performed to see that it's the sun
Yeah, you sound
setting
like the kind of guy who
and
knows
not
what he's
the Earth
doing in
moving?
life.
He
Sound like
said
you got a good bead
This
on
is the
things.
worst. This
he
is
said
the
it was
worst
visual, dude.
conversation.
Observation. He sees the
No,
He's
sunset.
been to space. He went to outer space.
guys, this is
What?
the worst conversation ever because
Yeah, this is
Bro
silly.
has
You know,
to know
I'm
things.
trying to get clarity on his question, and there's someone in the background being a joke talking about I've been to outer space.
Yeah, you have.
Let's
You
be
said you
adults
did.
here.
Yeah,
When did
you
I say
did.
that?
No,
Tell
Come
no,
me
you
on,
when
said
I've
come
ever
this is
on.
said I went to outer space. Like Gio, come on, man. I'm trying to talk to you guys. I'm trying to have a normal,
I'm
rational
still here.
conversation.
I'm still here.
But you know, it's stuff like this, and then when we react, we get in trouble.
Wait, hold on.
It's
Why
a
are you?
bit
Well,
unfair.
I just asked you a question. So you
Yeah,
do
no,
sound
no,
like
not
you're a
you.
smart enough guy
You
to
want the
not take
problem.
someone's word for
I have an
something.
issue with. You know, I'm trying to get clarity on your question. It's that
Okay.
when I ask you for clarity and you try to respond, I can't hear you properly because there's people in the background saying dumb stuff like "I've been to space." You know, like it's
To
okay.
experience
So
the
Anyway,
Earth move on an axis.
I'm not controlling them. I can just do me right now. Okay. Let's
I
try just you
know
and me.
that's why I mentioned Gio's name, not you. I have no beef with you, man.
Okay, so so and I'm just gonna ask the question because I don't want to interrupt and I want the conversation to flow smoothly and all that. But I did want to know since obviously you are the kind of guy who sounds like he's going to dig deep into some good research, right? So instead of just taking experts' words on things or the television or your teachers or whatever you're going to do, you actually went out and looked for the evidence yourself, right? And you found it physically. You're on your own without having to listen to anybody else, or did you not do that?
objection, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
there is a calculation I did. So you can calculate the position of the arc angles of things in the sky
But did
that
you go
tell you.
find those out there in reality? Did you actually go, or did you just
Yes,
calculate in a room somewhere?
you got to go out in reality, spot them, log down what the locations are in the sky, and then you
Okay.
calculate
Okay. Cool.
that
So
arc
how?
movement over
My
time.
question, though, I'm sorry, I know what you're doing, and that's fine. And you probably did that work or something like it. But my
Yeah,
question is,
anyone can do
hold
it.
on, hold on.
It's
How do
very
you
simple.
expect that to be good enough for the rest of us when you're just telling us about it?
I don't expect it. Listen now.
Okay.
I'm not trying to
Thanks.
convince you. You asked me what I've done, and I'm telling you what I've done, and that
Yeah.
was good enough for me. I'm not at all trying to convince you that the Earth moves. That's the least of my worries, you know. But if you ask me what I've done for myself, I'll tell you. But if that's not good enough for you, cool. Like I don't, it doesn't bother me none. Right?
So I'm gonna
Okay.
go back. I'm going back
Thanks.
to you're saying that you see the sun. I mean, by your admission, we see the sun moving in the sky. All right, it's fine. I mean, it's the same thing as I seeing a plane fly over my head, and then say, "Oh, I'm the one moving, and not him, not the plane." So,
Not necessarily the same.
How is it not?
I get why you would say that, but it's not really the same.
How is that not the same? The sun is way further. The stars are even way further than that. So it would not be so far fetched to say, well, we never experienced the Earth to be moving. All we do is experience stuff over our head, fly over us, and go away from us. Not the other way around.
Yeah, like I said, I understand why you would pose that argument, but I just feel it's not the same thing. Because with the sun, you can determine its GP. You can determine where above the Earth the sun actually is. Same with planes. And you will notice that planes move across the surface of the Earth way faster than the sun does, number one. Planes are way closer
the distance.
The sun is number two.
I mean, that would be some type of parallax, wouldn't it? Because of the distance?
No, it's not.
It wouldn't. So things that are closer would not appear to move faster than the things that are further away?
That's not parallax.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I understand, but what I'm saying is that it would be somewhat of a parallax if you're actually seeing the sun in front of you, and you also had the plane. The sun would definitely move faster, right? I mean, it's not parallax because you would have to be the one moving, right? So
no,
if you believe that's the case, fine, but I don't agree with that.
Right. So okay, so it's not parallax then. Our point.
I don't agree with what you were saying. That's just what I'm trying to tell you.
So you're saying something that's further away. So you're saying something that's further away would not move slower across the sky than something that's closer?
That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is you need to determine how fast across the surface of the Earth these things are moving and how far away they are before you start making claims like that. Something far away could still move closer, still could move faster across Earth's surface than something closer. But if you're comparing the sun with a plane, then that isn't the case. Planes move across the surface of the Earth way faster than the sun does.
Okay, right.
Take
Because
the
it's a
sun
lot closer.
a whole 24 hours to move across the surface of the Earth.
Well, it would take a lot less over you.
Over me?
Yes. I'm not talking about the whole Earth. I'm talking about on top of you. How long does the sun take to go from east to west on top of you?
On top of me, it takes half the day. A plane will take way quicker because a plane disappears from my area of view way faster than the sun does. It takes the sun from sunset in the morning, from sunrise in the morning till sunset in the late afternoon, early evening. That's how long it takes.
Because it's way closer, right?
If it's relative,
No.
it's relative speed. That's why.
Yeah, but the sun's not way closer.
That's what I'm saying. The plane is.
Right, but the reason no one agrees with why the plane is moving faster across the sky the way you're stating it, right? The plane is not moving faster across the sky just because it's closer. The plane is moving across the sky faster because of a relative speed to the sun. And that relative speed is going to take into a lot of factors, the height, the speed, as well as the height and speed of the sun. So,
all right, let's say if the plane was about, let's say,
every
200.
example you give us will be the plane will be faster, right?
Really, it will be faster if it's higher?
No. Every example that you give us about a plane on Earth will be faster than the sun.
Oh, no doubt. I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that because if the plane was way further back, and let's say about the size of the sun and further back, it will do the same thing. It will just move as fast as the sun is across the sky.
What?
If the plane was further back, in other words, it will be higher in the air, way higher. Let's say 50,000 miles or whatever. Well, yeah, what is? Let's say 93 miles away. Just to put it on your area. And it was really huge. You could actually see it. Wouldn't be as small. Would not move a lot slower across the sky. Would it take a longer time to traverse the sky?
It depends. Is Earth orbiting this plane, or is the plane?
No.
Really...
I'm saying the sun. The plane is the one flying across us. across
Yeah,
the
but
earth.
you were saying that the plane is as far out as the sun is, and now your question.
Well, let's say it's 5,000 miles.
Yeah, cool. It's 5,000 miles. My question to you is it the Earth orbiting this plane, or is the plane flying across the Earth's surface from
The plane is the only one that moves
San
all the time.
Diego to Buffalo?
The only thing you see in the sky is a thing moving across the sky. You never experience something rotating something else. All you see is the plane going from east. Let's say east to west.
So
Well, how is that hard?
Saying the plane is
If you
like
feel
another
that,
sun?
yeah,
It's as far
Albo,
as
if you
far
feel
as
that's
back as it
what's
can be.
happening, more power to you. We just don't agree with that.
I mean, but is the okay? You might not agree that that's what's happening, but would it do the same thing? Meaning, would
No.
it look slower across the sky? Would you be able to see it go slower from east to west?
It depends. Are we orbiting this plane? That's why I need specificity,
Hold on, let me just clarify something. Are you talking about
So
a
you're
plane? Hold on. Are you
let me
talking
put it. Let me put it somewhere.
let me just ask this question. Are you saying a plane in the atmosphere, like 50,000 feet up?
50,000 miles away.
50,000 miles away?
Yeah, and it's huge. You can
Okay.
see it.
So the question is this plane traveling from the Earth to the sun? Is this plane
traveling from east to west across the sky?
But see, that's the thing. There is no sky if it's 50,000 miles up. If it's 50,000 miles up, it's either going to be orbiting the Earth or it's going to be orbiting the sun.
Well, we're talking about a stationary plane, and that's in other words. Let's say this is a hypothetical. Let's say this is a hypothetical. Just like let's say the Earth is flat. Well, you can't. So we could follow your hypotheticals. You can't follow ours.
All right, I'll try.
Brick.
I mean, I can't follow ours. I mean, there's no point.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead with the hypothetical.
Let's say we're saying, who knows how far the sun is? Let's say the sun is 50,000 miles away, right? And it moves across the earth, east to west, around the circle. All right, let's make it even simpler. If there's a street in front of your house, and you see and there's another, let's say a highway further back, what's gonna go faster across you? Is it the car that's in front of your neighborhood, or is it the car in the freeway?
It depends on the speed and the distance.
Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, but those factors do matter. There's no way to answer that question without.
Is it
knowing
not the same?
No.
How is it not? Something that's closer to you driving at 50 miles an hour and something that's further away from you driving at 50 miles an hour, you will get to see the thing that's in front of you pass you by way faster than the thing that's way farther from you. This is a fact.
That is a fact, yes.
It's exactly the
So
same
why'd
thing
you
with
brain fart it?
No. You just made a mistake because you said that they're both traveling at 50 miles an hour. So if both vehicles have the same speed, right? A closer one will appear to go faster across the perspective than a farther one.
Exactly.
Right. But they're going the same speed. The plane and the sun are not going the same speed.
It's understandable.
So that's why we need all the details to find the relationship.
I just can't with these guys, man.
I don't understand what I said.
That's why XO needs to get back in here.
Well,
I could channel XO.
We can beat up the pervert, but let's go.
I can channel XO.
XO made his point so great. Like, what else is there to be said? Does he need to repeat himself?
So XO's perspective is that everybody who disagrees with him is a satanic liar, and there is no argument. So why bother
Bring him
talking
back.
about it?
Let's call this bastard back.
Why does Ixo call you a pervert though?
Because that's the only thing he has left. Because he can't think of a straightforward argument. I think I don't know why, but he just does.
I can even switch the argument. The car over there in the freeway is going 50 miles an hour, but the car in front of you is going 20 miles an hour. What will go across faster?
It depends on how close.
It's close to you. In front of your street, front of your face.
How far is the highway?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So sometimes it's going it appears to go faster. Sometimes it appears to go slower. It depends on the distances. It's the relative distance.
It's further away, my friend. Way further away. Where you can actually see the freeway. Jeez.
No,
the
Elbow, it's pointless.
The point is,
they're
this
trolling.
This is just weird, man.
They're
So
bricks.
much, man. So much. This is just
If
ridiculous.
you put this conversation in any other context, they would get it. But because it's in the context of flat Earth, they're just bricks.
No.
Yeah.
No, let me explain it to you. You guys don't understand math. That's
Oh,
what we're
wow.
trying to. No, you
Wow.
truly don't. If you can sit here and say that you don't need to know the relative speed to one another to figure this equation out, then you truly don't know math. You
Wow,
don't
is it an
understand how
equation?
relationships
That give you a
work.
Okay,
formula.
tell me how fast the stars are moving.
Oh,
How
I
fast
know
are the
that.
stars moving?
Yeah, how fast are the cars moving?
So it doesn't matter.
It has
Okay,
nothing
thanks.
to do with a
Yeah.
formula. This is logical
It
conversation.
had nothing to do with the
That's the guy who
example.
believes in gravity. That's funny.
Analogy
You don't
again?
understand, man. That's
Your
freaking
whole
analogy. You just want to make it super complicated just because you don't want to be. You just don't want to be wrong. You understand you're wrong, and you just don't want to be wrong. I can see how EXO gets pissed off at you guys and cause you more noise. I apologize.
I really think that you're bowing out of this argument because you don't know how to.
I'm bowing out
address
just
that.
because it's ridiculous talking to y'all. That's just about it.
Yeah, I think you're
come
just
on,
figuring
man.
out you don't know
Elbow.
what math is.
Oh,
That's
wow.
okay.
Really?
Talk to me.
Okay.
Ignore smooth. Talk to me, man. Could you give me the analogy again? You're at home. There's a
Yeah,
highway.
I'm not even going there.
Okay,
Y'all can have fun.
let me try to explain what's going on here. There's this idea of angular speed, like how fast things move across your field of view. And that angular speed depends on both the actual distance and the actual speed. And so if you're trying to compare two different objects that are moving, basically you're asking which one has a higher angular speed, the car on my street or the car on the freeway. And it depends on what the angular speed is, depends on those two numbers, how fast they're going and how far away they are.
I agree with that. But how do you?
Exactly.
Okay, you can have an angular speed, but the actual speed and the actual distance of a star is still in question, right?
Yeah,
Right.
that's fine.
Yeah.
But what we were saying and what the other guy didn't understand is he wanted us to solve an equation and then would say, oh my God, when we asked for the second variable. And that's what the whole argument was, is that we need all four variables to properly solve the equation.
There was no equation. It was a hypothetical.
That is, to solve the hypothetical equation, we need to know all four. We can't weigh in because the relationship allows that the closer one go faster or slower. There's mathematical results that will show that the one that's closer will go much faster, whether that be because it's right in front of you or because it has a higher actual speed.
You don't have to globe explain it to me. We understand that you didn't want to play along. We get it. It was quite easy to understand what he wanted to go with that. If you have something further away that is traveling XX speed and something that is closer away that is traveling in a slower speed, the one closer with will appear to be moving much faster than the one further away. It was that simple.
Sometimes. No, it's
every time. Every fucking time.
This is how we got.
Real quick, hold on, Tim. Tim, did you just say globe splain?
Yeah, it's a new term I made up.
No, you coined it. I already stole it, Tim. I'm sorry. It's now mine. I'm sorry, dude.
Oh man, that's funny.
Well, so is there the equivalent flat spline? Would that work too?
Yeah, you get flat smack. You get flat smack and globe splaying. That's how it works exactly.
Okay, I like that.
All right, so here, let me flat smack you real quick. So to solve your answer, you just said, right? It's that simple. Anything that's closer will move faster compared to anything that's farther. And then me and this other guy said, no, it depends. And then we went down a tangent explaining why it depends. And then we said that to answer this question properly, we need to know all four variables. We were laughed at. Then everyone agreed, yes, we need to know all four variables. Then you came in and then repeated the same original statement, which we disagree with. And the reason why is because it depends. We're not going to reduce our opinion any further and try to distill it into a more reduced point and just say anything closer moves faster, we were going to stay at the fact that it depends on the actual speed and actual distance of both objects.
Anything closer appears to move slower. The farther away at a certain acceleration, it'll seem to be traveling more distance. Wait, I might got that wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, you turned that upside down.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? Yeah.
Yo, so guess what,
All right,
guys?
man. What?
Who's in here? Who's all in here?
Hey, Eli, how's it going?
What's up?
We have 36.
What's up,
I'm not going to
Matthew?
mention our.
I don't know you, but what's up, Eli?
So what's going to be the new topic of conversation? Because I think we've beaten this one till it's fucking
I
dead.
just wanted to bring up the fact that the missing context behind Obama saying we don't have time for the meetings of the Flat Earth Society. I think they were talking about Republicans, dog.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I think you're right.
Oh no, he said he'll talk to Republicans. He's like, "Yeah, I'll talk to everybody."
No,
you know?
no, in Congress, fam. That changes the entire context of Flat Earthers. Just this thing that just came out of nowhere and nobody was talking about. Maybe they saw a YouTube video and no. Like, uneducated people. Show me anyone who's arguing about it. Anyone who's having the conversation, because everybody's on board with the fact that the Earth is flat, except. I mean, with the Earth is a globe, except that's not true. That's the problem.
Yeah, but
true.
Elijah, you know that these Discord servers where we discuss these things are extremely rare. There are a lot of people out there that don't know. There's a whole Discord server full of flat earthers.
I know. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
global.
about people that people would, call official. Like this is the only point that I'm trying to make. A lot of globe earthers act like it's only us arguing about this because we're ignorant. It's not educated people, or it's not anybody, official. How come no one's talking about it but you guys? No, they're literally arguing about it in government.
Who's arguing about it in government? Could you name one government official?
Actually, I can, because I got this government.gov website here where they're writing about the Congress people and complaining that these Congress people are going against the climate change science, and they don't have time for the flat earthers Republicans. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the more I dig, the more I'll fucking figure it out.
Yeah,
That's
Obama meant it
riveting
as an insult. He meant it as
exactly.
But he also called
Exactly.
out Flat Earth Society specifically, did he not?
Yeah,
exactly, because he's talking about officials in government is the point.
Who are they? Did he name them?
The more we dig, the more we'll find out.
That gives it a new context. That makes a little bit of sense. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, man.
So
I'm gonna share the documents real soon, especially after like the naysayers that don't want people to hear this information. Yeah, real soon. Okay.
Why not just share the document right now so we can look at it?
Yeah, because I'm playing Call of Duty, bro. I'll share it when the fuck I can.
No, when Obama said
yeah, don't worry. Someone shared it. This Matthew guy shared it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
This
when
what guy shared it?
When Obama said
Matthew's right.
the Flat Earth Society, he didn't have anybody specific in mind. He was just using it as an insult.
How do you know what he had in
an
mind
insult to
personally, Matthew?
an insult to the ones in Congress who are not trying to sign the bills that the scientists are backing. Because obviously he's not just because everybody is like, why the fuck would he mention that? Oh, look, it's a psyop because they actually wanted us to start talking about it. No, there's actually a context that makes sense. And the context is he wanted to push some climate change shit through, and there you have it.
Yeah, definitely. That is the context. It was about people denying science because the general idea, or, when you say flat earther in the general public, what people interpret that as is someone that denies science. So he just coupled the climate change deniers who are
No.
also quote unquote denying science with flat earthers, because all of these conspiracies fall under the flat earth umbrella. You guys are like the kingpin of conspiracies. Your conspiracy contains all of the other ones. So
You don't believe in
in the
climate
general
change
public,
too,
the
do you?
idea
Oh my
is
god.
just, climate changes, anti-vaxxers, yada yada yada. They all just science deniers.
So here's wait,
You
hold on,
believe in
pause,
climate
We
change?
deny
pause.
scientism, by the way. That's the difference. Scientism.
Well
Did
said.
you
Yeah,
just
that's
assume
fine.
my
I'm just,
gender?
I'm just explaining why Obama said those words specifically. I'm not saying I agree with him.
I love how
but
everyone's proclaiming
what
to
he
know what the dude personally thought when he said those words
What
to
the
us.
fuck?
Like,
But
No, but
I
that's
just
that's
read
what
the whole
everyone.
fucking article, and it doesn't say that shit anywhere in the article, Elijah.
no, it got pulled from the internet, dude. Even the quote he's saying it's hard to find, dude.
Yeah,
Right?
Obama does not speak for me. No.
No,
Someone posted it. It's there, but that
Oh,
is
no,
how
it's
the term.
not. That's what I'm trying to say. It's only in the fucking title. It's not even in the article.
It is. The quote is there.
Where?
I am willing to work with. Matthew posted the quote. I am willing to work with anybody to combat this threat on behalf of our kids, he said. But I don't have much patience for anybody who argues the flat earth is not real. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Obama said those words. And I'm giving context as to why he used
See that?
those specific
What
words.
paragraph is that?
Matthew
video. He
posted
said it
the
in a
paragraph.
video.
Just look at what Matthew
He's
posted.
mentioned it 3 or 4 times.
No, but I'm
like,
reading. I'm
you
reading
are
the
a globe
actual.
You're really a globe liability, Swin. I swear to God.
I'm reading the actual. I don't even see it.
Yeah, this guy must be wasted.
What
Dude,
do you think?
Are you wasted right now? Like,
So-
you seriously can't see it?
That's not what it says there.
He's either bricked or wasted.
Quote in the article. Just do a search for flat Earth. Look
Yeah,
at the
just search
article.
for flat
What's
Earth.
a
Search for
president
flat Earth.
doing
It's in there.
talking about or mentioning flat Earth at all?
Right.
Like,
That's it.
what the fuck? Like, why is that even in his vernacular?
It was
Like-
below. It was below.
I'm
the
explaining
ad.
why, because
It doesn't.
it's
No.
for the general public, right? People that aren't engaged in these flat Earth debates, right? Non-globers or non-anti-flat Earthers, just everyday ordinary people. When they hear the term flat Earth, or when they hear anti-vaxxers or climate change deniers, they group all of you together and think that you're all science deniers. You see what I'm saying?
The people who walk the news.
That's an improper That's an improper context for.
No,
what
but he's
we're
right,
talking
dude.
about.
I would say.
Listen, don't.
That's
stop.
how the general
don't take the bait.
Don't stop my rebuttal.
Yeah,
Just be
don't take the
quiet
bait.
and let it. So
Yeah, go
anyway, specifically what I'm talking about happened in 2009. Now there's like tons of other stuff. I just haven't read through all of it.
The fact
Anyway,
that
from
he
2000,
said it.
from two.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So
I
I'm just saying,
I thought you were done. I was just saying real quick. The fact that he said it shows that it's part of the programming.
Right.
like no, the whole thing is he said it because he's talking to his people, not us. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand.
Yeah, definitely.
That
He wasn't
it's
talking
because
to
of the
Elijah and
legislation
Zero.
that he's pushing. It's because of the legislation that he's pushing in some of the people in government who he derogatorily called flat earthers.
Yeah,
That's
that
who
is
he
true.
was talking about.
What
them.
the fuck are you talking about?
So we're talking about not people in the basement, not people who don't have a job.